Hello, everyone. Welcome, one and all, to the Masters of the Arena Global Finals. Hope everyone is doing very, very well. We're going to be getting into our games very, very shortly. And look at this. We got it on the third day. Some smooth production here. We have our caster actually at the beginning of the tournament. We're going to be joined a little bit later on by Helseth as well. And who knows, maybe a little surprise as well. We'll see about that. But anyway, first of all, we do indeed have Rom. Rom, welcome to the show. How are you doing? It's good to have you here.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here.
Yes.
It's lovely.
Indeed. It is fantastic, right? You know, it's always been, you know, I've always remembered, you know, I played a few monthlies with you and Draza, actually. It was very high energy, very exciting, actually. Definitely was a lot of fun. And let's see if we can bring some of that energy today, actually.
Absolutely. I am longing for it. And in this lovely battle meta, this skirmish warfare, I am excited to cast today.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very excited to get into these games. I think we're going to have some awesome matches, actually. And I love that. I think it really is up in the air. And I'll just go ahead and take a look at the bracket, actually, on what we're going to be having coming up right now. So we're going to be going into rank 55 dragons versus Su-1 slayers immediately. And then after that, it's going to be Zero Missing versus Ultra Scuff. Those are our four teams, of course. Rank 55, the top seed from EU. Su-1 slayers, the second seed from NA. Zero Missing, the top seed from NA. And Ultra Scuffed, the second seed from EU. And I think all these games have some serious potential to be absolute bangers. Of course, we have our lower bracket as well, so these teams have lots of opportunities to prove themselves, but there can only be one winner of Masters of the
champion.
Arena. One champion, indeed, right? You know, the classic EU versus NA. The banter's been going on a little bit, but now we're going to find out who's actually who here and who's going to have the ultimate victory here. And we're just going to get right into it very, very quickly, in fact. And, well, we already have our map picks and bans started. And I'm actually just going to quickly explain how the tournament format works when we're dealing with cross-region. So, obviously, these teams are from EU and NA. Because of this, what we do is we actually just play some games on EU, some games on NA. The way it works is that the top seed gets to pick what server is played first. So, for example, 55 have chosen to play on EU first. After that, then we'll go and play a game on NA. And the third game, if it goes to a third game, of course, will be determined by who has scored the most points across the two games. So points are very important here, actually, as it could potentially give you a server advantage in the actual decider match. So really going all out to make sure that, you know, even if you are in a disadvantaged situation, you may end up losing, you still manage to get all the points so that you can, you know, kind of skew it in your favor towards the end of the actual match there as well. So that's how that works with regards to cross-region. And now let's go ahead and leap into what maps we're going to be playing on. And it's going to be Eternal Colosseum, Revenge of the Capricorn, and Forest of Nifl, the classic map for our third map, if it comes to that as well. What do you think of these picks, Rom?
I love it. I think it's good classic Guild Wars. We've seen it before, but we also know the map. We know how what possibilities there are. So it's going to be lovely to see what these boys bring out on the table.
It absolutely is. And right before we leap into the game, I also do want to very quickly point out that just like yesterday and the day before, we are still absolutely pushing some epic charity fundraising at the same time as some epic PvP action with Cure Rare Disease. It's in the name. We're curing rare diseases. We're improving the world a little bit while we're also improving Guild Wars too. So a lot of multitasking going on there. And make sure you hit !CRD in the chat or !donate to support that fantastic campaign. Very grateful to be working with them. It's always an absolute pleasure to be partnered with them, and I hope to do a lot more in the future as well. And of course, thank you to Cure Disease for assisting us in creating an epic prize pool to go alongside with this epic tournament. But more on that a little bit later. Let's go ahead and leap directly into our first match. So now we're in the arena. We're looking at these compositions, and you were talking about this battle meta a little bit. Like, walk us through what's going on here, like with these compositions from 55 and Su-1 slayers.
Yeah, I mean, let's see here. He's running, double checking the SWS side here. Here we go. You know, there are no toughness amulets or proper ones anymore. There are no true tank amulets anymore. In a combination with, we can see here, no hard supports anymore. So no Guardian, no Tempest, which pretty much, I mean, we do see SWS Peanut here running on it, but it still doesn't have that AoE stab. which the hard support Guardian had. So this, to me, on a quick look, it's gonna be a lot of kills. Stuff is gonna die, and we're gonna see hunt across the maps. We're gonna see less of a raw 4v4 team fight going on for 2 minutes. We're gonna see a bunch of kills on the roads happening, and this is what I call skirmish meta. It's much more moving, it's much more kills, and it's honestly more fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a lot of ways, it's quite remarkable, I think, actually, that I almost feel like this type of meta is very much how Guild Wars is supposed to play out from a PvP perspective, right? Like, this is kind of the way the combat system lends itself very well to this type of gameplay, right? Almost like a lot of, we have lots of hybrid builds in it that have a little bit of support, like the Spectre and the Blades one, but they're still very aggressive with a lot of damage output at the same time. And here we go. We're getting right into it.
Oh.
And we saw a lot of the time. We actually see the double thief push with Draza and Frey going for pushes here as well after the stealth up initially. Let's see if we see a replica of that. Looks like that may not be the case, actually, as both thieves from 55 are posturing quite defensively, perhaps ready to intercept a push coming through from their opponents.
Yeah, they're waiting. We see a push as well from Zan. Here we go.
Now we'll now begin the 1v1 into the Spectre, but it will now be plus by Draza. I think that is good. Yeah, that's big, actually, because, again, like, the Blades one actually does struggle a bit with the Spectre, and so Draza coming in, it immediately shoves that away. It's going to get a pretty nice map advantage for 55 already, while they're still holding middle, and they can do that because they've got some good tankiness with the Catalyst as well. So, I think an excellent start for 55, and they even find a kill onto Kradox and the Herald.
Well, beautiful catch here. Boise got a good pop there.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, of course, Suwon says trying to turn it around a little bit. Having a bit of difficulty in doing so, though, actually. Boyce is going to be that main target. The Untamed can be an excellent target. And they do find the kill, and they collapse on it. That could be a big cleave here.
Boyce is out.
Yeah, Boyce has actually been taken down there, so picking up an early kill here is fantastic for Suwon Slays.
No renewal.
They do need more as well here, right? Because they are still down a lot on the map. And yeah, Aerox in trouble, is downstate. There's no revival available from Peanut.
No revive. Here we go. That's a counter cleave. Now it's a 4v4 going on.
Exactly right. So 55, bring it back.
Now. Boyce is rushing into the fight. Draza is a bit low. Draza is in trouble. Draza boy. Can he get out of that? Yes, he does. Now Kradox is trying to disengage slightly. Zan for the push, or rather the defense. Urantian will decap. Peanut falls in the middle too. This is perfect for 55 right now. Full control. And we see Frey hunting P-map on the other side of the map. This is perfect for 55 right now. No body count down, and they have full control of the map. Now we see P-map. Yeah, he's trying to survive.
Yes, Deadeye.
Yeah, Deadeye and Untamed. It's a filthy damage combo.
Yeah, and this is really, what 55 like to do. Historically, they've always liked to be very mobile, very rotationally oriented, incredibly fast. And we can see them executing that very, very cleanly, with this, like using how fast that Untamed is combined with that double thief. There's so much hunt potential here from those players that it's very difficult. If you get out of position for even a moment, we can see 55 just leap on that and punish it immediately. And just holding on very well, despite, of course, losing Boyce in the early game. They are in full control of this matchup. They pick up another kill onto Aerox here as well. There is no revival available from Peanut for another few seconds as well, so the cleave will come through, and this is looking very, very difficult here for the Suwon Slayers. A team that actually did very well in the NA regional finals, actually, but they're having a lot of trouble into the top EU team right now.
Yeah, and maybe the delay has a little bit of an impact, but we could see a clear loss early game there when they couldn't catch a kill when they were outnumbering 55. And that's something, and as you said, I believe that Misha there really is a big part in surviving in that middle. He does have those cooldowns to be able to survive for a while, even though he's not a bunker per se. And here, Frey is winning that 1v1 with Urantian. Frey is really pressuring him down, and now... Oh, can we see Urantian falls to that Frey? Frey is barely touched. Beautiful 1v1 Frey.
And I think 55 just doing what they do, right? Like every player doing a great job in just synergizing well with the other players, right? Like the Blades one has some good healing on that. The Catalyst has that tankiness, as you mentioned, and of course can even give the Earth Shield to an ally to potentially help them out a little bit too, as another defensive cooldown there. And 55 executing it clean. This is looking like we are essentially going to be, it's going to have to be a go next situation. We're going to play this out, of course, but it's going to have to be a bit of a recovery moment for Suwon Slayers. They're going to need to see if they can find some way to defeat this team or find a different strategy or approach, but 55 seem like they've got one hell of a strategy, right? I think a lot of, going into this, people were definitely expecting to actually just see like a team fight strat, right? To see the Tempest, right? Like in there with the Necromancer and so on. This kind of, classic Guild Wars 2 composition. But yeah, over the kind of the past few weeks, the top teams have come up with something a little bit different, and that's where we've arrived. A meta with no dedicated support. Very interesting, and I think very exciting indeed, and I cannot wait to see what the other teams are going to come up with here as well, because of course, you know what's really fun about this tournament right now, Rom? Each team has a pretty different style, actually. In fact, we haven't even seen what Team Zero Missing, which is essentially a different version of Team USA, for those who don't know. We haven't really seen what they're actually going to do here. I think we could end up with some really, really diverse and interesting matches where the two teams have this clash of styles, right? And we see those styles interact with each other.
Yeah, definitely, and I could see this, after that Harbinger Willbender nerf, which was the absolute meta with the Guardian supporting the Harbinger and that Willy for the team fight. It was very hard to beat that trio lineup. So, but when that cracked and when that got nerfed, we saw just so we opened the door for so many other specs that was just on the edge of being viable. And here we see them. We're using Untamed is back, Bladesworn is back, Deadeye is being used. So I mean, we're seeing such a diverse and Catalyst came in. So actually removing that Necromancer, especially the Harbinger, which was kind of gatekeeping with that Guardian, removing that, and we opened for such diversity. And personally, I kind of like to see what I see here.
Yeah, I think it's really good. I think it is super interesting. Like before, I think recently people have been pretty downhearted with regards to the metagame, and it's like, it's only Necro, only Guardians permanently, all that kind of stuff. But I think just with a few subtle changes, it really completely shakes things up, right? Like it doesn't need much to make Guild Wars 2 like really, really exciting. A few small changes can seriously impact the balance and the way the game plays out. And it's certainly a good timing for us for sure to get some really exciting matches. Of course, we're going to NA now. Actually, we're going to go to NA, and yes, Boyce got top deaths. It's a classic stat there as well. You love to see that. We're moving over to the NA server right now for our game number 2. So looking at that match, what do you think was the reason why Rank 55 was so dominant in that first matchup? What were they doing that Suwon Slayers were really having difficulty with?
I think the opening was kind of, it's a typical push open where they were going for a triple cap, but the enemy has to really capitalize, right? So in that 4v3 in the middle, it was severe for SWS to really win that. But since they couldn't catch a kill in time, when we saw the rotation from 55 towards the far point where Zan was pushing, then that 2v1 just made it. They got double cap, they survived the middle fight, and now from that point on, they did lose one guy because of the rest. They downed one and they lost one guy after that rest came out, but then they managed to kill again. So it's simply they didn't take advantage of that 4v3 situation enough. So either they had to defend against the second guy attacking on their close point, or they had to win that team fight more clearly. And they didn't. And I think that kind of escalated everything into 55 having a control from that point on. And then maybe it was a slight miscommunication that they didn't regroup properly, because this is one thing. They lost the open, they're gonna lose 100 points, but at least they can do a full revamp, but I think that they was a little bit wild, so they did not do that full recovery where they go 4 or 5 guys from the respawn. and try their luck again. So maybe those things, but also I think that 55 just have this, they're fantastic at the classes they are playing, and they have insane amount of damage right now.
Yeah.
So it's hard. It's hard to stop this snowball, and that's what I mean, that it's so important to regroup, Even if you lost a guy far away and you're like, oh shit, I need to move from the spawn. I need to be valuable right now. But no, you gotta wait for your ally who just fell. So you gotta wait for him. You gotta waste 30 seconds of your game to regroup with your allies. Otherwise, you're gonna keep dying. I mean, Deadeye, Untamed, Spectre, Hunt. It's not fun. It's not fun.
Indeed, yeah, very, very hard to hold. Indeed, there's so much damage out, particularly that Deadeye, right? The Deadeye, it's quite monstrous, right? Yeah, it is an absolute beast. You really have to watch out for that.
Absolutely.
As it chases you around the map there as well. And well, we're going to game 2. Of course, we've got to wait a little while for our players to go ahead and load in. Going into this one, of course, but. Yeah, very exciting stuff so far. Suwon Slayers, of course, if they end up if they do end up losing here, they will still have a chance to go, and battle their way back up through the lower bracket where they'll face the defeated party in the next game as well. And, well, it's convenient we're on NA because we're probably going to be staying on NA, as I think Team Zero Missing will choose to stay on the NA servers, which is good stuff. But here we are on Capricorn, actually, and this map, I'm almost surprised to see this map. We haven't seen this map very much at all, actually, Rom. I think it's viewed as quite volatile, potentially a bit of a risky pick. Do you think there's any reason why Suwon Slayers would particularly want to play on Revenge of the Capricorn over, say, other maps?
I actually I cannot tell you the thought process behind it, because I don't see, because currently I feel that Deadeye and Untamed, on 55 side is actually very favored with double rifle and longbow. They're really favored by open ground, and this is an open ground map. So I'm not exactly sure. Maybe what I believe is that it's also a team fight map when the bells come. So if you keep one cap and you go strictly for bells, you're actually going to win the game if you get every bell. So I believe that maybe they believe they can win that 5v5, 4v4 with that Tempest. So they go for this map because of the bell. That's what I believe.
Okay. So, I mean, that's some big team fight action potentially here then. Of course, that does mean they are going to have to hold on because, getting the bells is going to be good. But if everyone's dead when that's happening, which is what we kind of saw in the last matchup, it might be difficult for them to actually force that team fight if they've already lost control of the game. But, I think it's good. Try and mix it up a little bit and see if they can find a way around that style of rank 55. We can see that our gamers are actually loading in just about now as well. I'm sure they'll be over here.
Coming in as well. Very quickly. World transfer.
Yeah, you're in. Good job. You have made it. Well done. We are indeed. We are renaming it. We are renaming it to Untrimmed. Yes.
I slipped there. I'm so used to calling it Untrimmed. I do not know why. I shave, guys. All right. Promise.
No, that's good. I mean, I think we're going to contact ArenaNet and get that sorted out, actually. I think that's a good name. Look, maybe that's the next Ranger Elite specialization, actually, like the Untrimmed. Yeah, that's good. Kind of like it's like a lawnmower company or something like that, right? You've got to advertise that stuff. But yeah, we're just about to get started on this matchup here. And of course, well, it could be our final match here. And then we have to go to Zero Missing versus Ultra Scuff. And I think that... I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. It's going to be a good game. That's going to be a spicy game.
Absolutely.
Because, of course, we actually did see Ultra Scarf. They were able to take a map off rank 55, in fact, in the EU regional finals, right? And they didn't quite manage to do what they did in the original Master of the Arena. Of course, in Master of the Arena 1, they actually won the series in the regional final.
Yeah.
So they went even further. But, Ultra Scuffed, Ultra Numb, right? Like whatever current alias they have, they've always been that team that is absolutely challenging the top level, right? Like, and, generating some crazy games. We're going to be seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they always come in with some strong thing, even if they have been decently absent from the game or whatnot. They always manage to create a roster and somewhat a strategy that kind of works. So it's going to be very, very exciting to watch that game.
It absolutely is. And yeah, we're just waiting for our EU players to finish on loading in. Of course, there's a little bit of a meme here, right? The transfer times, or rather, the relogging times will take a little bit of time here, of course. But we're going to be getting started very, very shortly. I like this name, Daddy Romboys. That's good. I like that.
Yeah,
It's appropriate. Yeah, it's appropriate. And,
Yeah.
we're going to see a Herald coming out from Boyce here. Now, I'm actually wondering. I'm wondering if it's going to be Herald because he wants to play Herald. But this has actually occurred to me. It's entirely possible. He may not have End of Dragons on his NA account. Like that, that's also a possibility. Maybe he just wants to play both. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true when you say it.
Yeah. We have a Dragon Hunter as well coming out here on the blue team. And this might just be to try and do something a little bit weird, try and throw 55 off perhaps, and find some kind of opportunity with this. Because Dragon Hunter, it has essentially been nerfed a fair bit, right? Like it has lost a lot of stealth access now because of the Runa Trapper nerfs. So it's not quite as survivable as it once was. And of course, it's kind of been outvalued by a lot of the other really powerful specializations that are currently in the metagame. But, well, it can certainly catch you off guard and surprise you with some serious damage output. And, potentially it could be very annoying to deal with some of these thieves. Land those big reveals, pull the thieves in again and try and track them, all that sort of stuff is a potential option here.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's hard to say what how the value of the DH will be. You do have a lot of damage, but yeah, it's definitely nerfed. It's not a 1v1er really. It's not necessarily the best team fighter, but it does have some value. And now it's a skirmish warfare, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean the meta is a little bit up in the air right now. I think there's a lot of potential, right? Because I think one of the issues that the Guild Wars 2 PvP meta has had for a while is that it had quite almost strict roles, right? Like there wasn't really a room for stuff in a way like Untamed, right? Or like Bladesworn or Catalyst, right? Like these builds kind of didn't quite fit. You had big team fights, bunker, support. That was kind of what people were playing previously, right? But now it's much more flexible, a lot more open with this very skirmish, bruiser style meta. We've seen basically everything in the song. We've seen Necromancer, Guardians, Elementalist, Tempest, Catalyst, right? Deadeye, Spectre, right? All this kind of crazy stuff. Yeah, so it's very, very flexible.
And removing these like heavy bunkers on the side node as well, it makes it much more fun. Yes, Bladesworn has resustain, but if you put a Power Herald and something that CCs, he's gonna die. So and that wasn't the case with other bunkers. So it's beautiful to see this. All right, let us begin.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. A bit of a rough matchup, of course. First game for the Su-1 Slayers, but they still have this map to see if they can make something happen. It is going to be their map pick. So see if they can make some magic happen here on Revenge of the Capricorn.
Invis comes out by 55. Initiating on Cranox. Instantly on the DH there. Draz just poking a bit. We see the push come out. Double push. Insta-double push by Draz and Zani. No, Draz, where is he go? Yeah, he's pushing. They're 2v1ing the far point here. We see boys full capping. Cranox, they're deffing. 2v2 on the enemy on the blue close point. Cranox is falling. No heal. He has elite still. He needs to pop it soon. Boys going low. Can they counter kill
that from Misha? Boys very low actually. Doesn't really have much. He's trying to hold on with the block here.
No support.
Yeah,
boys in trouble.
Yeah, that's that volatility. That might be a true shot. That is going to land. Yeah, Cranox finds that kill with a really nice knockback. Goes for the stomp. Is going to get the stomp.
Do win the 2v2, Zani and Draze. P-map. Draze is low though.
Is able to hold on. Does have his heal skill, so I think Draze should be okay. Frey moving in as well, but of course, with that kill on middle, there's a bit of a collapse coming through. They really want to res Aerox here. Can they find that? The glyph was interrupted. Is it going to land? Another return from Zan actually. That actually might deny that. They should be able to cleave it out. Yeah, 55, handling that downstate very well there. Draws are still low, though. In a bit of trouble, in fact.
Frey as well. They are squishy.
Yeah, they've been able to just barely wriggle away, as is the Thief way. And actually, I think some remarkable control from Rang 55. In fact, Draza nearly gets destroyed by that trap, though. But I think Misha, again, just doing such a good job on that Catalyst, being a bit of a rock. Right, the anchor, the mountain, holding firm here while the team respawns. And Rank 55, they have managed to maintain control of this game despite a little bit of an unfortunate situation with Boyce dying. And yeah, they're now going to get full control by taking out Cranox. They're going to look for Peanut as well. Peanut is going to fall too. Does get the self-res there with the fire glyph. Actually, very cool move there. But It may not well be enough here. Look at the score, Rom. It's already 100 points for red, and blue are completely trapped in their corner of the map, and they aren't really doing super hot in this fight either.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough now because they kind of had to get that kill, but they didn't. And now Boise is low, but it's not enough. We see Sakura has fallen, Peanut has fallen, or Arox. So this looks very bright for 55.
Yeah, it absolutely does. They're continuing to clean up more kills. And, well, this is a bit of a snowball situation, a bit of a stagger here. Like, 55, essentially 5v3 on the map right now. Urantian cannot do anything, or even 5v2, really, as Urantian had to be far away. Nearly gets a one-shot onto Draza, but not quite good enough. And, yeah, oh, look at that Deadeye damage. Actually insane. Goes for the stealth zone, and the first bell's going to get captured here. I don't think Su-1 Slayers can actually contest that. 55 pushing for the triple cap here. They're going to find it, and with that first bell, I mean... I don't want to call it too early, Ron, but this does not look good for the Su-1 Slayers. I think this is pretty much going to be a game over situation.
Definitely, and it's a real wall here now. They have to do a full regroup, but now they're already moving, so now they're in a bad spot already. We're seeing 4 55 members coming in now, 5 55 members moving into the middle. They are 5v3 into 5v4, so this is a very bad spot for blue. They cannot get out of this. Kranax will gradually die here unless they can catch a little one shot on Draze or another squish, which won't be the case. Kranax is in trouble. They do manage to almost move, but PMAP is not moving into the middle, so we see a 5v4 coming in favor of 55, and here falls Kranax. This can be a snowball of doom. Here we go. Peanut will fall after. Urantian is in trouble. They're all in trouble.
The Earth Shield. Boy's got a 6,000 Earth Shield crit. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's wild.
It's definitely over.
Yeah, this is going to be an over game, essentially. We do see the cap on the Bazaar. The Blade Storm from the blue team was able to yoink that in all of this chaos, but does that really matter when you're already 300 points down and your entire team is essentially getting hunted down by the absolutely ruthless predators of rank 55?
Absolute predators right now, and especially with this composition. There are ways, I believe, that kind of can defeat this. I don't think that their composition is undefeated, is invincible, but definitely if you don't play very smart, you're gonna end up on the bitter end of that snowball, and it's not fun.
What do you think? What do you think is the answer here? Like, what strategy? You know, if you're one of the other teams right now, you know, we're Ultra Scuff, we're Zero Missing, right? Like, what are we looking at to potentially exploit a vulnerability in the strategy and composition of rank 55? What's the weakness here?
I mean, from a quick look now, Boise did swap to Power Herald, but after all, I can see a weakness if Boise is Power Herald, because he's slightly less self-sustaining than Untamed is. So if he was Untamed, I would probably stack Tempest, Catalyst, and something else with like Reflects and Projectile Hate. So because imagine Projectile Hate against the Deadeye, against an Untamed with a bow, they would really struggle with those two involved in a fight, facing all the projectile hate, and then probably with some resustain, they could probably win the fights. Now, when Boyce is on Herald, he doesn't have projectiles, but he is less self-sustaining without a hard support. So if he's not nearby Zan, for example, he's an easy pick for anything that can kind of self-sustain and 1v1 him on the map. So I think an Untamed is good. Now they do play, Urantian does play that, but they also are stuck with a DH and a DH and a Tempest, but I also think it's a bit player-wise. I think it's a synergy of the players as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, projectile hate against the standard comp that 55 is running.
Yeah.
That's my answer, I think.
Projectile hate and try and keep the game slow and stable, utilizing that support. I think that's a really interesting to talk about, actually, because funnily enough, both Ultra Scuffed and Zero Missing both have the opportunity to maybe go for a composition of that style. Of course, Ultra Scuffed are going to be playing with Kran, right? A very, very much a legendary support Tempest player, actually, which could be very potent there for them. And I think there's also an option for Zero Missing to have Naru in the Tempest position too. Look at that. Lots of top stats all across the board there for these teams. And, well, that's going to be it. GG. Su-1 Slayers have gone down here It's going to be a 2-0 victory. Rank 55 to start us off here. Very crisp, very clean, and well,
very clean.
And move on to the next round, I guess. That was one hell of a start to the tournament. Very explosive indeed. And that's going to be GG.
That was GG.
Yep, GG indeed. And next up is going to be Zero Missing versus Ultra Scuffed. I don't know what to say.
It's going to be a hype, fantastic game.
Yeah, indeed. It was big. And yes, you know, like, yeah, exactly. You know, like 55, very concerned with making sure they get the top death stat every time. It's important to do that, right? You need to make sure you get all the top stats. Boyce, once again, obtaining top deaths. Yeah, like
Boyce, it's time to step up there, Boyce Areno. Yeah. You're falling out a bit. Your team is carrying you, so you really got to step up now.
Absolutely, and indeed, well, we're just going to be getting our next map sorted out, so stay tuned for a little while there. Of course, you know, a fairly straightforward game to start things off, but of course, things are only going to get more closely fought from here on out, and, well, you know, I think there's definitely a really fun storyline here to be had as well. And I think the next few matches are really going to give us a flavor of what's to come. So the next game we're going to be doing is, of course, the Zero Missing versus Ultra Scuff match. And after that, we're going to be doing the upper bracket final, which is going to be basically rank 55 Dragons versus the winner of this upcoming match. I think that's where the real storyline comes in, because I don't know if you're, in fact, I'm sure you are aware of this, Rom, actually, but in previous tournaments, or rather recent tournaments, it's actually a 1-to-1 score between rank 55 and Team USA. Now, of course, it's not the full Team USA today here, but I still think there's a lot on the line, a lot of bragging rights on the line here, because again, that 1-to-1 score, this is actually the tiebreaker tournament between these two rosters. Yes.
Storyline.
Yes.
And no matter, you know, no excuses. New roster or not, it's your team. You're using the brand. I mean, it's 1-1. Who will take it? And maybe Ultra Scuffed comes in and sneaks in with
certainly
their finger.
Want to count them out. And you never know, right? You know, Suwon Slayer's obviously having a bit of trouble in that game. Maybe they're pretending. Maybe they threw for the storyline. They don't want to show their strats. And now they're going to crush the lower bracket and dominate the grand finals. It's possible.
Maybe it's all a strategy. Maybe they're geniuses.
Exactly. It's all the intellectual, the mind games going through from these two teams. You know, it's not impossible. But of course, we are going to be staying on NA for this. So there it is. We're staying on the NA server. Oh, hang on. I need to maybe do a little bit of admin situation going on there. I don't know what's going on. Yes. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what we can go ahead and do is this. Right. Give me just one moment here as we get into the next game. We're going to be doing some map picks and bans coming up here, but we actually may well have a little bit of an extra guest here. Let me actually try and do something here. Let us add something into the mix here. Boom. Give me 1 second. All right, there we go. Let's see. Will Helseth pick up the phone? Let's find out.
Is the man home?
Yes, he has arrived at home. And as we get into these map picks, maybe bring in our additional bonus caster as well. Wow. Everyone is getting spoiled today. And honestly, I love it. I love to see it. It's fantastic stuff. It really is.
You're so spoiled, viewers.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, like, the content is so good.
So spoiled.
And the map picks are coming through now. And we're going to see a Colosseum get banned alongside Skyhammer. And then our first two maps are going to be Legacy and Forest. Ooh. And then the final two bans, it's going to be Temple getting banned and one more map after that. So a totally different approach here, actually. We're going to be seeing two maps that we haven't seen so far, at the very least, which is very, very cool stuff. So it's going to be Faux Fire on NA and then Forest on EU. And our final map is going to be... Let's see. I've got no idea. What's it going to be? It's being decided right now.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh, indeed. I think Helseth has arrived. Maybe? Final map is going to be Capricorn. Wait, no, sorry.
I'm stuck in a chess game. I didn't realize you'd invite me this soon. So let's go ahead and scuff it up by mentioning the fact that I'm in a chess game. And
Nice.
how are you doing, gentlemen? You doing good?
I'm doing
Fantastic.
fantastic indeed.
Fantastico.
I'm glad
Yes,
to
yes,
hear
yes.
it.
I do.
How are you,
indeed.
Elton? You sound
That's
very
how this chess game goes. I might be pissed. We'll see.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'll give you guys an update.
win.
Yeah. Road to Grandmaster.
Yeah, how about no? I'll stay with Guild Wars 2 caster. Seems a little easier to accomplish.
Yeah. I think they're fairly comparable. You know, they're basically the same at that point. Very, very cool indeed. But actually, well, I'll go ahead and let you finish your chess game. Let me know how that is progressing, of course. But okay, I think I can actually hand it over to the two of you, actually, for this game, if you're ready, actually. If you're not ready for this game, I'll go ahead and handle this. And then for the rest of the match between Zero Missing and Ultra Scuffed, I will reunite the legends, the old men, right, of the Guild Wars 2 PvP scene, okay?
Calling us boomers?
Yeah.
So,
Calling us boomers?
I'm taking my weekend off to assist you in this casting project, and I'm getting called an old man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Interesting.
disrespectful.
Interesting way to show your appreciation. You know what? I'm not playing this chess game. I'm not. I'm not. People playing the Benoni, I don't know. Anyway, how are you doing, plebs? We're having a great day, I hope. And I am only here for one thing and one thing only, to make sure that we have a pleasant evening casting Guild Wars 2. Is it NA or Europe?
We are currently on the NA server. Our first game is going to be NA. Our second game will be on EU. And then the third game will be determined by the results of the first two. If it goes to a third game, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. I'll log on. And I'm casting only with Rom then?
Yes. I will let you handle it
Very exciting.
as a beautiful duo. And I will track the action here as well. Because,
Yeah,
you know, my voice got a little ragged yesterday. You know, Rom went out to, sorry, not Rom. Nos went out to get the milk. Didn't come back. Classic story there. Abandoned NA. Yeah, I'm a little worn ragged here, but that's okay. We can rotate in. And like I said, you know, look, I don't want to hype it up too much, chat, but there may be a mystery caster arriving a little bit later on. Top secret.
Ooh.
Top secret. And look, top secret CIA stuff. According to Rom, and well, that's...
Am I sick?
Yeah, exactly. We absolutely love to see that. And I think our teams are basically good to go. Actually, just waiting for them to actually decide to join. And then we can just go ahead and get started here as well.
Yeah, T-Pop, but check your DMs.
Yes, that is a bit of a problem, actually. Ooh.
Oh, honestly, you can go ahead and take over this game. If you don't mind,
yeah. I can't actually fix that for you right now, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Fine.
So I'll do this game then, and you go ahead and do the next one then, right? Okay. Yeah. So just I'll just keep I'll just keep you updated. Unfortunately, Helsa does not have have an NA account, so can't actually hop on board.
Let me see if we can fix this. We have Grouch in the chat. Grouch, where's the partnership at?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and make me a partner. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm flying business through these worlds.
You know, all right, I'll just watch this. Good luck with the cast, guys, and I'll join you later.
I appreciate it.
Also,
see you later.
CRD.
Yes, indeed. Xbox Rock CRD in the chat while we wait for this match to get started. Support Cure a Disease. They're fantastic. Okay, they're awesome. They're supporting esports over here in the Guild Wars 2 zone. Fantastic stuff. We love them, and hopefully they love us too. And show them some love with !CRD, donate, and support their amazing cause in their battle against rare disease. A very noble and epic battle it is. Anyway, I actually have no idea what's going on. What are the teams doing, Rom? They're stalling. It's
I
disgraceful.
do not know. I believe that they are stalling. I believe that they are taking our expensive time and stalling.
Yes, and wasting it. How could they do
Wasting
this
it.
to us?
Absolutely putting it in the trash can and wasting it. Yes. Hopefully it's recyclable time, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure indeed, right? Like this is quite something. But yeah, let's say we're gonna leap right into it. Just as soon as we'll be able to see the team compositions coming up in just a moment between these two teams. And I think the big thing that we're gonna see here is that I think we're gonna see Necromancer from Ultra Scuffed.
Ooh.
And we aren't going to see a Necromancer from Zero Missing, I believe. I don't think so anyway. I don't actually know what Naru's going to play just yet, but we'll see very, very shortly.
Yeah.
But to log in.
It's going to be interesting to see
all
them.
in the arena. They're all here, actually. They're all here. And Kran is here, actually, so we might be seeing support. Or, of course, Kran could be more than capable of playing Catalyst as well. No surprises there, of course. We shall see. Here we go. We actually do have our teams logging on in. And it is going to be a Tempest coming out from Naru. The Herald from Mark. Grim is going to be playing the Catalyst. Helio on Spectre. And CJ on Bladesworn. We're seeing Ultra Scuff loading. And yeah, there's that Core Necromancer from Gornet here. And Xeon on the Untamed. Fly on the Spectre. Deadeye from Azadome. And finally, we have Phoenix, I believe, on the Catalyst.
Copalist.
Yes. Not Cope anymore. It's quite a monster.
Yeah, he's a monster. But I really, this looks intriguing. It's going to be very nice to see how USA or Zero Missing pulls this off, because it looks like a pretty naughty composition. I ain't gonna lie. That Kata Tempest team fight with X is probably very, very naughty. And also CC from, let's see if he runs. Yes, he does run Prepare Seal Area. Yes, he runs it. So Helio is running the Prepare Seal Area, which Seal Area, which does that CC. And the enemies don't have, since we're not running Guardians, it's very, very hard to get out of this Spectre CC. So honestly, this skill is fantastic right now without support Guardians. Stability, giving stab to allies. So I can really see that fight coming out strong from red side. But Ultra Scuffed, I mean, that Core Necro, we don't know, because this was the before they found the Harbinger Death Magic build. Before they found that, we were still using Core Necros. So it's going to be very interesting. And Athadome popping off with the Deadeye, if he can penetrate through the projectile hate from the Catalyst and the Tempest, then, you know, it may go either way.
Yes, this is certainly going to be a very interesting match. And this is what I was talking about earlier in this difference in style. We essentially have a support for Zero Missing here, and there is no support or no, like, dedicated support, rather, for Ultra Scuff. We have the double thief versus a single thief. This could be an absolutely fascinating match to see how this actually plays out, just in terms of, like, the rotations and dynamic style of it.
Absolutely, and we do know that the Americans have the favor now due to the delay, but I believe everyone has a functional delay, so it's going to be very interesting to see.
Yes, absolutely. Here we go. We're just kind of moving into it right now. Some splits coming up. We have the push from the Catalyst here. And Grimjack going to start 1v1ing into the Necromancer of Gornet. Asdome, though, will be lurking around to potentially plus into that. But no, looks like we'll just simply... Oh, no, is going to come back and go for that kill, actually. And we also have a push coming through on the other side as well with Xeon and Phoenix. But actually, Xeon's going to get caught here. Down to 30% health already. In so much trouble right now, actually, on the Untamed. Can't get the heal. And that's it, actually. We already have a kill. Nice pickup here, actually, at the start of this game. Yeah, by Team Zero Missing, actually. Very good.
And we see Grim just full tanking Athadome on that Deadeye and Gornet. Maybe he's in more trouble now, but he does, as you can see, how long he tanked with that projectile hate against that Deadeye. The Deadeye is definitely much stronger on a ranged, with ranged damage than he is with the melee. So, yeah, he basically tanked, and they chose to, Zero Missing chose to 3v2 instead of 2v1, and they actually made a lot of value from that.
Yeah, they absolutely did. You know, that was certainly a very good opener there. That rotation from the Catalyst, knowing that it can survive the outnumber, very, very potent. We've seen this a lot, actually, in these matches, and Fly dead as well. And Gornet in so much trouble, too. He's down to very low health. Yeah, Grimjack may be able to find the kill. And I think, you know, Ultra Scuff, they may have to find a bit of a different solution to this, because I don't really think that the Core Necromancer can really handle this Catalyst. Asdome is having to babysit that, and that's not what they want. They can't really allow that in this matchup. Yeah, they're going to get perma outnumbered if they allow this to be the case, right? And they're also not getting value out of the Necromancer, right? That the Necromancer wants to be in... It doesn't want to be 1v1ing, right? It wants to be fighting, right? And having multiple players, you know, attacking it, tanking multiple players, dealing out massive area damage. But that isn't happening right now. And so far, Team Zero Missing certainly getting the strategic advantage in this map so far.
Absolutely. Grim really did a great job there, just full tanking that 2v1 for an endless time. He did not fall. Meanwhile, the enemies managed to get to 3v2 and kill, to snowball 2-3 kills. So we see a clear advantage towards Zero missing right now. But let's see if Blue Ultra Scuffed can actually re-rotate a little bit and move towards the team fight a bit more, or maybe even move Sion or the Spectre into the Catalyst. I'm not exactly sure about those 1v1 matchups since it's so recent, but I believe that the Core Necro should not be stuck there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, Gordon might get rest, actually.
Sneak rest by Flyover.
Oh, good pounce there by Helio and Mark. They noticed that immediately, and they shut it down. That could have been a nice revive to get there, but...
Almost clutch.
What do you want to see here from Ultra Scuffed? How do they get this momentum back? Like, what are the moves they need to be making to get back in this? Because right now, I think they're really struggling.
I think that they have to put their catalyst on the enemy catalyst. So they have to stalemate. If that's a stalemate, maybe they can kill each other, but they need to put the catalyst versus the catalyst and then try to rotate 4v4 on the rest of the nodes.
Yeah. And of course, I imagine, right, like this is going to be where that dance comes in. Like Team Zero missing, they're going to try and deny that, right? They aren't going to want that to happen. And let's see if, let's see the next set of rotations developing. The Catalysts are actually on the opposite side of the map right now. And where is Gornet going to go? Because I think a big part of Ultra Scuff's strategy is going to actually hinge on that Necromancer. And it looks like, funnily enough, Gornet's going to push the Catalyst again. What do you make of this? They're just going to try and get rid of it, maybe, with maybe even try and force a bit of a 2v2 or a 3v3 over here, in fact, involving
Yeah, I mean,
Catalyst.
he's stuck. Yeah, he's stuck in a position, but you see, he does leave it now. So he's trying just to do something. And I guess he was poking there with his allies, but he's moving towards the mid now. Naru is coming in to def that. I don't know how the Core Necro looks into the Tempest, but I don't think he can kill him that fast. But he should have a pressurable target here. So this is a decent spot, much better than what we saw before. We see though Fly taking pressure on the opposite side there. Cope. Oh, Fly is in trouble. Ooh.
Barely
He needs to get out. He needs to get out. There we go. Azadom now. We see Sion Azadom against Grim, Helio, and Naru. This is bad spot.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and disengage this. I think the Deadeye should be good to go to get out of here as well. Looks like the Untamed is able to negotiate their way away. They're staying for a long time, but they're trying to squeeze some value out of it. Yeah, as long as they don't die, it's good, right? And
exactly. This is fantastic.
They're wasting the time of the support, which is pretty decent, but actually, ooh, Zeon gets caught. Actually, that might be a little bit too greedy. Yeah, great immobilize is coming through there from Naru and Helio, actually shutting that down. Azadom still trolling a little bit and being annoying, but yeah, that death is very unfortunate. Yeah. Ooh, pet revival maybe.
Mark needs to fall, but Fly, Gornit, and Copalist here, they needed to kind of catch a kill here, but they didn't quite get it. They were very close though, very close, but they sadly did not get that. That would have changed a lot. Gornit under pressure. Athadom has now fallen on the opposite side of the map, as well as Sion. This is bad. They will get snowballed on. Right now, Zero Missing is having full control. Even though Blues are playing quite well in terms of cap, but they will now move on to a very losing spot. And they gradually lose to a triple cap here.
Yeah, Mark able to pounce on Gornet to finish that off. Catalyst goes down, and that's that strong backbone collapsing from Ultra Scuffed here. And as you say, this is now going to be a triple cap. And on Faux Fire, it's a very linear map, pretty small map. It's quite difficult to come back from a situation like that. And as I'm trying to go for the... one Spectre from Fly goes for the decap, but they'll now be matched by Grim and will be essentially driven away from the Zeon. Tries to push him, but gets intercepted by both Mark and Helio. Excellent map control here from Zero Missing. And they're just going to find this kill, I think, even potentially on the Zeon, right off respawn. That is a disaster.
Trouble there, he falls.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, they feel like a wall right now. And also this map, in my world... with delay or not, Red's composition is very powerful on Legacy. They can rotate that Tempest properly. They can always force 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. They can force many people together. It's not so much of space for a Blue to really play off this full damage comp. And also, I think Gornit is having a bit of a rough spot. He doesn't really know where to be most valuable. So yeah, I think also Grim doing an amazing job. Really tanking.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it does seem that the composition it's difficult to get value out of for Ultra Scuffed, and certainly Zero Missing with the answer. They understand how to punish what Ultra Scuffed are doing here. Of course, we are going to be going to Forest up next, I believe, and I would imagine, and you know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. I imagine that's a little bit of a better map here for the strategy that we could see coming from Ultra Scuffed here. More kiting potential for the Necromancer, of course, and just a greater potential to potentially get value out of the strategy that they're going for here.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I think Forest is one of the maps that they actually have a decent chance with this composition, and also since I believe I'm not 100% sure because this is such a fresh meta, but I don't know if Gornit stays on the core necro, he needs to find some good value because without a support, if he doesn't 1v1, what does he actually do? So it's going to be interesting to see Nifl, and also. It's way better for them having the Deadeye and the Necro being able to take out the Svanir and the Chieftain for extra points while just keep rotating. I think it's a much better map for them. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they move in the next map. As long as they take control of Grim, who this game got immense value.
Yes, absolutely. You know, that's actually a bit of a dynamic that we've seen a lot, actually. For example, in the game where Rank 55 actually were defeated by Ultra Scuffed, we saw some absolutely insane plays coming out from the blue Catalyst here as well, even pulling off an insane 1v2 into Draza, and like winning a 1v2, actually, absolute insanity.
Against the Thieves.
Catalysts. Yeah, 2 Thieves, yeah, really crazy stuff, actually. So the Catalyst really is a big deal in all of these matches, right? Like, oh, big axe throw there, and in fact, we see CJ pick up that kill onto the coast. As we say, that the Catalyst are putting in work, one does end up falling. But I think
Bladestone is strong against Catalyst. I believe in the straight duel. I don't think it's a quick duel. I think you can pressure each other, and the Catalyst has a lot of pressure points, but I do believe after a while the Bladestone is going to defeat the Catalyst. So that's also what Blue are lacking right now. They don't have that Catalyst killer in the straight 1v1. And trying to outnumber it with Deadeye and something that barely kills the Catalyst, I don't find that smart at all. Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they actually put Gornit now, because he's in a somewhat hard spot. Exactly. And also, I don't know if Sion can defeat the Catalyst in a duel as well. I think he has a higher chance than the Necromancer. So I would then send Sion to try to handle Grim instead of Gornit.
Yeah, it's very difficult stuff.
Instead of sending the DE as well. So just DE should ignore the Catalyst in my world, at least at the state of what we saw now. That's the thing I would change up.
Yeah, and it's going to have to be changed up pretty soon because we are going to be going to our second game. And actually, Fly does find some good value. Is able to pick up almost a kill onto Grimjack, actually, in a brief 1v1, but does actually get reinforced by Naro at the last second and should be able to save the day there. And yeah, the downstate is there, but they should be able to re-stabilize that. With, of course, the massive reinforce from Team Zero Missing. And that's going to be rounding out this game here, actually. A very commanding performance. That was actually 0 kills scored by Ultra Scuffed. 0! 14-0 at the end of this game. A very impressive performance here from Zero Missing.
Yeah, and that's where you can see that Tempest coming in, the support with that Catalyst again, and with the Bladestone, who's also, let me see exactly if he's running. Yeah, he's running the normal Berserker's build, so he's not some avatar change, but they do have that support. Blue doesn't. We are on Legacy, which everyone most likely knows is a team fight map, or rather it's a very squeezed in map, so you have a lot of area to fight on, you don't have a lot of area to chase, so it's a very squeezed in map which favors supports and team fight roles more than a map like what we see right now, for example, than the Raid of the Capricorn here, or Nifl, where you have other objectives. So team fight map, Legacy definitely, and that support, and also my opinion that Ultra Scuffed did not play around that enemy Catalyst enough. They basically rotate with stuff that seemed to be weak against it. Then we saw Fly. Apparently Fly had some really good pressure here on the Catalyst, so that could also change things up if they have that card. So that's what I want to see Gornit really focus up now and see, or with his team now, to try to find the perfect spot for him, and not on Legacy. And I think they can definitely come back.
Yeah, It's certainly true. I think Ultra Scuff, they're a team that has potential. They just need to find some way to get value out of their strategy, change up their rotations a little bit, make sure they're taking good matchups. Because right there, like Team Zero Missing, they had the plan, they went in with the strategy, and they were able to control it and make sure that their plan was the one that ended up happening there as well. So, yeah, very good stuff. We're going to be moving on to our next game on the EU very, very shortly. In fact, yes, EU.
Right, World Swap.
Exactly.
Transfer.
It's World Swap. Back to EU
it's
here.
World Transfer.
Yes. Because, there's a little bit, obviously, of an advantage there. Like, ping is a big deal. There are some professions as well, like stuff like Thief, right, is very, very Twitch sensitive, right? You want to be able to use your actions very, very quickly. So that does make a difference there. I don't think it's a completely like unwinnable, unlosable difference, of course. And we'd certainly, I'd expect to see teams trade games on both servers, right? Rather than have just the matches straight up dictated by ping, but that can definitely be a factor. And of course, building up momentum using that slight advantage can be a big deal as the game progresses as well.
Absolutely. A delay can be way bigger than some people think. Some people overestimate delay and they blame everything on the delay, which is not the truth either. You can do a lot with 150 ping, but of course, if you have 300, etc., it's starting to be really rough.
Yeah.
And yes, delay does impact your performance. That's how it is. But it does not impact your decision making. It does not impact your rotations. And I think that Ultra Stuff can clean up some of those things with or without a delay.
Absolutely. What do you make of the interaction between, just again, getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, what do you make of the interaction between Team Zero Missing's composition and Rank 55 Dragons comp, right? Like, how do you think that might end up looking, actually? With that, do you have a preference between one or the other, or do you think they're actually equally valid right now and it's going to be really, really close?
I mean, I think I would say that 55s is slightly better. Mm-hmm. I would say that it's slightly better because I do prefer. I think that Bladezone, running no Bladezone right now is probably not the way to go. I think Bladezone really got buffed up, and it's a semi-support in a way. It's a passive support. You don't really hard support at all. You don't have any PLCC. You have a Dragon Trigger, but it's not really a CC. It's a little Rupt. You don't have any PLCC like the Tempest or the Guardians And I think that the Bladezone makes too much value right now, has too many 1v1 strengths, has too much 2v2 strengths, and semi-supports in that team fight. So I think that from what I know, obviously I play Bladezone too, so I think that maybe I have a bias there, but I don't know the Necromancer, the core Necro's true value yet. So if it's about Zan's Bladezone, but Zan is also new on the Bladezone, so we gotta count in that rank 55 has now rerolled 3 guys into off classes. Zanananan is not playing on his engineer. We see Misha is not playing support, he's playing Catalyst. We see Frey swapping to Spectre. He has been Harbinger the past, or Necromancer the past year. So we see off classes here. And I think that can definitely impact 55's performance too. They're not on their, the past Motas, we saw Zan, absolutely carrying on his HDH or his throw nades engineer. And that's not going to happen in the same way this time. He's not going to be able to be that type of carry on that Bladezone. He can carry, but he cannot do the same what he did in terms of roam and in terms of teamfight kill. But I think it's a very equal game with Ultra Scuffed. Personally, I would pick the Bladezone, but the core Necro probably has more value against 55 comp than it does against USA comp.
Absolutely. And, well, with that analysis, we're about to leap into the action here. We've managed to get to EU. We're going to be starting up very, very shortly with our teams already good to go and about to load in. Before we get there, though, I actually do want to once again mention our incredible partners with this event, okay? Cure Rare Disease. You can find out more about Cure Disease with !CRD. They're a charity, a non-profit organization that develops treatments, cures, therapeutics, all that kind of stuff for conditions and diseases that currently are very difficult to treat and unfortunately do not have any cures as of right now in the current state of medicine. So if you want to support some incredible causes and really improve some lives around the world, then get over there right now with !CRD. We've got a big goal today of getting to $5,000. We've already done an amazing $4,343 this weekend. That is absolutely incredible. I'm incredibly grateful for everyone who's participated, right? You are all truly wonderful. And I'm just going to go ahead and read off some people. Peanuts with a 20, Zesty Mango with the 10, Avarice the Hoarder with the 5, and it says, if everyone watching donates $5, we'll be at the goal. Here's my share. I like that. And Midrex with the 20. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's get this goal done. Let's get to that 5,000. Let's get some big numbers here to round out this incredible weekend of Guild Wars 2 Esports. And well, that's the end of that, okay? The segue has been completed, right? Cure disease has been mentioned. I am happy about that. I hope you guys are happy about that. But you know what I'm also happy about, Ron? This next game, which is about to start. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, you may be muted, by the way, Rom. I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
Yeah, now you are unmuted. Yeah.
I'm unmuted. Yes, we are. We just got the 5 players on each side here. We just saw Scuffed Phoenix join in. And here we go. We have the EU names are back. Phoenix, no more Copalist. Real names are here. And we see the same comp coming out from Red. Yes, same comp.
Yep.
Same
We are just the same as both. In fact, on both teams, actually. No changes have been made. We are looking exactly clean on there right now. No changes. So it really is going to come down to the execution here. Are we going to be able to see Ultra Scuffed execute well enough to utilize their Necromancer and get some value here? We're about to find out. Unless maybe Gornit, Gornit, of course, could potentially try some Harbinger gameplay as well. Gornit is definitely a player who loves Necromancer, is certainly going to be playing a variant of it, more than competent with a Scourge, like with a Harbinger, with the Reaper, and of course with Core. And, in the same way, I think that's kind of semi-true for a lot of these players. Fly actually is definitely a bit of a multi-classer, but definitely leans towards Thief. And again, this composition is going to be revolving around a double Thief. So at the end of the day, that's not exactly a surprise to see that. So yeah, here we go. Game begins.
Here we go.
And we're on EU.
Let's see what Blue will do different this time on EU with no delay, with no excuse. What will they do differently?
Yeah, I think, you mentioned this in the previous game. I think you're absolutely right. They need to really avoid the situation where Gornit is going to be forced to 1v1, specifically into the Catalyst. Now, Gornit is going towards the close node here, towards that henge, and we see this same push, right? It does look that we are looking from Zero Missing to position Grimjack onto the henge. Now, let's see if we see a different response here from Ultra Scuffed. Are we going to see maybe a 1v1 from the Spectre or something like that? No, it's going to be the Necromancer again.
Yeah, and they leave the far push. They do not push, only a USA push. But this, when they rotate like this, and when they know this, maybe they have a different view on the duel between the Core Necro and the Catalyst. Maybe the Ultra Scuff, they can beat it, but I don't think so, because right now we see Fly taking over, which we saw had much more success, and we see Gornit move back to the middle. So they rotated straight out. But Red does have the full cap, so they did get a full cap, and they had to waste time during this swap rotation, Blue. But let us see this team fight. We see Fly going decently low over there, but Phoenix going low. Can it survive this?
It's a good fearing there to try and help Phoenix escape. And I think we are in a very unusual spot here. And I think this is where the true flexibility of Zero Missing's composition really comes into play. Because, of course, the Necromancer is quite nice in some of these team fight situations. But there's a support for Zero Missing as well. It's very difficult for Ultra Scuff to really effectively teamfight, in my opinion, to that. And if they try and play skirmishing, well, the Bladesworn is there. That's almost like a half support that makes them excellent at skirmishing too. I think it's super difficult for Ultra Scuff to really squeeze, to find a vulnerability, to find a crack in the armor here. It just seems invincible.
I fully agree with you. It's very hard to penetrate the wall of a Tempest and a Bladesworn. Honestly, this red side composition looks similar to it's not the same classes, but it's similar gameplay to what we ran many years ago in ESL day with Druid and Tempest, where Druid is now the Bladesworn and the Tempest is the Tempest. So I feel that a similar type of gameplay. You have this resustain, you don't really have stab for allies, but you have this skirmish power, yet team fight power. And yeah, Blue is still struggling here. very hard. And I don't think that the early rotation was smart, but we'll see how they try to recover here. We do see a double cap, but we see Grim. He's making value. Gwym, he's making value.
Yeah, once again, yeah.
This 2v1. Cannot die 2v1.
This catalyst just hasn't really been answered.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's making value.
To be frank, there's just not much of an answer to the composition, the strategy in general. It just appears that Zero Missing has a superior grasp on the current metagame, the current state of PvP, and yeah, they've brought that to the table here, and it doesn't look like there's much that Ultra Scuff's going to be able to do here, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now, but let's see how this pans out. As we go, we see two guys moving back now into the middle. We see Scuffed boys coming into the middle. We see a 3v3 potentially begin, but Azadom is very low, so we have to disengage, or we'll draw. Pick him up. We'll draw, defeat Azadom. Azadom goes for a counter attack. Azadom goes for a decap.
And we'll be able to do that, but I mean, we already have a really sizable advantage currently for Team Zero Missing here, right? They're still up a 2 cap here. They are going to lose one of their nodes here, but look at this. Like, we still have this like very slow 2v2 over here. I mean, it is on the henge there, but it actually gets decapped. There's too much crowd control, and the Catalyst and Fly actually get knocked off the point, I believe, by the Tornado of Naru, and it just denies even more point gain. And I just don't really think Blue can punch through this. Catalyst and Tempest, it's going to be so difficult to kill. Yeah. Having said that, that's a really big elite skill there from the Thief, actually. But the
water... Oh, they got Interrupt! They got Interrupt! Come on! Can you get
big.
that?
Is that
Sion
enough?
coming in as well.
Oh, it is enough.
Fall down, and now we see a 3v2 coming in. This is their chance to get double kills, but Gwym is an ultimate tank, and he is fantastic at juking at this henge node. So if they can catch Gwym, that's perfect, but if they cannot, they have to snowball that middle, which I believe they may move to. Let's see if Sion can get this catch. We do see Red still ticking those double nodes, still equal numbers around the middle. That Gwym needs to die.
Yeah, it's just not... I don't think it's going to happen, though. He's been holding 1v2 for such a long time. He is running out of cooldown, so does need some help here. I do want to see a bit of a response here from Team Zero Missing. I think they need to do something about it, but actually, no. Yeah, Grim is very, very smart with his cooldown management here. Realizes that kind of running out of steam a little bit, gets up to that high ground, and at that point, it's just so hard to actually follow up on that and get that kill. And yeah, Zeon is forced to leave. Like, that is a catastrophic situation, right? That they were 2v1ing for nearly a minute, I'd say, and they got nothing from that, Rob. Absolutely nothing.
I know. It's a rough spot, and Azadom is already getting pressured in the middle. This is rough. It's not that easy to play this double thief idea into this kind of cheesier version when they also have LOS to jig around. You know, it's not that easy. This is a risky composition in that sense, and especially when they have no killer on that catalyst. Like when they cannot even pressure him, he's literally carrying the entire side. It feels like Blue cannot touch him unless they maybe send Phoenix on him instead. So yeah, I would. Now we see Blue at least getting a little bit of caps, but it's gonna change in a second here because Gornit has fallen. We see Phoenix. Yeah, the mid fight is going on here. 2v2, very stalemate-y. A 1v1.
Trying to hold on. Yeah, Azadom there as well. We actually see a beast pick up there as well. Actually, just use it to disengage, to teleport over there. And yeah, Azadom into Helio. This actually tends to go... I've seen the Deadeye actually do really well in this matchup over the past few days, actually. So Azadom might be feeling good about that. Gornit has now respawned. He's actually going to come in and help try to deal with Helio here. Helio actually lands the elite skill. Gets a big condition burst onto Azadom. That might be a kill. Ooh, needs the cleanse. Does manage to get it, but still very low. And Helio even feeling aggressive. Actually, Gornit leaves that, so Azadom has to be unbelievably careful to avoid dying over here. Does manage to hold on though, actually.
And it is good in this matchup, but also Henge has so much LOS, so he can always hide behind one of those pillars and get that little extra resustain. And I think it's actually a big part of that duel.
It absolutely is.
It is capped.
And again, we did see that momentary double cap there as well. Like Ultrasoft were able to find some value. Team Zero Missing, they've got the hands of steel. They have regained control. They have grabbed the game. They're back in the driving seat here as we move towards this. Draw are very pressured over here, actually. Doesn't have many quarters left over, but yeah, Zion gets a big blast. But with the Tempest there, look at that resustain, massive healing coming out from the Tempest. And Yeah, of course, Xeon will now be repelled. He
here we-
can't really do much.
And here we see, yeah, exactly. We see Xeon struggling in this 2v1, and then we see Fly and Gorny trying to duel Gwym on that side again, and they do not catch the kill, but Xeon dies. So now we see Blue dying on the 1v2, and we see Blue not being able to kill Red in 2v1. And this is such a major issue. Has been their issue this game and the last game. They can't kill 2v1, and they die 2v1. So this is the main factor I can see right now. But I do hope that Blue can find some creative solution. They don't have much time, and it does look grim. For sure,
Yes.
literally. It's
Yeah,
grim.
it literally looks grim. Yeah, it absolutely does. And
Look into the
Gorny-
eyes of Gwym. Cannot kill him.
Yeah. Gorna got some really good pressure there off onto Grim here, but unfortunately, Grim was able to disengage. And that's kind of one of the problems I see with Necromancer. It often struggles to have kill potential. I feel like it's quite slow, and that means even if you are getting pressure, your opponent may be able to simply disengage, and that's exactly what we saw there with Grimjack. He was low, but he simply walked away. He utilized his keyboard to disengage, the true defense. There's a lot of damage coming in from Xeon, but again, there's some great... Oh, actually, Grim does fall there, actually. That might be problematic for him. But there's still some good kiting potential. He's got the... the magic shield actually despawns. That is a bit awkward, actually. That might be a kill.
Gwym has fallen. He has been taken down. Raid boss is down. Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
Oh, but no, look at the glyph.
People coming in.
Oh,
People coming
the
into glyph.
precast! That was a sick precast there from Naru, actually. What a play. Holy shit.
Naru
Yeah,
precasting on the mist form downstairs.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
yes. Very clean there, actually. And look, I could instant replay that as well, Rob. Ooh, very exciting. Cool stuff. Oh, yeah, what a play there from Naru, actually. Like, hey, that's... Honestly, it really shows you that even though these players aren't necessarily playing their main, for example, Naru is very often playing the Necromancer position for this team, actually, or Aroma, a more aggressive style, not usually on support. In fact, the player they lost was usually their support player, Zeromus. You can see that these players are very easily able to adapt to new things and perform very well in these positions, too.
Absolutely. And also they're having the delay right now, so... they're playing really well right now, and they're controlling the enemy, they are abusing with Grim at the moment as well. Like, I think Blue needs to stop 2v1ing Grim. They just need to stop. What you can do is start to... Now Xeon will fall here in the middle, and it looks very... Speaking of Grim, it looks grim.
This is tough, we're kind of getting to the end here. It's 403 to 143 here, of course. Certainly looking a little bit tricky. For Ultra Scuffed. Of course, again, they're going to go and face Suwon Slayers coming up next. And then, of course, they'll be able to work their way through the lower brackets. So do not worry, Ultra Scuffed fans. They are not going anywhere just yet. And we'll... and again, as you say, Roma, I think that is... It's really important to notice, right? That there could be some... kind of subtle nuances here that Ultra Scuffed are able to adapt to and are able to respond to that could end up giving them more openings and more opportunities down the line. Like, giving some time looking at the next matches, right? Perhaps watching how rank 55 play into Zero Missing, which is what's going to be coming up next, right? Seeing what they do, all that kind of stuff. Like, they may be able to get some information and some understanding and some technology that will allow them to potentially challenge these incredibly strong teams. But yeah, not too much of a, it's not a surprise to see, again, Zero Missing, which essentially is considered to be one of the top teams, right? That roster, Team USA, whatever, right? This is considered to be one of the top teams, if not the top team in the world, just alongside rank 55. So no surprise to see them perform as excellently as they just did.
Absolutely. And they're using also Dra, who's an EU player, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct.
So, and Dra has been with 55 for a lot of time, and this guy knows 55. He's a top player. He knows Guild Wars 2, and he's just a great addition to their team. So I would say that this USA roster is really on par with the highest boys. So this is a version of the strength of USA. And it's going to be interesting now. And as you said, I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see if Ultra Scuffed can take something from how 55 plays into USA. But maybe USA has found a counter to this double thief comp in a little way. Or maybe they're just playing it wrong. So it's going to be interesting to see if Zan on that Blade Zone can make more value than Gornit did on that Core Necro, and how somehow if that value change is so much to change the whole outcome of composition. And also it's players involved. We know that. I ain't gonna lie and say many people are better than, for example, boys in the dual position. We see Drazen and Boise on 55, who are absolute beasts in duels. And on EU, I severely doubt on equal terms that they will lose their duels. So we see also the pressure coming out from those high-tier mechanical duelists.
Exactly.
Which maybe Ultrascuff did not have in this game. So I'm not sure, there are many factors that are involved.
Yeah, it's an incredibly complicated situation. I think particularly now, seeing as the meta is a bit more chaotic, a bit more skirmishy, there's so much going on. A 1v1 can be so important because, like a team can quickly take one kill and then snowball that and really capitalize on that because the game is a little bit faster right now. So 1v1s are incredibly important. These 2v2s are incredibly important, right? And especially when you're dealing with two thieves, understanding when to kite, when you need to survive, right? Like when to move into +1, a duel or something like that is incredibly important. And all of these small things add up very, very quickly indeed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And now,
did we hear someone join in now?
I believe we did.
Is it the king?
I believe the king has arrived.
I'm not even playing chess. How we doing?
Yeah, no more chess. And, even better,
no more chess.
He's well fed as well, ready to go.
Well fed, not starving this time.
Concede.
Yeah.
Join in now.
Did you win your chess game?
No. I tilted.
That's unfortunate.
I hinted into that. So how we do? I'm a little match, Teapot. I'm a little match.
Oh really? Oh, why?
I casted with you on Friday.
Okay.
We had a good time.
We did have a good time.
Have a good time, chat. I had a good time, and we specifically said we had 10K as a goal. Mm-hmm. And then I heard you celebrate the fact that we haven't even reached 5K.
That's true.
Now, are we not raising the cost for cure rare disease?
That is what we're doing. That's currently what we're doing right now.
Have I? Please remind me. What is that?
Cure rare disease is a brilliant, fantastical, amazing non-profit organization that is developing cutting-edge technology and medicines to improve the lives of people around the world diagnosed with rare genetic conditions. Right now, don't have any treatments or cures. So I'd give that a pretty high rating. Like the games so far, they've been good. But Cure Disease, even better, right? They really are remarkable. And I've worked with them previously, as I'm sure a lot are aware, for doing fashion shows and all sorts of fun community events. And this time, they're really helping us out. And a big part of our prize pool is essentially down to the assistance of Cure Disease. Like we actually have $3,000 in prize pools, thanks to their assistance in setting that up as well. So looking great there as well. And that's on top of all the stuff that we've raised ourselves as well from the community of Guild Wars 2. So they're really throwing us a bone with some of that epic Guild Wars 2 esports action. And I think that, their cause is fantastic. And I'm very, very proud to be able to support them actually during this weekend. It's fantastic stuff. Exclamation mark CRD. Let's go. Learn more. Go and donate. Boom. Do it. 5,000. Let's go.
Fantastic! You reminded me. I was concerned.
Yeah,
and I forget what it was about. But I'm glad that we figured out that. Then I say that at the end of this game, that's coming up, and this is going to be one of the best games that's coming up for 2 reasons.
Oh yeah,
3 reasons in fact. Number one, because chat is going to hype this up, and we're going to get to at least 4.5 during this game, right? That's at least. That's number one, and that's that's one thing. Number two. We got 55, right? And we got 0 missing.
We do.
That's a fantastic setup of teams. We're talking about, I would argue, the 2 favorites of this tournament, right?
Oh yeah, oh for sure. Yeah, I think it's certainly what people are expecting to see in the finals, right? Obviously, there's still potential for upsets, but if you're going to make a prediction, you're going to predict that these 2 teams are going to be the ones that make it all the way. And well, we get a bit of a sneak preview now. This is a best of 3. We might see them later on in a best of 5 down the line, actually. Super exciting there. But yeah, this is going to be the first time these teams fully meet, right? And we'll be able to, again, figure out what's going on there. And there's a really fun dynamic there as well. And I imagine you've got direct experience with this too, is that you have this element if you're going to be gathering information, right? Because this is obviously a very important match. You get to go to the finals and then, you get to chill out for a little bit, which is great, obviously. But there's also a lot to be learned here, right? In the games that you win, in the games that you lose, right? Because of course, then you've got to do it again. If you win here, that's not good enough. You've got to win a best of 5 later on too. Right? And information and again strategy is almost we saw in the previous round with Ultra Scout versus Zero Missing. It's so important to understand your opponent's composition and strategy and how you can play around that.
And the fun thing about this, I mean, it's Guild is in a pretty interesting spot where people really bring out the big guns when they're in for a real event, right? Mm-hmm. And that means that you don't really get to test what you have. We saw this in that set where Ultra Scout got ultra smacked. They didn't have an answer. The Catalyst was really just ripping through them the entire set, and that's because at this level of play, like maybe Gordit has been playing versus Ellis that aren't as strong consistently when they're trying to practice, and Gordit's like, well, I have this 1v1 matchup, or when he's in his 1v1, he pressures them enough so that when a thief comes in, the thief can just give the matchup instantly. But then when you're up versus a stronger opponent, all of a sudden your view of the game changes completely. One of the strongest memories I have in Guild Wars was our view of Necro in Europe was that it was garbage for the longest time, right? It was just a bad class. Ellie would demolish it, Mesmer would demolish it, all these people, and we would practice the matchup versus, quote, good Necros, right? And then we faced Nos for the first time. And Nos, coming from NA over to Europe, was able to beat just about every single Ellie. Not just beat them, but beat them super quickly. And the same applied to like fighting Mesmers and such. And we didn't have that practice versus that specific matchup on that level. Now, theoretically, maybe the Ellie could have won, but when you're on the game day, that's where your craft really comes through. And we're currently in a spot where, you know, the teams really have to figure things out on the game day. And that can be devastating if you've been on the wrong end of the craft. That's why it's very exciting to see like what's going to happen. For instance, Ultranam has the chance now to observe top-level gameplay and make adjustments. Are they good enough to do that? We'll see. So there's a lot riding on this set, not only between the teams playing right now, but everyone watching is going to be able to adapt according to it. And of course, the teams playing right now can adapt from it. I forgot to mention one point, T-Pop. It's important. I mentioned that this is one of the most important sets and the best set of today. And I mentioned 2 reasons why. The third reason is, in case chat hasn't noticed, I'm casting. And all of a sudden, the game, the stakes, everything.
The best game.
Yes. It's the best game.
And indeed, I will go ahead and hand over this match to you and Rom. Yeah, I'm out of here. I will stay nice and quiet during this, okay, and simply keep track of the action. I'm sure the stream, they're sick of me already. So, gentlemen, please go ahead and take it away. And, you know, give us an overview of what's going on, the composition and so on. Talk about the map a little bit here. All that kind of fun stuff.
All right, Helsa, do you want to kickstart these compositions? Because we see 2 different styles. And it's going to be so interesting to see how on Temple, too, with all this triple node, maybe the Tempest loses value.
Yeah, especially when the buffs come up. Something that I'm also very interested in seeing what's happening. When I watched the European Games on Friday, I saw Revenant, and I was like, Revenant is busted in this metagame. That was my view of it, because when you're going to the skirmishes and snowballing, Revenant is so strong and so good of picking off running targets. And I felt like Boyce was super strong on it, but Mish actually told me, and it's like, we're probably not going to run Revenant later. And I looked at that and I was like, well, okay. And now we're seeing, well, Dra is on the Rev, and we're seeing Zero Missing doing a really, really good job in their games. The Tempest is going to be weaker when the buffs are popping up so that there's smaller matchups. But
and the Revenant,
because of their comp, they should be able to snowball it, no?
Yeah, and the Herald too, you know. So there, to me, just watching this quickly, Blue Team has Herald and Tempest, which both have flawed matchups against the entire Red Team. So when those buffs hit, Herald and Tempest are gonna have to really kind of move together. And it's going to be interesting to see. I feel, just by the look of this, that Red has more chance on this map than many other maps. And before we get into it, just a quick backstory here. Helset and me are all teammates, and we actually have Draze and Freylina on the Red side here that are also old teammates. So we are in an old school vibe right now, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm going to try to not be too biased casting this, right?
Yes,
it's like, you know, you have your teammates of so many years that you've done so much, and even like, you know, me, Misha, friends and all that stuff, you know, but I'm gonna try to be unbiased. If Misha messes up, I'm gonna call him out on it. I'm gonna call him garbage. Don't worry about it, chat. I'm preparing my words.
You're unbiased, yeah.
It's gonna be interesting seeing though, because I feel like this is a battle of like opening, right? I feel like if 55 get the opening, then surely they're gonna have an advantage when the buff spawn. But I believe in the actual 5v5, Zero Missing has the advantage in the bigger fights, and they're gonna have to make something out of it. So I expect an aggressive opening right away.
Absolutely, I fully agree with you. Blue team fight, red skirmish, and split. Let us see how they begin.
So how engaged are you in the Ranger gameplay in this metagame?
I think that right now, you know, the meta changed very recently, and I was away a couple of weeks from Guild Wars, so I haven't investigated very deeply, but I do think that Untamed definitely has a lot of value right now, because Harbinger was what was gatekeeping it. A hard supporting core guard and a Harbinger was gatekeeping it. And here we go. We see Boise and Freylina in the middle against Helio and Dra, and Boyce got perfect spike on Helio. Helio is so low here.
Pressured.
Super pressured here, and you see Freylina just wants him. He wants him right now. Can Helio fall to Freylina?
He has his shadow step ready. Yeah, he's not going to get out of combat, which means that, okay, he might just stealth out. So he's going to be fine.
And we see Misha will re-engage Grim here in the mirror duel. This is already a better spot than we saw last game. It's better for the Catalyst to be dueling than... Okay, here we go. Oh, Misha is taking damage though. Grim is a wall. Freylina is coming for the outnumber. Nubu ignores the middle. He's going straight to outnumber his close point. So it's going to be an outnumber on the close point of USA. And we're seeing Freylina trying to...
Jack is doing super well whenever he gets outnumbered. I saw it in the last set and it's happening the same. Like he was 1-1 versus Misha. Frey comes in and the only thing they get out of it is really a decap so far. Freylina tends to re-engage whenever the opponent pushes back in, and we see him do this again. I think he's going to get this kill.
And here he goes. Here he goes.
That's
beautiful.
Super important. Had he not died there, then they would have outnumbered in vain.
Exactly.
And that's super dangerous to do.
And we see Red disengage. You see Red disengage, and now we see Draze even sneaking that decap in the back. Can he get it? He does get it. This is perfect by 55. Look at this beautiful move. They did not die in the outnumbered. Unlike what we saw last game, and we saw Frey actually get the 2v1 kill onto Grim. So it's doable. It is doable.
I feel like Frey pretty much always re-engages, right? I'm trying to think of his habit as a player. Like if I'm the 1v1er and I escape the 2v1, I should know that if I push back within the next 15 seconds, Frey's gonna be there. So I wonder, knowing the tendency of how Frey plays, why you would push back in so soon as Grimjack. He did really well to survive that 2v1, but if he doesn't have the cooldowns, going back in seems a little greedy. But maybe he just felt like his team wasn't winning middle, so he wanted to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't think that Frey would actually try again because he made such a, so to say, half-assed effort when he tried the first time. So I don't know how he analyzes that. We know Frey better than they do, probably. I don't think they scrimmed each other. They didn't scrim or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and this. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. They don't really scrim versus each other, so they get to feel each other at how the teams play as the set is going.
At game day, and that's where flexibility comes in, and where on the spot analyze comes in, and it's a different type of analyze, and I love to see it. Oh, Frey falls as well. Clay is going down as well. Clay has he was already dead. We see Grim against Zan. Zan's node. We see Boyce outnumbering Grim here, just trying to catch him. Boyce waits for the one shot. Nope, not into that Earth shield.
Yeah, so 55 are keeping a really strong control of the map though. Like they lose middle, but they're gonna get far at the same time. They're keeping control of close, even though they're getting outnumbered there. So they're currently out rotating. They don't need to win the fights, and when they win the fights, they get a lot out of it. So currently they just have a strong grip of it.
Absolutely. And here we see Gwym. Gwym, can he die to Boyce? He does have magnetic shield. Oh, does he get it? He gets it off. Second magnetic shield here. They just tried to catch him, but there he falls to Boyce's great sword. This is a perfect spot. Can Nubu get the rest? Nubu did not get the rest. This is perfect for 55. All members are out. We see Gwym now dead. This is the snowball position.
Yeah, Misha getting to 1v1 the thief as well on middle, gonna force another player to rotate back in. So this is looking nasty. This is I mean, the buffs aren't even up yet, and both you and I are predicting that 55 are going to have an advantage when the buffs are up. So they can't be winning the fights already. If they are, then, well, Zero Missing better step it up.
Yeah, definitely. And I know that this map is definitely slightly more favored towards skirmish. So I know that Legacy will be slightly easier for blue. But red is playing really solid. Fantastically solid right now. There we go. We see Nubu falls as well. Can they catch draw? If they catch draw, it's over. Here we go. Draw falls as well. This is absolute 55.
Yeah, I don't see a comeback coming back in this game. Like they're getting stillness. They have minimum 2 cap here, and they're collecting kills left and right. By the time there's going to be respawns on their missing side, 55 is going to be over 300 points.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I think you and I would both agree. Let's say we're playing and we're in this tournament right now. You still play, right? You play to get as much as possible for 2 reasons. Number one, in this current tournament format, the amount of points you collect in games, even if you lose, will matter if you get to pick your region. And all players want their own region. Right now, Zero Missing are playing on the European region, so they have some lag going on. If they don't win dominantly next match, provided that they can't recover some points here, then they're going to have to play in Europe again. That's one of the reasons. And the second reason is you have to keep going. You can't just give up in a game because it's going to mess up the mentality of how people focus. You have to keep going. And sometimes miracles happen, even in games like this, where everything just clicks. The opponents messes up. They lose their guard. I can think time and time again where we think a game is completely over and then all of a sudden 15 things just click at once and you manage to turn.
Exactly, and that can happen. It can always happen, but right now we see a death on the red side. It's coming down buff now, so this is a decent spot for blue, actually. They don't have the caps, so they will lose a lot of points, but...
Yeah, and now the lower buff spawns.
Yeah.
And we already see people rotating towards it, and now we're gonna see what their tactic is when they have to split up at this regard.
Exactly, and now it's the problem for blue, you know, trying to decap those nodes while holding contest on top buff and bottom buff. It's a tricky situation.
Yeah, and now CJ is going down.
Gwym is under pressure. This is very, very rough. CJ just died.
Yeah, Helio's down as well. Yeah, so this is when you call curtains, right? The game is actually over at this point. We talked about how you have to collect as many points as possible because that's part of the tournament format. But I think it's fair to know that they're not going to win. So if you're in the seat, I don't quite remember. We always won. That's the problem, right? When we played, we just won all sets. So I didn't get to practice enough on like this losing part. But what's your thought? How do you regroup here?
I would not be frustrated if my allies said, all right, I believe this is it's over now. But I would probably just try. Right now, I wouldn't really go deeper than fighting what I'm right now doing. Like if I wouldn't really go too deep into it. It's hard. It's hard. I would try to re-engage and get a 2v1 kill, but I don't know. It's rough.
Yeah. The game's over. Yeah, I'm talking about what you talk about as a team now that the game is over.
Yeah, right now they're probably already you're very smart question. Right now they're probably talking about how they will change up things until the next game for the next game.
Because Nara's dead on lower buff and
right now they're not talking about
you're already talking about next game at this point, I feel. So
they do have a little chance. Look, they're sitting on that double cap, but they did lose Helio, so they're not anymore. Now it's even more over. But they had a decent.
And Nara's dead on lower buff, so it's like
it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you would change your strategy, because the idea that the Revenant comp, in my opinion, I mean, they're going to go in NA, right? And that's where they get to feel, maybe they just feel like the lag was too much for them and all that stuff. But honestly, at no point during this game, ever, honestly, did it feel like Zero Missing had any control whatsoever, right? They're on the back foot since the start.
Yeah.
The best spot they were in was when Grimjack survived his 2v1. But even during the time he survived his 2v1, his teammates didn't win the rest of the map. And when he re-engaged, Frey still had enough time to push back in, kill him, and then go back to middle and wipe the map. So they need to find a way to take advantage of when they actually do outnumber. Similar to what Ultranam couldn't do versus them.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the main difference here. We see that Ultrascuff really tried. You know, they used the Deadeye with the Necro to try to take out Grim, and he just tanked. He tanked. And when we saw the same idea, but now Catalyst versus Catalyst with Frey as a Spectre coming in with the outnumber, I do believe that the Spectre is stronger in that outnumber. Now, I don't know for a fact. This is such a fresh meta that we don't know every detail. But the Spectre, what I've seen today from Ultrascuffed and 55, it's way stronger against that Catalyst. So Grim did not have the same value as he had versus Ultrascuffed. He died. Finally, he died. And also 55 did not die.
Exactly. That's the most important part. The Guild Wars is a game of outnumbering, right?
Yes.
In general, it's never going to be only like bunker metas was the time where you would have like one specific matchup on the entire of the map and people play that fight until they're dead. That generally doesn't happen. What happens is I'm 1v1 on par and I'm going to get an ally to plus me. And if I get the ally to plus me, I need to make sure to get a kill because during this time I'm -1 player somewhere else on the map. Conversely, if my opponent manages to survive, that means that his team is +1 player on the map and he didn't die. So it's a constant game of like trying to fiddle the numbers of the player and make as much value as possible of where you are. And that's why it's so important. The most important thing of all in Guild Wars 2 is to not die. Because if I'm being 2v1'd, if I manage to hold it for 10 seconds and then die, well, then I didn't really create an advantage. Having 5 more points doesn't really matter if it means that my team's getting wiped on middle. But if I manage to disengage and push back in, then all of a sudden my team has far more momentum to be able to win back the map. So in general, less dying from Zero Missing would be good.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
And we're going to NA now, and it's going to be a different map. You know, you spoke a little bit about how, of course, Temple is an excellent map for that skirmishing double thief style coming out from 55. Next up is going to be Kylo, though. What do you make of that? Is this a potential advantage for Team Zero Missing, or are 55 again going to be pretty happy about this herb? It does go to a third. It will be Capricorn, by the way, for the final map, which will be a region determined based off the points as previously mentioned. But what do you think about this? Like ping advantage and a new map? Can Team Zero Missing pull something off it?
I mean, it depends on what level of ping we're talking about. For instance, something that would be far too unplayable would be to have 500 plus ping, but that's not what we have. What we currently have is $495 left. We're missing $5 to beat 4.5, and which is why before you talk about ping, you need to talk about something far more important in the grand scheme of things.
That's a good call. And that is, of course, cure a disease. And as, Helsa has astutely pointed out, we are $4 away. Well, actually, no, wait. What? 4493.59. So like $7 from 4,500 on our cure a disease goal. Big shout out to Talianara, Wilsey, Takaru, Kazas against disease, Anonymous, double Anonymous. Thank you very much indeed for your very generous donations there of 20, 50, 10, 20, and 40. Nearly at 4,500. We are absolutely off to an excellent start here. Okay, plenty of games, some epic games to go later on there. Wow. Oh, nice. And actually, I'm going to very briefly just talk about something else after this as well, before we get into our next game, because actually, a bit of a linked thing here. In fact, let me just go ahead and move to the game. I will show the slightly scuffed overlay here, but let's take a look at this. From Guild MM, 6 legendary weapons with an exclamation mark CRD for the prize. Well, MM coming in clutch, it's super hard to raise money for the prize pool right now, actually. I do feel that the scene and in general, the competitive scene is a bit deflated right now. But you know what? Hopefully we have reinflated and, raised your spirits a little bit about competitive play in Guild Wars 2. And wow, that is absolutely insane. From the big man himself. 6 legendaries for the prize pool. That's going to be a spectacular thing to try and win there. I mean, that's pretty hot. I'm actually really sad because I don't think I can actually... I might be able to just barely squeeze him into the credits video, actually, with that. I'm going to do my best, actually, because he definitely deserves it. But thank you so much, MM. What an absolute legend. But yes, once again, exclamation mark CRD. Guild MM demands it, in fact, as we are very close to our $5,000 goal. Hit that button right now. Hit exclamation mark CRD. Exclamation mark donate will get you there as well. There's even a panel below the stream. There are so many ways that you can be an incredible human being by supporting the fantastic cause that is Cure Rare Disease. Charity, non-profit that we're working with, and have worked with previously, doing some excellent work in the battle against rare genetic conditions worldwide. Cutting-edge science, my friends. It really is. You want to check it out, look it up at curedisease.org. Go to our Tiltify campaign. Go check that out. And I believe we are more or less loading in. Go ahead and make sure that I've got everything correctly aligned. Yeah, we are good. I think we're pretty good. Let me quickly just check something. Yep, that's looking good. Oh, hang on. Oh, wait. Wait, what? I think I've joined the wrong arena somehow. Wait,
I am in the right one. Yeah, I see.
Wait, I feel like I'm in the wrong arena. What is this actually? Wait.
Where are you?
Wait, what's happened?
Yeah, you ain't. Yeah, Mighty Teapot is here.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm on 2 accounts right now. Oh no! I actually what a disaster! I logged onto EU again. Hang on, bear with me a moment here. Actually, hang on, gamers. I'm on my way. Oops, I'm on the wrong server. What a classic. Yeah, because I'm on 2 accounts, gamers. Basically, the overlay obviously requires me to be in the game on the same account where I'm running all of the back-end code, which is that's why I'm on 2 accounts currently. So I need to quickly negotiate my way over. Oh, we actually have a big donation that just came in as well, actually. We have 45 from Coleslaw and Neo Felis with a 20. Thank you so much, gamers. 4,558. Boom! Let's go. Oh, that's very loud, actually. Not sure if you guys can hear that, actually. My sound settings are a bit messed up. All of my planning worked absolutely perfectly, by the way, when I didn't have to relog between servers. And now it's all gone horribly wrong. The relogs are messing me up, lads. But 1 second. Now I've got to do spreadsheet work as well. Guild MM making me sweat. Goodness me.
I'm speaking of sweat. I'm so hot right now. Like I forced this shirt on. It's ridiculously hot in France. Is it the same in the United Kingdom, Teapot?
We had a few days where I thought I thought somehow the country had been moved on the Earth. It was unbelievable. It was wild.
The ozone layer just changed overnight.
Exactly, yeah. And you know the fires of hell emerged. Yeah, it was pretty toasty right now.
You hated your life.
Yeah, I mean, it was well because I was streaming as well, and I have got 2 machines and 3 monitors in a pretty small room. You can't see it because I got the green screen, but it's not a big room. It was. I think I lost like half my body weight in sweat. Good.
But that's crazy. It was, I think, you hit the highest numbers of many years.
Yeah,
like, I believe 40+ degrees in the UK.
Yeah, I believe it was actually the hottest day on record, in fact, in the UK.
Oof. Yeah. Nasty.
Yeah, very intense stuff. Yeah, here we are. We are now in game. And actually, I will just go ahead and process this. I want to get this on the sheet so everyone can see the legend, the big man is here. We have Meteorologicus, the legendary scepter, of course, from Guild MM. There we go. And oh, nice. We're actually starting. Never mind. Well, I'll try and do this very, very quickly here. But actually, no, never mind. I'll do it in just a moment. Let's get into this, Rom. This is a big game here. 55 up with the 1-0. A very strong performance on EU, on Temple. A different map, a different server. Let's see if we see any adaptation here from Team Zero Missing.
Absolutely. Let's see if this ping will have any effect or if it's Kylo bringing luck to Zero Missing. We did see those 2v1 kills, and we did see that outnumber survive from 55 this time, unlike what Ultrascoft could do to USA. But now, let us see if Zero Missing has changed up something here. We see a double push coming out from Zanny Boy and Boy Sereno, but instant 4v2 coming out by Blue here. Look at that defense. Can they pick boys? Yes, Boise falls. Can Zan fall right after? He's in trouble. He needs to get that juke off. Can Zanny... Yeah, Zanny falls as well. Perfect 4v2 there by Blue. Just... some would say overcommitting, but it wasn't if they caught both kills, which they did. So perfect open there by Blue. Now they will gradually get that mid very quickly. We see Frey still lingering on towards his close node and just trying to wait for his allies to respawn. We see Misha.
Yeah. I actually...
Absolute
Oh, that
normal.
might get a shallow grave res here. Yes, it does. That's a good recovery there from Frey with that adapt trait interaction. I do really like the more defensive opener from the blue team here, from Zero Missing. I think that when they have the support, I think they're inherently a little bit more... They don't want to be the ones pushing necessarily. They want to try and make sure they completely shut down their opponent's momentum. Be the wall, be the brick wall, and let 55 smash into it, and then rebound off that and take control of the map. And that's certainly what they've accomplished so far, but they've got to keep doing that. Because again, first order of business right now for 55, they're going to try and destabilize it and get back to where they want to be.
Absolutely, and you are so right on that snowball thing. Like that starts to play with the mentality, not just the mechanics. And having that snowball power, catching those early kills, means that you are on a momentous mentality, and it can be very, very devastating. Some, but I believe most of these 55 players, actually all of them, are pretty much veterans at this point. We have world champions here, so they do not tilt off this. They will try their absolute best to come back in a rational manner. And what do we see now? We see Frey getting outnumbered by... He gets interrupted here by CJ. And Mark coming in as well. We see Boise around the middle. We see Zan manage to survive that. Oh, Frey's in trouble.
I get some good jukes there, though, actually, utilizing the mobility of the Thief there with the sword main hand to teleport all over the place. And looks like Zero Missing are basically just going to give that up there. And this does give Frey the opportunity to push into the Blade Sword. This is a pretty scary +1, actually, here for CJ. He does start disengaging quickly. And actually, Misha, in a bit of trouble on middle, does have... Sorry, not on middle, on the other side of the map, actually, with the Earth Shield. Does land that, though. Draws are trying to peel him out, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to get out here, I think, for Misha. He's got his block available and maybe a little bit of healing. But Grimjack and Helio very much on the hunt. The projectile block is good, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. No, it is not.
Falls.
Misha does fall there, but CJ dies on mid, so it's going to be a trade, actually. Oh, unless the glyph comes through from Naru, maybe. Oh, gets interrupted. Couldn't get it, unfortunately. Yeah, so a trade there. But this does leave Naru very much caught.
If Naru falls here, it's big.
Oh, yeah, Helio trying to support there. That Spectre barrier. Oh, Obsidian Flash has its heal in 1 second. Oh, get the
Naru gets through.
Oh, and gets it as well. Very nice hold there from Naru. Helio and much on hold, but the pressure is relentless. 50 up the corner too much. Frey gets it.
Can they get this? Boys is coming in as well. Does Boys have the port here? He's preparing the port. Nope. He's getting a good cleave. Helio is down as well. This is good. This is very, very good for 55. Yeah, Helio falls as well. Look at that train coming out from 55. Frey, Boys, and Zanny just moving, going ham.
Exactly right. And this is exactly what 55 want, right? They're just powering across the map right now, picking up kill after kill. Looks like they're going to be able to stagger Grimjack here as well by having Helio essentially bleed out about the same time they're likely to get him. Good disengage. They're really utilizing that CC. And Draza is actually down over here. Mark finds that kill. They've got to be careful not to actually... Oh, no! A big slipper by 55, actually. Naru was able to actually extend to get the glyph, fully arriving Helio, and Draza dies. So very greedy and a beautiful punish by Team Zero Missing. And now they're going to be able to get the momentum themselves and move across the map as they have now that vital kill on the Deadeye up. They're able to outnumber Misha. They really want to get that kill. They're not going to extend too much. It looks like they're going to leave Naru to actually 1v1 that and hopefully not die and allow Mark to rotate around the map there to help out Grimjack and CJ, who will now have to deal with the respawn with Draza coming through.
Absolutely, and Grim and CJ are doing a very great work here, facing Boise, Zan, and Frey, managing to survive that 2v3 just on the arse hair, and now into a 3v3, while having a lot of pressure on Zan. Can Zanny boy get out? Zan is stunned through the wall. Can Zan get out of here? We see Mark taking a lot of pressure. Zan is back.
Yeah, decent cooldowns for Zan, so he's pretty much good to go in this particular situation. Bit of a skirmish going on here. Look, you know, both teams kind of picking at each other. Looks like it's going to be the target on Grim, I think, actually, over here. Although he is, again, once able to disengage fairly effectively and push back towards the node. So what's going to be the next move here? Like, what do you want to see these teams try and do? It looks like, never mind, actually. You may not have the time to explain that, Rom, as action is happening right now.
Absolutely. We see here Boys going for that, is trying to hold that node against Naru. We see CJ with the outnumber on Boise. He's going to have to give that decap. We see Draza coming in to solidify that cap. And we see a 2v2 coming out. Mark moving, Frey moving. We see a 3v3 created here in the middle. Mark is low though. Frey's on the hunt. Mark is low, Draza pumping damage, but the heal comes out from Mark. This looks to now be a solidified team fight here by Blue. 4 guys in the middle. This is definitely USA's team fight.
And I like that Red, they immediately leave. 55 immediately disengage. It's exactly what they need to do, right? Like, very, very well done there. They leave a few players to be annoying, right? You know, we still have Frey and Misha. Again, that Catalyst so good at just surviving and, you know, tanking outnumbered for a bit. Does need to be a little bit careful, but still, exactly the strategy that 55 needs to employ here to win this game on this map.
Absolutely, and we saw a beautiful rotation here. Draze is fighting Grim and Nara with Zanny Boy. He realizes it's a bad 2v2. He swaps with Frey. Frey moves there, and Draze moves back in the middle to nuke to nuke someone else. So it was a fantastic rotation they did there, very, very clean. And now we see a 2v2 there. It's going to be slightly staley. We see Mark on the other side in the middle. Is he going to fall? He's without his support, so this is perfect. Having that Power Herald without the Tempest is a perfect position for 55. And now he fell. Can Naru get that heal off? No, he gets rupted. He cannot rest. Mark is cleaved out. This is good for 55. They are against 2 double caps, but they will gradually get that with that kill. We see Boise decently low, but he's back. They need to pressure now. 55 needs to get this decap. They will. Grim is juking on the side. CJ hunting Boys. We see Misha hunting Naru. And Drazva and Helio is having that fight on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's a very important 1v1 actually. Thief 1v1 is super important in this meta. Looks like so far we're kind of at the start of it, so it might take a little while longer. Helio doing a good job though actually in this setup, perhaps finding the answer to the Deadeye in this 1v1, able to play around it a little bit better now. Than, you know, in previous events. CJ heavily taking damage over here. Actually gets caught by Frey's Shadowfall, I believe, but there's not really enough follow-up to get rid of him, particularly seeing as we now have Naru in the mix. I think 55 need to be a little bit careful to perhaps not overcommit into these larger fights, as they have been here for a long time and they haven't been able to get kills. That Blade Swan and Tempest from Naru and CJ providing so much sustain. They just couldn't break through.
Exactly, and well, we do see Helio. He's solo. Helio is solo, but Naru comes down with the save, the Tempest save. And this is the hard part. This is the wall you have to penetrate. And once you penetrate it, sometimes you can snowball extremely hard. But right now, Draze with the pick on Helio.
The retarget glyph though. Yeah, good glyph. Very nice glyph there from Naru.
Mark's still pressured. Mark is pressured. He needs that heal.
Don't think he has it available right now, unfortunately. So, but actually, the CC on Zan is massive, actually. The tornado shuts him down. And remember, there's no support 55. They can't really revive that. That isn't going to work. And actually, Team Zero missing in a very, very nice position currently. Like, Misha just in this 1v1 into Grimjack is going to get plus by Draza, but is immediately followed up by Helio. In fact, that might be a kill on Misha, as Misha was so low there, was much more pressure than Grimjack. The kill comes through. He's going to have to go onto the node here just to try and delay the cap for a little bit more. Draza needs to be careful not to die, but with 2 kills against 55, they need to be a little bit careful here, actually. This game is slipping away from them, and the wall has been built, Rom. The Wall of America. They have built the wall at last in King Guild Wars 2.
On home ground.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's kind of the advantage, I guess, of having this support composition, is that they once they get in control, once they have a hold, it can be difficult to break that. It can be hard to break through. Because now, where are we going if we're 55? Yeah, we've got Grimjack, who again is going to be amazing in this 1v2, can now be plussed into, of course, by Helio. When necessary, of course. We've got the Tempest and the Blade Sword lurking around there. It's difficult to get in. Oh, Mark nearly gets one shot. Mark does get one shot, actually, by Boys. And Nara gets the res.
They cannot cleave it down. Sadly, Zan was just out of the loop there. But he almost managed. But beautiful one shot there. He did get hard res, so they didn't have to waste anything. And we see Naru. He has that res back in 35 seconds. That's going to be also a problem, so they need to keep pressuring now, but this is how they got to keep playing it. You see Helio in trouble here. Danny on the hunt. Can Zan get this down? We need Boise to follow up. No, Boise is choosing to decap that middle, which is probably wise. He's going to fight that Mark in the middle. We see Helio fall.
That's a good kill. That should be confirmed. Yeah, I think there's no revival for Naru. Yeah, he has it on 8 seconds, so they can't get that. That will get cleaved out. Yeah, this is what 55 need. But I think, look at the time here as well. It's only 4 minutes left. That's going to be a little bit sweaty, right? There's not much. Yeah, they need a lot of points right now if they want to get back in this, because they're 120 points behind. That's going to take them a while to get, right? It's a slow game.
Absolutely. This looks really in Blue's favor right now, but we never know. We got one kill down. We see Grim tanking very well.
1v2 just for so long.
1v2 way too long into Naru's support here. Those Earth Shields, you do not fuck with them. It's a very hard to catch kill. And now it's Zan and Misha as well. It's not the best 2v1. I would put one of the thieves with Zan or Misha.
Zan's going to leave, yeah. Zan's going to leave. Knows that they wasted too much time.
Has fallen in the mid. Mark is going down.
And Mark in trouble.
Boys and Frey are on the hunt. Mark has no heal.
Yeah, we have the heal skill though. Actually, it's just the Revenant UI bugging out horribly. Yeah.
Yeah, it would slow down.
And it looks like Mark is gonna die. He is going to. But I'm really concerned about the time here. Like 55 need a big win now. Draza actually goes down. Say can't get the rally either. Didn't manage to get a hit in there. Oh, and Frey needs to. Oh, I don't think Frey can rest this actually. No. With Siege coming in. Oh, that almost is game actually, especially with Frey so pressured here as well.
Yes, it didn't rally. So unfortunate. I wonder if it was a bug or if he actually didn't touch him.
I think it's because he wasn't attacking him. Yeah, like Draza was in the 1v1 versus Helio, and Mark was moving in right for the plus essentially, but he died too far away, so Draza didn't actually hit him and was therefore unable to rally. Yeah. This is pretty much going to be it. I think Team Zero Missing, they found it on their home ground, and I certainly think that, their strategy here on this map definitely well, and they executed it to perfection, right? All they did was they held on. They stabilized, they stopped the momentum early on. They did an excellent opener, right, at the start too, by picking up that early kill, and they locked it down, played a bit more defensively, didn't worry too much about controlling everything until they'd stabilized. Then they locked down the map, and there's nowhere for 55 to hide, and that's going to be GG.
Exactly. It was really like that, and I, as you said there with snowball mentality, those double kills initially, they may have been that little extra tilt that they needed. 55 did manage to get a control, but then they kind of threw it away into Grim surviving a lot. So really, I can see that last game, Grim did not survive at all as he did now. And you can see it's so hard. Also, when Naru comes in to save that 2v1 Grim, who has held this 2v1 for 1.5 minutes, and then they're gonna win the 2v2. Like that's the perfect situation against those thieves who kind of lose 2v2s, or especially the Deadeye. So yeah, amazing movement, amazing control here. They did get that early open. Blue definitely won the open, but then 55 kind of came back. But then Naru really rotated well and saved.
Very fast, very much where he needed to be.
Very fast, just before his allies are dead. And when a Tempest does this, you can definitely see the strength here. But we must say, I believe that 55 got more points than
that's correct. Yes,
USA got, so they're still in the lead.
Yes, they're still in the lead, and our final game is actually going to be on EU. Actually, so we are going to be going back to the EU servers for our final match here in the best of 3. And you know what? I've got to say, I do love to see that, Rom. I absolutely do. Let me express my bias here. I run the tournaments, Rom. I like to see the action. I want to see the 1-1. I want to see the 2-2. I want to see it go all the way. I want to keep the players up nice and late so they give us the entertaining content and keep it suspenseful. This is exactly what we wanted to see, right? We want to see these close matches, and these teams very clearly capable of trading blow for blow here. Two very different strategies, and I think that's just perfect. I just love to see that, right? We are seeing totally different approaches to the game between these two rosters, and seeing that clash on different maps with different reactions and different strategies. Honestly, it's just fantastic. I absolutely
We're going back to Europe, aren't we?
That is correct, and that means you are back, Elsa. You are back in the mix. Yeah,
Finally.
You were sitting there eager.
I was sitting there waiting for people to start trebbing, so we had something to commentate about, but not a single treb usage.
No, but did you see that, Helsa? Did you see how, NA now, and also I know that, for Draza now, playing a Deadeye on NA delay, it changes a little bit of mechanics.
It changes a lot, yeah.
And it does change, and I understand when you're in a very offensive role, a very squishy role, it's even worse. So I could definitely see the difference in Draza's value on that Deadeye, but you could just see how Naru was just at the right position at the right time. He just supported, he did those 2v1s, they didn't catch the kill, kind of. And it's a closer map. Kyle is closer map as well.
I feel like this whole pink thing is such a distraction. I wonder when Teapot, are you just gonna start flying out the finalists? Wouldn't that be
Yeah.
a simple, easy, clean
No.
idea?
You know-
Everyone playing in your apartments, like well,
I do have to say, you know, like, I mean, I know obviously we're kind of joking around here. I would absolutely love to do a live event at some point. Might be a little bit out of reach, you know, we're going to GoFundMe going for that, right? Might need a fair bit more than we've got right now. But yeah, I would love to have like a full studio setup, because that's the peak performance when it comes to production and esports. Obviously, it's great to have everyone here on Discord. And I think, you know, once again, you know, when it comes to production, here's the segue there. So I can say thank you to the admins and developers and designers who did an amazing job on the now fully debugged overlay. Everything working perfectly this time around. Okay, it's some very, very good stuff. But yes, there is indeed always room for improvement.
yeah, and you mentioned raising a GoFundMe for the flying out and all that stuff. I guess that would be an interesting cause, a good cause, mind you. But I feel like you could raise money for far better causes. Could you think of one?
You know what? I absolutely could. I could think of cure rare disease. We're right now at $4,643. With another $40 coming in from Anonymous, another $5 from Anonymous, 20 from Holly, and 20 from an excellent name here as well, the Rogue Philanthropist. Thank you very much indeed, okay, for gracing us with your presence here. And thank you so much to everyone who's been donating. Just $360 odd until we're fully back in the mix. We've got to that 5,000 here. That is our big goal for today. So get in there right now.
You tell me, what is the all-time high you successfully raised during these events?
All-time high, we had a absolutely remarkable kind of community extravaganza last time. We managed to actually get to 8,000 with our collectors. There were a few streamers. It was myself, Mella, and Snebs. We were doing like a big combo charity thing all
incredible.
day, and we managed to get 8,000, just a touch over 8,000, like 8,100, I believe. So we're looking good. 100 just came in from Vagabond. Nice. Okay, that's the cousin of the rogue philanthropist, right? We've got the Vagabond philanthropist as well. But thank you so much. And if you want to learn more about what cure rare disease is, well, I'm just going to tell you. Okay, they do lots of research, care and treatments, and interesting medicine and science into cutting edge technology to treat rare genetic conditions that are very difficult to treat and currently don't have cures. There's a lot of people affected worldwide, and often quality of life and even lifespan can be significantly impacted by these very serious conditions. And the research they're doing is making that just a little bit better and granting some hope to people who have some very difficult situations. So definitely get over there right now to cureraedisease.org, and of course, !CRD in the chat. It's going to link you to Tiltify. You can donate there as well. Let's get up to that 5,000. We're so close. Just another 260. And go ahead and get ourselves into this next game, which is actually, I think this is a super interesting map, actually, because we almost have like a mixture of the two from the previous. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, actually. We have Capricorn coming up next. So, of course, we have a pretty big map, right? So we have, a much bigger than Kylo, right? So there's more room for the thieves to be roaming around and so on. It will be harder for Naru to rotate at the same speed he was in that previous matchup. But we also have an extreme team fighting element as well with, of course, the Bell, which is very, very important for racking up a lot of points here as well. So what do you think of this map? How does this affect the dynamic between these two teams?
It's very different from Temple, even though you are splitting people up. The two big differences is, one, Temple is very isolated when the buff starts spawning. Like, one player is like condemned. You go lore buff, you're not playing the game anymore. And basically, it's also very isolated in the points. Like, if you're fighting on middle, you can't really fight on stillness. If you're fighting, But here, it's completely different. You can go from archway very easily to the cannon if you need to plus. The same applies for, like, if you're on the dock and you want to plus middle, or it's very easy to rotate on this map. There's also very clear visibility. That's also very important on this map, where you can basically see where the enemy is going, assuming they're not a thief, and rotate around them, which means that this is a fight where there's a lot of skirmishes, a ton of them, and there's a lot of fights. And the fights matter a lot because this map, it can snowball. It can snowball very quickly. You pick those cannons up, and after a couple of them, then all of a sudden you get another victory condition. I still haven't figured out which team I favor in the fights. I felt the last game that it's like, okay, well, the first game I was like, okay, well, 55 is just picking up the fights. And then we saw now on Kylo a completely different mode switch. I feel like a big difference was how Sarah Missing was more committing on essentially defending more. Instead of taking risks and pushing in the same way, they adapted to the enemy and they survived the initial push and then rebound from it. And this map definitely allows you to do that because you have such clear visibility. If someone wants to plus Grimjack. Well, Grimjack's going to know about it. It's not like it's going to be a surprise plus from nowhere.
Exactly. And that does, as you say, I think that really does throw it up in the air. I think it's going to be fascinating to see how this one plays out. And of course, in the grand finals, if we do see a rematch between these teams, there'll be even more maps to actually go through, a total of 5. So that will give an even more kind of diverse range of strategies and approaches and dynamics that we're going to see there. But I don't know, it's super difficult to call because, in a lot of ways, the 2 games that we just saw, they weren't, I don't want to say they were one-sided, but I would say that the team that won both of those 2 previous matches had a significant advantage and was able to control the game more than their opponents a fair bit, right? It wasn't 400 to 500. I believe the first game was 500 to around 140 or something like that, and the second game was 500 to around 250. So I would say commanding performances from both of these rosters. So going into this 3rd game, I think it very much is all to play for here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely, and I think on this map is very interesting, and as Helset mentioned, it is such an open field that skirmish will happen. You know where people move, you will fight constantly, you will not really throw people out to die, you will not victimize your allies because you couldn't handle the rotation. You will always know, you will follow if you can, and the bell is a team fight orientation mechanic. But the map in itself is a mobility and open field favoring Deadeye, favoring the longbow on Boise. So it's really a combination here that, to me, is a very fascinating thing. And now we do see the favor of the delay to European side. So
I'm going to go ahead and let you
I forgot to mention is that the longbow is actually nutty on this map.
Definitely.
Like, Deadeye and Boise on middle, and so the same with the Deadeyes. Yeah, that's a lot.
It's a huge impact, but when they reach the bell phase, all of a sudden blue scales. So it's going to be interesting to see. We see a push come out from Nubu and Gwym, the double elementalist swag. Draze instantly leaves. This is the no, he doesn't, or yes, he does. And then we see Dra around the middle. We see Boise just full cap. Oh, Misha has died. Misha has died to that double elementalist combo. Frey comes in. Draze and Frey did the swap. Self-res. Can Frey hold that cap? Yes, he can.
So what's the rotations looking right now? You have Boys on middle. It seems like he's smacking CJ.
Yes.
So middle seems safe. He's also very squishy for a Thief plus at this point, where Draze can disengage his fight and probably one-shot CJ.
Yeah.
He is our being followed by Draze, so they're cutting off that option.
Yeah, and we see that, and now Draze chooses to move on CJ here. CJ did get a good juke here. Oh, he gets a counter attack.
This isn't really a plus. This is Draze being pressured and needing help. So he came to a fight where they're winning, where maybe he can get some pressure alleviated. And it works. Draze did not die, but of course, Boyce lost all of his fight advantage. Being 2v1 in probably dead.
Boyce manages the juke. Can he get out of here? I don't think
Revenant's
so.
Is too good at chasing. I don't think it's good. Yeah.
Boise falls. Draze moves into the other fight here. They are 3v2ing Grim and Nubu. Let us see if they can catch Grim here. This is gonna be severe. Like, if they cannot kill in time,
this would be super expensive. They have to get this kill. Looks like Grim might be going down here. He's low. He has no cool. No, they managed to get in time. And this is such a big
bad
Draze got to outnumber for a really long time, got nothing out of it, and now they're actually losing the fight that he got to outnumber because Draze was able to come back in and rebound fight. Very much similar to what I said is they're basically embracing the impact Zero Missing are, and then they just strike back. And so far, it's working really well for them. They're not getting punished in these.
Grim numbers. Can he does fall, but Nubu coming with that rest maybe.
Yeah,
he gets it. Look at that.
Grim on the other side of the map. So this is looking like an extreme strong control.
Yeah, Grim needs to die, but you see that projectile hate. You see Boyce just shooting that bow straight into double Ellie. Yeah, and like Deadeye and Boise cannot be where the Ellies are.
I'm wondering, versus the double Ellie matchup and all that stuff, would you not want to go Rev? I'm still not convinced that Herald is not the way to go. Just seems to do so much damage to these Ellies.
Yeah, I would possibly go instead of Draze, but not instead of Boise. I would probably put Draze on Herald.
Yeah, of course. He can also
so they have that melee range, yeah. But here we go, Boise has fallen.
As well. And this is looking brutal. Can't even complain about the ping here because it's to your advantage.
Yeah, but we can clearly see that Draze, who is usually the Spectre, is now having trouble with that Deadeye. Also against Dra, who's sitting on that Revenant without delay. Dra has no delays, playing from Finland and just hunting on his Power Herald here. So that's actually a quite tricky spot for Draze. But Helio needs to fall here. He needs to fall, and he does.
That was still a decent amount of time invested, so I'm wondering, will they get something out of it? Or actually, it doesn't look like it.
All are back, yeah, they're all back. 55s are back. We see a solid double cap coming out. And now Draze will try to push towards CJ. I think that's a better spot than the double Ellis, but yeah, it's hard against two Ellis as Deadeye.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that 55 lost complete control of the map. The second Draze wasn't useful. He went to middle, couldn't do much there. He went to close, couldn't do much there, and because of that, they got punished. But now that Draze got his kill, 55 immediately got back the control of the map. So looks like Draze just has to pick his fights, and the rest of 55 know what they're doing at this point.
Yeah, and he just needs to do what he's doing now. Just keep moving, keep manipulating a little bit the rotations. But here we see Grim. Can Misha and Draze punish enough? Because they're getting outnumbered on the middle now.
This shield is so
3v2 in the mid. Yeah, Grim is just tanking right now. Like, this is a rough spot. Grim is just tanking, and he has a magnetic shield ready.
He's been 2v1 for forever. What is this?
Yeah.
He's not even leaving the node.
Yeah, and
you don't have to stand the node. Can't.
Yeah.
You don't look. He managed to hold for basically half an hour.
Yeah, but so did the middle. Like, Boise and Zan was holding 3v2 for a long time as well. But did you see? I agree. Gwym has just literally tanked for way too long.
Yeah, he didn't even get decapped.
Linsha is just fighting on a cap node.
Yeah.
Without 2v1 help doesn't matter. He doesn't even decap. Crazy. Yeah. Boise has now fallen as well. This is bad. They need to do a different rotation. Honestly, they should leave that catalyst.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. It's like
him and decap him or something. Like, do not fight into him.
Yeah, I agree. At the very least, don't 2v1 him. Like, if you can't even make him to... Okay, we're going for 2v1. Maybe it's going to go better this time. I'm seeing Draze push in on Grim. But immediately now, Naro's ready. That's also a risk, that even if you somehow manage to get the kill, you always have to have cooldowns ready for Mistform Glyph, which is not a free combo to stop. Like, it can actually be difficult to stop, depending on what cooldowns you have available to you. So it just seems like a very risky 2v1.
Yeah, definitely. I feel that catalyst has such defensive powers against this. Looks very rough.
Maybe they're now trying to hold the cannon, getting 2v1.
Oh, Draze is low. It's ticking. Draze is gonna fall here.
Yeah, I don't think we have the ability to rest this. Yeah. That's super dangerous, because I believe we've gotten a cannon on the blue side before already.
Yeah. Here, I believe, honestly, I think Zan should push into Grim.
Yeah.
Zan or Boise should push into Grim and let Misha go for the team fight. They must do a swap up.
Yeah, I agree.
And now they will gradually lose that. Boise is down, Draze is down, they will lose that bell.
Looks like Zan will be able to escape. He has his heal ready for... Oh, assuming he gets his heal off. Oh, or he didn't. He just got one shot. That's a lot. That's a lot. Like, it's gonna be extremely hard to come back in this game now. There's such a tight grip on the map. And again, we tried to 2v1 Grim, and it didn't work. And now the second Ellie rotates it, Draze has to leave.
Exactly.
Like this feels very similar to when I played Mesmer, trying to make Mesmer work in the Cred meta, where I would just leave fights endlessly, you know? I'd go to a fight, I'd try to 2v1 it, and if I didn't get the 2v1, I'd be like, okay, I gotta leave this. I think we're gonna see a swap up.
And on the opposite side of the map, we saw Frey on the Spectre get outnumbered by a Power Herald, which is a way worse situation for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Draze comes into the 2v2, but dies in the 2v2. This is really rough. This is rough.
Yeah, I don't think Frey's gonna escape this either. That's what I mentioned previously. It's you don't escape a Herald, you know? Like if a Herald is on you and you don't have all your cooldowns, well, then you're just dead. You're not going to out-sustain it. He's going to be on you like glue. If you try to stealth, he's not going to let you do that. And the pressure is endless. Revenant is weak when it itself is pressured. But when a Revenant gets to do this, where he just runs around, hunts weakened opponents, that's like the dream situation for a Revenant.
Absolute dream, yeah, absolute dream. And honestly, I must say that right now, Grim has been the absolute MVP. Yeah. And I think that 55 needed to swap out Misha from this position. They needed to push with the Blade Zone, who has much higher chance of pressuring the Catalyst, or even even Boise. So I think Boise or Zanny should have hunted Grim, because they both have a chance of killing him, instead of trying to kill it with a Catalyst on the enemy node. But here we go. That's 2-1. Great, fantastic play here by
This was
USA.
extremely dominant, where I feel like it's not about the fights or whatever. This was just a clear situation of strategy did not work. You saw constantly Dra outnumbering endlessly, and I'm going to confuse the chat now. Dra was outnumbering, getting kills everywhere. Worked super well, but Dras couldn't outnumber and get any kills. So Dra was doing really well in that number, but Dras wasn't doing really well in that number. So Dra needs to swap his... Actually, no, Dras needs to swap his class, not Dra. Dras doing really well in his class. And I'm not saying that Dras has to swap his class. I'm just saying that the way he was approaching things didn't work out that set. So we're likely gonna see adaptations from 55. And I really sincerely hope I confused Twitch chat, because that was my goal with that.
Oh yeah, they confuse themselves anyway. In fact, you know what? It's worse than that. Whenever Dra or Draza are playing, particularly if they're in the same game, they will actually start actively deceiving other people as well and misleading them on purpose to confuse people who actually don't know who these players are. So yeah, it's that's certainly going to happen. And before we kind of talk a little bit about that game, I actually have to say something quite remarkable has happened. Okay, this is pretty wild. So we have a $10 donation coming in from Zamp for Cure Disease. But we have a $3,000 donation coming in from Rilter, who says, "Let's break the previous donation record."
What?
Yeah.
Wait, stop. I was what? Repeat.
Yeah. We have a 3,000. I mean, I how do I even respond to that? I don't know what to say. Wow.
You just cured a rare disease, mister.
Yes.
By yourself.
Go. In one hit.
In one go.
Yeah. So,
Fantastic.
I mean,
So what are we at right now? What are we
we are
right
at 7,753.
Okay, so we're gonna beat the Plebby last record. That's what you're saying. You
guys are cool.
streamers, they're all trying to help you, and then we have this sadness coming in. And look at the Twitch, look at what's happening.
Come on,
Do you remember the goal I set
Come
for you, Teapot? I don't want you to set these pathetic 5K goals. I was mad when I came in here. Now, please, Teapot, tell me, what will be the fantastic goal for us to reach?
Well,
we're gonna start off by
you mean like
breaking
the ultimate goal? I mean, the ultimate goal. I mean, this might be a little ambitious, but obviously I want to see 5 figures, right? Like 10,000.
I want to see 6 figures. Million.
I don't know, Teapot, if you're some dishonest, mischievous, rude person. But when I spoke with you on Friday, I was excited. I heard 10K. I talked about 10K. I was excited. I wrote a little letter to my grandma saying, you know what, we're going to shoot for 10K. I come here and I see 5. I see 5. How do you think I feel? I want you to voice it. I want you to put it out there. I want you to change that little bar so it doesn't have 5K as a goal.
I've changed it. It's 10. I said 10,000. You know, let's go. I said 10,000. I put it at the 10K.
Fantastic.
It's at 10K right now.
Everyone does not have to donate because everyone is not in a position where they can donate. However, if you're unable to donate, you can still help the cause by sharing a link. Share the broadcast so that people can enjoy some fantastic Heroes 2 PvP, and share the link for Cure Rare Disease. Let's try to reach, at the minimum, 10K. At that point, I'll stop cussing at Teapot.
Yeah.
I'll stop berating him.
Please, save me, chat. Donation goal, I don't get verbally abused by my own casters. So yeah, that's a good one, actually. We're going to put that in, lock that in as a milestone. But seriously, Rilter, thank you so much. That is pretty sick, right? That's more than sick. That is truly remarkable. Thank you so very much. That is going to really make a big difference. And I'm glad that, we've been able to inspire that level of passion for a fantastic cause. And I really hope that this has raised some awareness. Maybe we'll think a little bit about some of this stuff, right? And, brought some light on a very important and very serious issue that a lot of people face worldwide. So, I mean, yeah, I'm totally humbled by that. I really am, Rilter. Thank you so very much there for the 3,000, and of course everyone who has made this a possibility. And indeed, a shout out to Cure Rare Disease for partnering with us for Master of the Arena, and indeed for previous events, and hopefully in the future events as well. So, if you want to learn more about Cure Rare Disease, get over there right now at xmishmock, CRD, in the chat, and click on the links. Learn about it on the website, learn about the science, learn about what they do, the methodology, some of the individuals who have been helped and continue to be assisted by Cure Rare Disease, who have been diagnosed with rare, genetic, incurable conditions. Get over there right now and find out more. And let's get to that goal. Incredible stuff. And yes, indeed, NA wins. And of course, you already talked a little bit about a little bit of analysis there on what went wrong in that matchup. Let's kind of, before we go into the next game, let's talk about that a little bit more. So, what are you looking for from rank 55? If you're rank 55 right now, what is the thought process? What's your post-mortem, as it were,
the thing is,
of that series?
So flexible, right? Like they have so many people that can reroll endlessly on a very, very top level. If they feel like things aren't working, they're very capable of swapping it up. Not only that, but they're good crafters. If they feel like it was just a gameplay element, then they're just going to stick to their comp, adapt, and you're going to get a different team. Viewers 2. Especially a snowball skirmish meta, can be super snowbally. Of course, it can be very cool back and forth, left and right, but if things just keep lining up the way I want them to line up, then all of a sudden I can win a game 500 to 100, And even though I might be up versus some really good opponents, if everything lines up the way I want to, it just looks really bad. That means that even though the last 2 games were super dominant for NA, that might not be the case if there's just a couple of small changes. And the big thing that I saw, in my opinion, was Grimjack never died, even though he was outnumbered. He didn't even get decapped, ever. On top of that, I had my camera for most of the game on Naru, the Herald. Dra, the Herald. As he was literally, every target he went on, they died. He would go on Boyce, and Boyce would be on like 65% health. He would have some cooldowns, he would try to run, and the Herald would just stick on him until he finally died. He tried to stealth and run away. A little bit later, he would die. And that never happened to Grimjack. And you can't have a game where whenever your allies get plussed, they die, and whenever you plus, the enemy survives, because then the game is just fundamentally not working in your favor. And what normally is supposed to happen is if I plus one you, you're gonna die. And if you plus one my teammate, they're gonna die. And whoever does it quicker and adapts to the situation of that, that's what, it's the normal situation. You can't have a situation where you're constantly outnumbering a guy who doesn't even leave the node. He's just laughing, standing there. You really have to swap it up. And my question is, if there is an Ellie pushing far, can the Deadeye outnumber and kill it when there's another Ellie 1v1ing it? And I'm not convinced that that is the case. I'm not convinced that an Ellie plus Deadeye will kill the other Ellie. It just looks like to me that the Ellie, even if he doesn't hold the node the way Grimjack does, he can at least just leave it. And that means that fundamentally it's super expensive for you to outnumber, because whenever you're outnumbering, you're leaving your team outnumbered. And if they get to get kills while you don't, then you're always going to lose the match.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're actually going to be leaping into the next game, which is going to be the lower bracket stuff starting up right now. And now we get to the scary stuff, the elimination. It's going to be Su-1 Slayers versus Ultra Scuffed. But right before that, you talked about the flexibility there from rank 55. Are you expecting any big comp swaps there? Or would you perhaps potentially expect even a mirror coming out there as well? I believe Frey, it would be a bit weird. It would have to be Frey Tempest, I think, and then... it would be Frey, Tempest, Misha,
I think it's
Catalyst,
always very risky to mirror the opponent in their comp, because they have experience with that.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I think Draze swapping to Rev is sensible to me.
So you run the Untamed and the Herald at the same time, so Boyce on the Untamed, and then the Herald as well?
What comp didn't they run that comp when they played on Friday?
I think Boyce was playing Revenant. Boyce is a Herald player as well.
Yeah, they had Jedi and Revenant.
Yeah. Draza was Deadeye, and then Boyce was playing the Herald. Yeah.
They could remove the Catalyst overall, because for me, the thing is that the Catalyst is obviously getting so much value right now. But I don't know, but on the contrary side, 55, like Misha on the Catalyst into this full cap node made no value either. So what if it was Tempest, Draze is Power Herald, and they basically have Boise on that Untamed instead of the Catalyst. He's still on his main thing, and he's gonna have to make as much value as the Catalyst does. And all you do is basically send Boise or Zan to that Catalyst, and see if that changes things. I think that Boise and Draze on Power Herald and Untamed can snowball very hard. So that would mean that if they put Zanny into Grim, but I don't know how that duel goes. I've heard rumors that the Bladezone demolished the Catalyst, but that was EU rumors. Maybe NA has different craft. I don't know. So I will not say in fact, but that's one thing they could do.
I just feel like something has to change. At the very least, a strategy change. I don't think the Deadeye should be +1ing the Catalyst while he's doing the Catalyst. If you just make it very easy and remove that one element, and then you go from there.
Yeah, probably, because it's also a risk swapping to Tempest for Misha, I think. So yeah, it's a very interesting spot they are in. And also being a Power Herald without her support, isn't that risky too?
Well, it certainly is a bit spooky, but we have seen that handled pretty well in general, and like even with the Herald without the support, we have seen Boyce get a lot of value out of that previously. Obviously, again, I think this is something that, funny enough, Helseth brought up immediately, right? Like, yeah, sure, Boyce is doing fine in the EU regionals, right, on his Herald, but now this is a very different game, right? This is a very strong roster, and maybe he can't get away with that anymore, and that's a potential why they're a little bit reluctant to mess things around. But
exactly.
Speaking of changes, speaking of big changes, we actually have some fairly big changes actually coming through on the in this next matchup, which is going to be Faux Fire, Skyhammer, Kylo, in fact, for Ultra Scuffed versus the Suwon Slayers. Hang on, I pressed the wrong button. Nice. And here on Faux Fire, we actually see some pretty big changes. We actually have Kran being brought into play on the support. So again, and actually Gornet on Herald, in fact. So we're basically seeing almost like a hybrid of what 55 are playing and what Team Zero Missing are actually playing right now. As we have the Catalyst, Deadeye, Spectre, Tempest, and Herald as well, instead of the Necromans. So the Necromans are perhaps not quite going to cut it in this particular setup, going for a different approach here instead. Very interested to see how this plays out. And again, some changes here from the Suwon Slayers as well, as we have the Guardian with Cranox playing the support Guardian instead, alongside the Catalyst, Spectre, Bladesworn, and of course, the Untamed. We're actually going right now, actually. Wow.
And looks like Rom is stepping out for this, so I get to have the pleasure of commentating with Mighty Teapot.
Indeed. Let's go ahead and leap on into it here as well. And the Skyhammer was picked by Ultra Scuff, but here we are. This is the pick. This is the pick for Ultra Scuff, actually, I believe, in fact. And then Skyhammer was picked by Suwon Slayers. So with this composition and this pick, are you expecting Ultra Scuff to just go for a lot of pretty big fights here? They've gone for this support option, so they have the ability to take 3v3s. I think that's what they're maybe looking to do here, is just take a lot of big fights and win the big fights.
Yeah, like this just looks quite meta-ish, right? Isn't this pretty much the same comp as Zero Missing are using?
Yep, except with there's only one thief for Zero Missing, right? And there's two for Ultra Scuffed. The Deadeye, there's no Deadeye on them for Zero Missing.
Wait, remind me, what do they have instead? Warrior?
Yes, they had the Blades one, yes. Right.
Yeah.
So
okay,
even more beef, right? Even more muscle.
Yeah.
Kill
the thing is, this comp allows the most important thing of this metagame, and almost every metagame in Guild Wars. It allows snowballing. When you get a kill, you get to follow up on it, and it is so important to be able to do that. The Necro, similar to what you said in that previous set, is it didn't have that much kill power, right? Like if it couldn't really go and not number close and kill something on it. It was kind of stuck on fighting these fair fights. Meanwhile, look at this. They've been on the hunt since they got the first kill. They're pushing into this node. They're going for the next kill. Gornet is getting to clean up. And not quite sure why the Thief left here, but I think they could have snowballed far as well.
looking to get rid of Peanut here. And Peanut is actually on the Dagger Catalyst this time, actually, interestingly enough. So not playing, instead of playing the support Tem, is going for, again, that Duelist option. A lot of Catalysts are playing Hammer these days. There are actually a few who play with Dagger. CMC, obviously a big Elementalist fan. He loves the Dagger playstyle. That's why he buffed it so much in the previous patches. But not quite enough to keep up with Hammer, it seems. But an excellent start so far for Ultra Scuffed, and they're able to control the map massively, right? They're now cleaning up the Blade Swan too. They're holding their opponents at spawn, and we're going to need to see a full regroup here from the Suwon Slayers as well. This is a bit of a classic PvP situation almost, right? There's a big stagger here. It's a 4v5 again as Peanut dies right as the Elementalist comes back. Trying to split the map up a little bit is Peanut by crossing over the map, but it's already been responded to by Phoenix. That's not going to work.
Yeah, it's just 4v3. Like, you can ignore the two Ellies, and you can basically just say there's a 4v3 going on right now on Quarry at the same time as there's a 3-cap going on. We do see that Pima?
Pima? Yeah, I think so.
Pima's going to get to D-cap middle at least, so that's good. Maybe he can take some time standing on this node to reflect on his name and maybe change it for a future match. And he does get the D-cap, and that's going to be a stealth matchup. Very good from Suwon that they didn't die on Quarry, because they were outnumbered by Revenant, and that's essentially a death sentence, but they didn't really get punished. They were able to hold this essentially decapped, get a decap on middle, and now the map was more or less reset. However, PMAP did get outnumbered. In downstate, yet again, has some time to reflect on his name usage. And yeah, we're still looking at a very clean situation. For Ultra Scuffed.
Yep, they very smartly disengaged there as well. Moving back to the support of Kran, ready on the Tempest to keep everything nice and stable over here. Yeah, as you pointed out, I think Suwon Says did a really good job of not dying. They were cleverly using the gate. When they got too pressured, they just ran to hide in the base instead of overcommitting to those fights. So that's certainly a good hold there, but they do now need to actually try and get something done on the map. And they seem a little timid almost, actually. I think they are waiting for the Blades one, so I think now we'll see the engage come through, and it's going to be a big one. An all-out 4v4 in middle. They're going to go for Gauntlet. They actually catch him properly, and they're going to get him down immediately.
They managed to get him.
Ooh,
and here we see a sign that, you don't have a full main. Gornet is a fantastic player, but he's not a main Revenant, on the same regard as certain other names we have in this tournament. And that's good, because that's how gameplay works. You have to exploit the fact that there's some holes that normally don't exist. Getting this kill on Gornet, they managed to get that down. There was a rest with the glyph. Gornet's on his way back in the fight. And Suwon, they did have a situation where they were ahead, but they just can't seem to be converting,
Yeah, that was a very good hold from Ultra Scuff there. Kran did go downstate, but the Spectre Res was able to rally them up again and get Kran back into a position to continue to sustain the team. And yeah, now Gornet's back. Nothing really changed. Right? And
nothing at all. In fact, it's almost the opposite. They use cooldowns.
Yeah. It's one of those subtle nuances of PvP. It's not quite good enough to just get a kill. You need to be able to convert that and find some value on the map. And Ultra Scuff responded very well. They held their ground. They were very defensive. And they're now winning this 2v2 over here with Fly and Asdome about to take out Aerox and potentially Peanut as well. They did end up getting decapped over on Waterfall by Euro, but Euro is going to push back into middle instead. That will be an outnumber onto Kran and Gornet, but I think they might be able to hold on, especially as Asdome will be able to come in for support after finishing off Aerox.
Yeah, I was very confused by the last set, seeing NA be able to win versus Europe. But this is more like it. I'm feeling at home again. Like I know what's going on.
Well, we'll see. It's not a done deal just yet. There was that flash of life with the kill on Gornet.
Kranox is getting absolutely destroyed together with Pema.
Yeah, that ain't good.
There's a 3-cap going on the map. But, it's on Legacy on the Faux Fire. A very well-known, easy to come back map. Yeah. Kindly tell me, Teapot, how you expect a comeback to go on this match. Please enlighten me. Because if you figure that out, I'll figure out how to make Mesmer viable.
Yeah. Well, I'm afraid I may not have the answer to that. But, today is a day where dreams can come true and miracles can happen. That's for sure. After all, hey, you just mentioned that NA beat EU, so isn't that a miracle? Isn't that a sign there's magic in the air today, Helseth, right? At least a little bit.
Yeah, whatever the magic is, there certainly isn't any for Suwon. Like, I don't know. They're running some spellbreaker type stuff where there's just dispelling of all the form of magic. They get this. They get despair. Not much else. But we do see a 2v2 on Waterfall. Pemap running in, trying to make something happen. How's your day, Tipo?
Honestly, it's going great. You know, I'm super hyped up right now, actually. I think the games are going to be super exciting. This one, maybe a little bit of a break, a little bit of relaxation for us, but honestly, I'm feeling so good after like how well we're doing with Cure Disease, to be honest, right? That's what's on my mind right now, Helseth. It feels absolutely fantastic. I've got a big grin on my face right now, actually, on an awesome job that we've all been doing so far today. You know, just the entire thing. Like, the tournament has gone really well, in my opinion. The games are looking good. The teams are absolutely popping off right now. I'll just have to close this game out, but yeah, today is a good day. Today is a very good day.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you know, you could argue that, you know, this entire tournament has been a very good showcase from the Gears 2 community in general. Like, not only the players doing a well done job playing. Like, look at this game. This game is about as over as it can be, right? About as over as it can be, but you still see Suwon play.
Going for it, yeah.
If we go back in X amount of time, we had people in higher stakes events that would basically just AFK because they wouldn't get their way, right? And there would be rage and tilt. Here we just have a bunch of people playing their best, trying to make the best out of Guild Wars. And the chat, everyone's being hype in the chat. I believe the caster, I mean, specifically this Mesmer guy that you have casting is probably the best caster we've ever had, honestly. And I don't know, I'm very happy to see what we're able to produce out of Guild Wars. And I mean, if events are going to be like this in the future, then I mean, I can only see Guild Wars 2 getting better, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got ourselves a good spot in the meta as well. That's always a worry, right? You know, when you're organizing a tour, it's like, wait, is that build going to completely ruin my tournament? Is Scourge going to be here? Is Bunker Vindicator going to show up, right? It's a very nerve-wracking thing, but I actually think we've got to a really good spot as well in that regard. Like a good, you know, a good like bedrock, right? We have...
Yeah, the meta is fantastically fun to watch. Like, even a game that's a stomp, there's kills happening left and right, and... The gameplay, there's very varied rotations. That's what I love here. It's not a set rotation of X goes Y, and you see the same 2v2 push. You don't see an Ellie Necro push far every single time. You don't see, you don't see this very obvious rotation. You see two thieves running far, which to me, if I were playing, would be a nightmare. But watching this from the spectator point of view, it's beautiful. And I don't know, I didn't really, you know, pay attention to the meta change that happens in the expansion, but what they've landed on right now is really, really good. Minus the fact that Mesmer is garbage. And I mean, of course, there's always room for improvement, right? But the actual game itself, it's looking beautiful. Unlike the score for Suwon, that is not a beautiful score case, but they are going to get to play on their own region. It's going to be super tough to get it secured to play on NA twice. They would have to... I mean,
well, that's a crush. They have to dominate, to make that work if they're going to be able to pick up this victory here. And yeah, I think that maybe they tried something out there. That's a very different composition to what they played previously. So we may actually see potentially some swaps at some point, I think, and maybe they'll change it up a bit.
It's if you lose, you're out.
Yeah. This is a really important game. Like, the next game coming up, this could be Suwon Slayer's last game in the tournament. They need to win this 100%. And of course, equally important for Ultra Scuff, right? Because I imagine they want to be moving on. And yeah, they've got quite the opponent coming up next, actually. If they are able to, that is fun, isn't it? It's going to be, I believe, EU versus EU, of course, in the lower bracket final after that. It'll be rank 55 Dragons versus the winner of this. If that's Ultra Cup, it will be EU. And then, of course, we'll go up to the grand finals after that. Wow. I'm already getting ahead of myself. I'm already getting hyped up, but I'm going to go ahead and transfer over to NA. In fact, it's time to... Yeah,
and I'm passing the baton over to Rom, and who I believe is back and ready to cast. And... I wish Suwon all the luck in the world, and I guess the final thing is I have to prepare a proper segue, which this isn't. Teapot, go on. Before I leave, please enlighten me. I have a forgetful memory. Perhaps this is linked to some sort of disease that I have, perhaps a rare one, and I would love a solution to that.
Well, I've got some excellent news for you, because we are partnered with Cure Rare Disease, and in fact, let's go ahead and read off some of the awesome stuff that's been going on right now. We have Anonymous with $20 donation to our incredible charity effort here as well. OBS with another 10. Antarumgon there with a 20. Jezzo with the 20. Peanuts with 10. Kalida with 20. Elfonte with 20 as well. Anonymous with the 420. Thank you very much indeed. We're closing in on 8,000. In fact, it's what we're closing in on right now, 7,877. See if we can get to 8K there. That record is looking very breakable indeed right now. Okay, just another around $300, and we will have smashed our previous record here at Hardsuck with Cure a Disease, an incredible charity we've worked with a few times in the past. And, 200 from Emmy, actually. Well, there it is, actually. $8,000 has been reached. Just another, another 30 or so, and that is an all-time record for Hardsuck, actually, one of these events. That is, that's really special, like, from the bottom of my heart, chat. I'm very, I'm honored. I'm honored to have been able to have been a part of this, actually. And, of course, thank you very much to everyone involved. And Elsa for providing with the fantastic segues, allowing us to smoothly bring up all of this stuff there. And make sure that the awareness is raised. !CRD in the chat to get all the links you need. Link to the Cure a Disease website where you can learn loads about the organization. And, of course, the Tiltify page where you can get involved directly with the actual fundraising component. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 9K next. Let's go. Oh. I'm just going to go ahead and relog over to our NA server real quick. And we'll see if Suwon Slayers can manage to make this happen against Ultrascuffed. But Ultrascuffed definitely demonstrating some kind of key evolution, some good thought process, reflecting on what went wrong in their previous game, what they can maybe try to make things work out a little bit better. We'll be moving over there right now. And I will actually very quickly be right back in just a moment. So I will leave you in the capable hands of Rom to entertain you for a while I go and quickly grab some water because it is getting a little bit toasty in here. I am dehydrating. Goodness me. I think I transferred. I think I hit the button.
Goodness.
Yeah. And I will actually go ahead and take a look. Yeah, someone wants to look at the bracket, so we can do that. This is what the bracket looks like. So we had our first two matches, Rank 55 versus Suwon Slayers and Zero Missing versus Ultrascuffed. And you can see that then we had the winners of those two matches. And we have 55 versus Zero Missing, who won with a 2-1. Zero Missing now in the grand finals. Of course, the lower bracket is still all to play for here. It's going to be Ultrascuffed versus Suwon Slayers now, with Ultrascuffed taking the lead. Then they'll move on to face 55 in the lower bracket final. And then, of course, the winner of that match will go all the way to the grand finals to actually have another go and try to take down Zero Missing in a pretty colossal best of 5 matchup. It's going to be an absolute brutal gauntlet of gaming. He will be the true masters of the arena here. But yeah, stay tuned. A lot of very big games to come, actually. So yeah, exciting stuff here. And I'm going to very quickly go ahead and be right back while all of the transfer stuff happens. So, while I am gone, I know.
Absolutely.
Entertain them, Rom. Entertain the chat. And also, just so everyone is aware, it is going to be Skyhammer is the next map. We haven't seen that today so far, actually. So very cool stuff. Skyhammer coming up. I will be right back. Give me just one moment.
Beautiful, guys. Do we have any estimations here, boys? Who wins, Suwon Slayers or Ultrascuffed? Will Ultrascuffed show the same performance on NA as they did on EU? Do you believe so, or do you think that the delay, the momentum of the favored grounds, of the home field, will that be enough for the American team of SWS to take the equalize? What do you guys believe? We do see similar comps as well, I believe, so they will probably be playing what they did, or maybe they will change up things. Maybe they will. Will SWS change things up? Come on, guys, you need to spam that chat now. Who wins? Ultrascuffed or SWS? Who wins?
Yes. I like that. I like the chat with the spam, actually.
Yes, we need it.
I think I want to see a bit more of that, actually. I want to see a little bit more of this. I want to see.
I feel they're a bit tired.
Yeah. I'm definitely with you there. I want to see the chat really go crazy, unleash. I want to see every single game copy pastas going. Spam this thumb for Ultra Num, right? Get the dragons in there. Spam those team names, right? Cheer for your favorite team. Because they're going to need your support. I think, we've seen some intense games. Suwon Slayers, they need you right now to help them out here. They absolutely do. And of course, as we proceed through the tournament, they're going to need even more support from everyone involved. If you want a team to win, you need to use your energy to make that happen. Is it going to be Ultrascuffed? is going to be the Suwon Slayers. Do we see a redemption arc here from NA? And this is actually even a placement match, of course, right? This is actually the top 4 match, right? So if whichever team wins here will be guaranteed 3rd place, right? Which is pretty cool. And of course, then, you can then move on forwards. But yeah, this is actually the first elimination, which will make a deterministic position on who's winning. And actually, we are going right now. So hang on. Oh no. This is actually quite bad. Hang on. I am in a bit of a situation here. Wait, actually, we need to actually... Oh, hang on. Oh, no. This is bad. We'll actually just go ahead and go. I'm not going to be able to use the overlay this time, guys, because I did not start it. So overlay is gone. Sorry about that, but never mind. In we go. It's going to be the red team. It's the Suwon Slayers. And on the... Oh, never mind. We actually stopped. Oops. I'll bring up the overlay back.
Admins.
Yeah, I did not join the arena on my overlay character in time. I'm afraid I was too slow. Slug God.
You are protected by your admins.
I am indeed. The admins saving the day here.
The angels.
And carrying me. Yes, they are indeed. Okay. Yeah, so sorry about that. Apologies to the teams there. That's me being a little bit slow. I had to do that quick BRB. But let's see if we are actually... Overlay back. I believe we are good now. I think we are. I'm just gonna, you can see it live updating now, actually. See the technology in action on how this is going to work. But in theory, we should be good to go. And then we'll get into our game immediately after that. On the Skyhammer. See, please work. Oof. It is working. There it is. So again, apology to the teams for that. But we are now good to go. So Skyhammer, definitely the map that we've seen the least, actually, throughout this entire tournament, right? It's an uncommon pick, right? And I'm going to walk us through that. Like, why do you think a team might want to play on Skyhammer, or might not want to play on Skyhammer, for that matter, actually?
Who picked it?
It was picked by Ultra Scuffed, I believe.
Okay.
Actually, it may have been picked... It may have been... I'm actually not entirely sure. Let me actually have a look. I'm going to look it up. It was
and it's
picked...
interesting...
It was picked by Suwon Slayers. Sorry, actually.
Yeah, Suwon Slayers. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they like the... They want to go for the 1v1 power. If they believe in that, I think Skyhammer is a good choice. It's a very... In my world, very 1v1 in map. You do also scale a little bit with Necromancer. And now I see him swap again. But I did see Haughty there on the Necro. And he does come back. He's on Harbinger. And it has always been a very... The mid... abusing kind of the ledge here and the high ground is a very, very efficient tool for necromancers in general, but I don't know if it's going to scale up the value anyway from these nerfs, but it's going to be interesting. It's a choice they make, and obviously they have thought behind it, and I think that maybe Urantian feels that he's a big boy right now and he can take every duel that is in front of him. And maybe PMAP 2 on that Bladestone, because they're Ultra Scuffed are not using a Bladestone right now. So if I was PMAP right now, I'd feel pretty solid. Maybe Fly thinks that he can take down PMAP in the duel. I know that Spectres believe they killed that Bladestone sometime, but he is playing Carrion's Amulet and Condi, so I think that he thinks that he can kill that Bladestone. But maybe PMAP thinks he wins. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason.
Indeed. And we do see that Necromancer that you mentioned here, right? This is a great map for Necro, right? It has a lot of, there's lots of places where you're going to be spamming down a lot of area attacks, right? There's going to be some team fighting going on with that secondary objective, the Skyhammer, right? So small points, lots of value out of dropping down lots of heavy area attack damage, and great kiting, right? Like Necromancer is a profession that often heavily relies on positioning and kiting to survive. And this map is pretty much the ultimate map for that, right? With all the high ground here, the jump pads, all that kind of stuff. It can be very difficult, much more difficult to shut down a Necromancer on this map compared to others. And we see that exactly with the Harbinger, in fact, on the Suwon Slayers. See if they can make this work in this matchup.
Exactly, and Athadon being on that Deadeye as well, and see how much value he can get as a Deadeye on this map. We do have more LOS. I do think that Harbinger scales a little bit more on this map than other maps. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. We see double Invis coming out from both teams. We see PMAP going for that close cap. I don't know if he lagged or anything, but he wasn't on that cap very early. We see Athadon. Is he moving to defend or is he moving towards the middle? PMAP is in the duel. We see Gravity moving for a 2v1 towards far, but he's being chased by Aarox. And we see Athadom. Will he choose to outnumber or the far point? I believe he will. Let us see. We see Athadom moving for that 2.
Oh, looks like it might be a disengage, actually. They're going to change the target zone onto the Thief, onto the Spectre here, actually. And Aarox doing a good job of actually holding on throughout all of that. Urantian now moving in as well, pushing into this fight to make it into a 2v2. But so far, things are relatively stable, I want to say. Good kiting here from Peanut and Hatui there on the Harbinger to stay alive. But there is still that single cap right now for Ultra Scuff, so they're slowly winning the game right now. They're looking for the kill, though, onto Copas, on the Fizz, and they do find it. Massive damage comes out there. That's going to be difficult to revive.
Cope is dead on the side as well.
A big explosion. That's the end of that. There we go. There's no.
Cannot get up.
There's a very greedy revive there. Yeah, he tried to revive that. That was very aggressive.
Very greedy.
Does get a big heal here though.
Haughty has fallen, but he's on the side. Do they see? They're pressuring hard here. Peanut is gonna fall as well to gravity and fly, and Cran coming in with Athadom moving as well. They're 4v2 there. We see. PMAP is just hugging the close point right now. Don't know where he's planning on moving. I guess he's waiting for his allies now. It's a rough spot for SWS right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. 2 players down, and they're being bled out as well, which is very annoying to deal with, because this means that during all of this, they're going to be 3v5 for a longer period of time. Now, Suwon Slayers did manage to grab, the 2 side notes here, point C and A, and they are actually defended quite well. Pimap is just kind of lurking around here, and the Blue Thief of Fly, not really sure where to go as well, maybe looking to push, but also very wary of the respawns coming, so those players can't really move that much. Meanwhile, we do have a victorious 4v2 almost, actually, for Ultra Scuff, picking up Aarox over here and forcing the disengage away from Urantian, but so far, I think there's definitely something here for the Suwon Slayers. They need to be a little bit more careful. I think they're bleeding out a few too many kills early on, but there are a few opportunities here where I think they may be able to capitalize if they're, if they stay on their A game, try and find something work.
Yeah, they're gonna have to regroup now, proper, not die. Oh, Urantian Force, that's a bad death. We see insta cleave out here.
Not a good time to die as well. Dies just as Aarox respawns. So, of course, now we have a 4v5 on map for a long time. And Pimap's going to do the same. Ooh, that is a really unfortunate death. Almost the exact same thing happening, right? Like, Urantian is going to respawn and Pimap's going to come back. It's a bit of a feeding frenzy here. Not ideal whatsoever. And, well, I mean, that's kind of the story of this game. It looks like we might see even a repeat of that with it, too. That we actually see, like a massive immobilizer on the Harbinger. Can he get to the high ground? Oh, well, kind of. Peanut going to attempt a revival here, perhaps. Oh, but a big CC from Cran.
It's not going to be enough.
Oh, no. This is really bad now for Suwon Slayers here. They're in a lot of trouble. They need to stabilize here. They need to chill out and regroup themselves.
Urantian killing Fly on the hammer. Urantian killed Fly.
Cran's there on the hammer.
Cran comes out for the rest. Oh, he gets him up.
Good response.
By Cran there.
Peanut just caught out of caught opposition here as well, actually. Gets picked off in the roads by the Revenant and the Deadeye. Catalyst, of course, from Phoenix. Copalist standing firm over there on point C. And, well, yeah, I feel like the hope is starting to evaporate a little bit, Rom, here for the Suwon Slayers. They're in dire straits. This is a very bad situation, and Ultra Scuffed, they're in total control of this matchup here, and they're looking incredibly good. They don't want to end their tournament run here. I think Ultra Scuffed want to see what they can do against 55.
Absolutely. They do want to keep themselves in this game. And Ultra Scuffed will definitely be a threat to 55. It's going to be interesting to see if that's going to be the case, but I believe so. We see a 5-death snowball right now. So basically, Red has not been able to catch a kill on Blue. Well, they did down Fly, but then he got rest. So 5 snowball. It just means way too much.
It's just kill after kill. We're already up to 10 kills at this point, Rom. This is a bit of a bloodbath. Peanut now downstate again. Another kill's going to get picked up. 2 players on map. Pimop can't even leave spawn. Urantian going for the decap. I mean, but I think the time has maybe come. They're going to go for a full reset, so I think maybe they go for one more final push Rom here. But I think if this doesn't work. If this doesn't work, then I'm afraid
they need to go all in close point. Yeah, all in close point here, boys. We see a 1v1 coming out. They cannot push yet. They have to wait for Peanut. They do. This is smart now. Finally, they do a patient regroup, but that's an enemy triple cap. We see a 1v1 at the far node. or at the close node. And oh, there we go. Nuke Fly down there. Fly is taking damage. Can we see a 4v4 win here? Oh, we see Athadon moving for the outnumber on P map here. Interesting. They're just leaving that middle. I guess they might as well. But here we go. Red needs to reap this middle.
Yeah, they feel confident in sustaining that. The, Cran, of course, on that support, that anchor for the team fight. Very powerful. And Pim Up is eventually going to fall. As long as Fly doesn't die here, this is really good for Ultra Scuffed. And it looks like the Jukes are going to be good as a few ports, but actually a lot of damage on the Fly. But he gets the double port, and that actually should be enough with the support of Cran to keep the Thief alive. Asdome now rotating back into this fight. Yeah, with the support from the Spectre. Oh, Fly does actually get exploded.
Not get caught.
Is there a revival from Cran? I think there is. Yeah, Cran is able to land that perfectly. Yeah, very good stuff from Cran. And they turn it. Yeah, Ultra Scuffed have turned it now as well. Irantian down. Peanut, I think, is too pressured to even attempt a revival, actually. Just 5,000 health left, though. That's not going to cut it. Peanut's going to fall. 400 points on the board. It's still a 2-cap in favor of Ultra Scuffed. They conceded middle, but they're going to completely dominate this fight. Nice revive there from Aerox there with the juicy shallow grave lined up there. But I hate to say it, I don't think that's going to be quite good enough, I'm afraid, for our red team here. I think their days are numbered. And I think that they will, unfortunately, be leaving the tournament after this match.
Aerox is in trouble, big fat trouble in the middle, and he does fall. We see still that 1v1 on the side with Copalist and Mr. PMAP. This is definitely Blue's mid-fight. This is looking to be the bitter end for SWS.
Yes, I'm afraid so. The score just keeps on going up. Kill after kill is being landed. Some brutal fighting here from Ultra Scuffed. And, it's actually very interesting to look at this slight change in playstyle because, this is actually what Ultra Scuffed is known for. They're known for their amazing team fight potential. That was how they were able to take down 55 in the original Master of the Arena 1. They are just so strong. A lot of these players are actually GVG players, funny enough, like high-level world versus world players. So they're so good at nailing these fights, singling targets out, supporting each other in a team. That's where their true awe-inspiring power really is. And I think we see a return to that now with a very dominant performance. They're going to finish it on a triple cap with a 2-0. And, well, they've got a serious fight on their hands because 55 are up next.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting battle coming out now. And here it was kind of an obvious win here, and also being on NA. I'd say that Ultra Scuffed really, I wouldn't say played out of their skins, but they did play very, very solid here with that delay. And they showed, as you said, that team fight, that GVG power. It just felt that it didn't really click for SWS here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be very interesting now. 55 against Ultra Scuffed, the top EU teams clashing.
Oh,
the
yes.
Clash
EU versus EU. Goodness me, actually. That really is exciting. And funnily enough, this is actually the inverse of what happened in Master of the Arena 1, actually, where it was the NA teams that actually met in the lower bracket final with Dark USA versus Team USA, with Team USA eventually climbing to the grand finals after that. So this time it's going to be EU on EU action, with one of them getting eliminated. And you know what? We've obviously seen a very strong performance from rank 55 Dragons so far, but I would absolutely not count out Ultra Scuffed here by any stretch of the imagination, particularly with their new adapted composition they've brought into play, with a slight change that they're bringing Cran in on their Tempest rather. Gornit is on Rev, and that may be a slight adaptation that he needs to do, obviously. As Halseth mentioned, very much a Necromancer main there as well, but clearly capable on the Herald at the same time. So this is gonna be something. This is going to be something for sure. And yes, of course, I want to say GG well played, obviously, to the Suwon Slayers. I think they really demonstrate that they've got some serious power right here. And I hope to see that roster again in the future, in future events, and in-game as well with Guild Wars 2.
Absolutely. And, they obviously seem to be somewhat quite recent team, I guess. Mm-hmm. Where they were, and... it's not easy. Everyone here has to try to understand how much synergy comes into play, especially when it comes to big events like this, when there is a lot more pressure, when there's a lot more eyes on what you do, and you enter new situations, you have to make decisions on the fly, etc. So big ups to SWS. A bit more practice, a bit more focus, and they can definitely do even better.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Oh, now this is a little bit interesting. Hang on, give me just one moment, actually. Let's see if that's going to show up. Is that going to show up, actually? Kind of a little bit. Let me just hide Discord real quick. Hang on, one moment. Give me just one moment. I'm just going to make ROM disappear. Because we have a little bit of a surprise guest for some of these games, actually. And I'm going to go ahead and add them right now. Chat, let me ask you something. Are you ready for this? You know, actually, let's guess. Chat, who do you think we're hopping in right now? Wait, I feel like we all can probably guess, actually. Maybe that's no good. Maybe I shouldn't be letting them guess. Because that might be too easy to guess, actually. But you know what? I'm not going to stall anymore. I'm bringing them in. Hang on. Here we go. See what we've got. Never mind. The call failed. Oh, I added the wrong account. Nice. Let me add the other account. Imagine having more than one Discord account. That's unreal. You need to accept my friend request. Give me one sec. We're professionals here, okay? Ah, yes, it's Helsa. That's right. Okay, I was hyping it up. Yeah. Okay, excited. I think I got it now. Oh, hello. Who's this?
Hello there.
Oh.
How's
who are
it
you?
going?
Wait, who are you actually? How'd you get in here?
Who are you? Now, what's going on, boys? Hope you're doing well. It's been a while, you know. Decided to dust off the suit. See if I can unleash the old casting voice. We'll have to see how it goes. But hope you're doing well. Looking forward to getting into some of these matches. Got a couple left, I think, right?
Yes, indeed.
Helseth.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, it is the other version of Helsa. That we're just putting on an accent and looking a little bit different. Got his hair back.
Yeah, what's going on?
But anyway,
some exciting esports action. Huh?
Yes. Welcome to the show, by the way. Roy, thank you so much for hopping on. I know you're very busy these days making video games. Wow. Incredible.
Doing my best.
But very glad to have you here for our final set of matches, which is going to be our lower bracket final and indeed our ultimate grand final. So awesome to have you back. You know, like it's the true legendary caster, right? Roy has always been really, really helpful with helping me out with tournaments in the past with commentary and of course administration. This time, just hopping on board for the finals and of course, well, yeah, both the finals, lower bracket and upper bracket stuff. So yeah. Thank you so much, Roy, for hopping on board.
There's a very good chance I passed out at some point because I'm in a very small, hot room with no air conditioning, wearing a suit.
Yeah,
and it is
that's good.
90 plus degrees outside.
I think you're going to pass out from the excitement. That's what's really going to happen.
Yes, that as well. That as well.
Oh yeah.
Do we know if we're starting an EU or NA yet?
Well, I mean, it's EU versus EU, so it's going to be EU.
Oh, so probably on EU, yeah.
Yeah, and of course for the finals, because the upper bracket finals, of course, is Team Zero Missing, they'll get pick. And actually, you know what? You might think that means we're going to play on NA, but you know, not necessarily. I believe every tournament where this has happened, I think we often see, Team USA at the time, they always pick to play on EU first, funnily enough, actually. So we might even see them go for that and kind of switch it up a little bit. But we'll have to see what that team picks. Of course, they're entitled to pick NA or EU if they wish for the grand finals. But anyway, let's talk about maps. We've got some maps coming through, I believe, here, actually. What is it going to be? Where is my, where's the thing? Okay, so it's going to be, what exactly? The ban is going to be Skyhammer, okay? Like, you know, Skyhammer, terrifying stuff there. Temple, going to get banned next. Then it's going to be Forest. Ooh, good stuff. A real classic, crisp map there. Then it's Kylo, the cursed map. I know, it's funny. I was going to bring this up last time, actually. And perhaps why. Maybe this is the reason why 55 had difficulty into Zero Missing, actually. You know, I was speaking to Zan and Misha, actually, after Master of the Arena, and they said that Kylo is the cursed map. I believe going back to a game they lost in Pro League that has haunted them ever since, and they view that map as unplayable and terrible. So there's a little fun esports fact there about that. Then finally, the remaining bans going to be Faux Fire and Colosseum. So our map order is going to be Forest, Kylo, and then Colosseum. I've actually not changed the team names, though. Oops. Don't worry. I have now. There you go. The map has now been adjusted. Very good.
Indeed. Are you and I going to be casting this next match, T-Bot?
Yes. I believe, in fact, we will probably go ahead and cast all of the remaining games, I think.
Well, that is exciting. All 2 of them.
Yes.
All
So
2
that's
last
a
set,
lot.
yes.
I mean, it's that, that's potentially, I mean, how many is it? 5 plus 3? 8 games, maybe?
My God, that was quick math.
Exactly.
What is the name of your arena?
It is Masters of the Arena 1.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It's short and
Cool,
sweet.
very cool.
Keeping it
Love
to the
it.
point.
So anyways, now that we've gotten all that out of the way, a lot to talk about, a lot to unwrap here. Obviously, I know I haven't been here for the rest of, or the preceding games, the preceding days for the tournament. I did watch, or at least I tried to watch, most of Friday. I was trying to watch some of Saturday as well. But, I was out doing very important things. But Friday's games, excellent, really, really exciting. I think Ultra Scuffed had a lot to bring to the table that we, that we'd seen from them previously a couple years ago. Not quite their full strength. Obviously, really no team, I think, in this tournament so far is at sort of the same strength, the same level they were at a couple years ago in terms of the roster, right? Because we've had so many roster swaps over the last couple of years. 2 years is a long time to keep the same 5 players together. And I don't think anyone was untouched. But a lot of really cool games on NA as well. Obviously, no one really coming too close to zero missing Team USA. But still some good stuff. Obviously, we just saw Suwon Slayers getting knocked out, but some really great games from them, from Team Nezio, etc. But I think it's very interesting that we see ourselves here in this is the lower bracket finals. We haven't seen rank 55 here before. In fact, we saw them not drop a single game in the global finals. This is a very strange place for them to be. Not where I think most people were expecting them to be. Certainly not where they were expecting to be themselves. And Ultra Scuffed, I'd say, obviously feeling, some pressure. They were knocked down here pretty early by Team USA. It wasn't that close of a set. It was 2-0. I would say, they definitely had to go back to the drawing board, sort of figure out how they wanted to play. We see Cran coming in now, which I think is a great, great call from them. Probably the best Tempest. I would say MVP of Moto 1, potentially the best Tempest that we have playing here. And I think it's a great decision for them to bring Cran back in after losing to USA, after USA, obviously beating 55 down now as well with that Tempest. And so it's great to see them. And on top of that, they've now they've cemented themselves into 3rd place, which is, of course, one step above where they were 2 years ago. They had themselves in 4th place, dropping down to Dark USA. So putting themselves up a little bit, you like to see it, getting themselves that 3rd place secured victory. But of course, that is not where they want to end up. They want to try and go for the redemption arc against USA, or Zero missing, in the grand finals. But of course, they've got to get through 55, who we see an adaptation of their own, Frey on the Tempest, which is very interesting to me. Because we've seen Misha playing, he's taken the support role for this team, for a very long time, all the way from Moto 1 and even before that, for the last couple of years. Obviously, support sort of fell out of the meta for a little bit, at least according to some of these teams, not according to USA. And so we didn't see Misha playing that. But we do see him sticking on the Catalyst. And so what this says to me is that none of the other players on this team were really ready to play the Catalyst. They weren't ready to step up and replace Misha. And so Frey now has to be the one stepping up and playing that support. And nothing against Frey. Frey is an excellent player, very, very avid multi-classer. We've seen him play lots of different, classes. We've seen him play Necro. We've seen him on the Thief. We now see him on the Tempest. I definitely think he can pilot this, but I do think it is going to be a little bit harder for them. I think Misha, probably top 2 supports when Cran wasn't playing. I think Zeromus and Misha really held their own, again, of all the teams across the last couple of years that we've seen sort of rise up in the meta. And so I think it's a shame that they don't have Misha on that Tempest, and I think that will hurt them a little bit here.
Yeah, and it's the big interesting thing here actually as well is that we see Draza on Deadeye as well instead of the Spectre. We've seen basically every single team go for that Spectre this time around. We'll see if that actually is going to be potentially changed down the line and maybe adapted even further when we see them potentially in this game as well. And this is a bit of a switch up here, and it's late in the day as well, right? So I think that is a little bit worrisome. Yeah. For 55, right? That's not the position you want to be. You want to go in with your plan and stick to that plan. They've had to adapt their plan, and as of course we've been talking about earlier, Hels has brought this up. 55 are very adaptable, but that's got to be a little bit worrisome, right? Like, as it does appear that Team Zero Missing came in with incredibly good theory craft and understood how the game was going to go.
Yeah, and I think that is probably the most interesting point of this tournament. I'll actually hold off on that because we do see the starts coming out here. Draza going to be a little bit out here alone, but does have his own stealth to answer the stealth there from Ultra Scuffter coming in with a pretty heavy rotation into mid. We see 55 playing a little bit more defensively, just opting to capture up their mine, send Draza out kind of to scout here a little bit. But we do see the rest of the team now moving into mid, and we should probably have a pretty strong team fight brewing up here. Tornado already ripping through here from Frey, getting a lot of CC. Gornet already very pressured, already having to burn through the Glint Heal, and he's certainly going to be the target here for 55, continuing to keep that pressure on. We might see an early Glyph having to come out here for Gornet if he does end up going down. We do see Earth Shield, though, so we'll see if Gornet's going to be able to get to it. Great Gale, great knockdown there coming out from Frey, keeping that pressure, keeping that CC on the Herald, and now we do see Kran actually having to use the Earth Shield of his own.
Yeah, exactly. Some very good team play there, actually, by both rosters. In fact, actually, they were really, at each other's throats, but very much defending their team. And now it gets turned around onto Boyce. These Heralds are going to have a fun game this time. I think both of them going to be the serious focal point to eliminate that, getting rid of that damage, taking that off the board. And it's going to be Boyce going down here first. Actually, Ultra Scuff get the fight. They do not have the map control though, so they need to convert a little bit more. And now here comes the disengage. Will we be able to see 55 get out of this without losing too much? It looks like the answer to that is actually yes. Misha's still stalling out middle, and map control still possessed by 55, and Ultra Scuff not quite able to get the follow-up they're looking for here, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I don't want to harp on it too much because I think Frey is an excellent player, but we see, to be fair, it's the first glyph of the game, right? It could have just been coincidence. Maybe we see Ultra Scuff just doing a much better job of keeping that pressure on the Tempest, but we don't see that glyph come out for Boyce, and it's the first kill of the game. Already going to be swinging things the way of Ultra Scuff. That being said, really great map control from 55, which is, of course, what we come to expect from this team every single time we see them play. They don't lose any more players other than Boyce, like you mentioned. We see them able to keep control, keep pressure on the maps, or the nodes that they don't own, and in fact, get a decap over at Henge. Obviously, huge credit there to Draza, and even more credit to him as he gets Azurdome now to downstate, and Phoenix is going to be able to do nothing but watch and continue to see this node over to Zan and at Draza.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite remarkable there, actually. Like, even though that fight did not really go their way, they still managed to make it work anyway. Now, Frey does go down there. Really was stalling for time there, combined with Misha on this middle node, doing a great job there, but maybe push the luck a little bit. If Misha goes down, I think that's when things get a little bit scary. As long as Misha survives, I think this is okay, because look at the positioning right now on the map. Boyce can defend the mine, no problem. We have an outnumber onto Phoenix, actually, with Draza and Zan. I almost think this is actually a bit of a mistake that we saw from 55, actually. They were continuously trying to outnumber and kill the Catalyst when it was against Grimjack, of course, versus the Zero Missing game. And it didn't really work there whatsoever. And it doesn't work here either. So a bit of wasted time. It is almost going to get, in a way, rewarded, actually, as we see Ultra Scuff trying to push the fight towards the Henge, with Kran now rotating in to support this fight. A lot of damage, though, going on to Azurdome. That Deadeye, very, very vulnerable. Much more so, in fact, than perhaps the Spectre.
Yeah, and obviously, Frey having to move all the way across the map is going to be unfortunate, but a great pick up onto Azurdome here. Boyce and Frey just finding that lockdown, finding that kill. However, Zan is going to be in downstate. Knock comes out to him. I don't think Frey is going to be able to get into position to res him anyways, so that's going to be another node confirmed, and this is going to be, I was going to say double cap here for Ultra Scuff, but a nice decap there to answer that. And once again, we see kills coming out for both of these teams, right? We've seen, obviously, Frey die. He might actually die again. We saw Boyce die pretty early on, after that fight sort of turned against 55 there, and Boyce and Frey now going to be split up, which is obviously pretty bad for them. Boyce does have his heal, so he might be able to get out of this alive. But even with all these kills coming out, and 55 obviously able to answer back with a few kills of their own, Azurdome getting picked up now a couple times here on the map, we see 55 one step ahead pretty much throughout this whole game in terms of node control and rotations. And that, I think, is what they're known for more than anything else. Gornet now getting quite a bit pressured here, but Frey going to drop. Boyce unable to find that return kill onto the Herald, and Kran actually going to get a nice stomp of their own. So Frey going to be taken out again. And, I think we're starting to see a pattern here where Frey will kind of, give himself up so that 55 can continue to sort of put themselves into a bit of a better position, find these rotations around the map, find a little bit of a better map and node control, and just keep, again, continue to one step ahead. They're not trying to own the entire map. They're not trying to just farm kills over and over again, although we do see Phoenix going down here, but Kran, and once again with an excellent rotation, bringing the way in here to get that glyph onto Phoenix. 55 again, though, they're just going to continue to out-rotate Ultra Scuffed unless they can find some way to adapt and start to match these rotations for 55.
Yeah. That's definitely the really big differential here. If anything, I almost feel like Ultra Scuffed are actually executing their composition equally, if not even perhaps a little bit superior to 55, actually, getting these better fights, like getting some better value out of their Tempest. But you're absolutely right. 55 is simply controlling the map better. So despite not having the easiest time in actually winning these fights, it doesn't actually matter because they're playing the 5v5, they're playing the map so well that it's making them win the game anyway.
Yeah, and credit to Draza. I think finding that pressure onto Henge early on after that sort of lost team fight. I think finding some of these decaps, finding some really great rotations. I think Draza really keeping this team afloat right now. Not necessarily afloat, but really keeping them ahead, I should say. Although we will see now the double cap for what I believe is the first time here in this game for UltraScuff. But again, look at this. Draza already in a position to get this decap on Henge. We do see Zan, though, dying over here towards mid. Frey also going to die in a different node entirely over at the mine. We're not going to see a res almost certainly here for Misha. So Misha now going to have to kite out this 2 versus 1. Hopefully does not fall himself to the double elementalist power of UltraScuffed. Well, again, red team, they get double nodes, and UltraScuffed, I think, are in a bit of a better position here just because they have several respawns, they have several kills being bled out here. Now they should be able to find this decap pretty quickly. Boy's forced to burn his glint heal just to contest this node for a couple more seconds, but it's not going to be for very long. And this actually could turn into a triple cap situation here.
Yeah, those are 2 very important kills for support, and the Blades one, that is very big. That is absolutely massive, right, to pick up those 2 kills. And you can see that, yeah, UltraScuff capitalizing on that extremely well. They may not get the full triple cap. I think we see Gornet going for the node here. Will he get the Henge? Yes, he does. And Draza actually may be about to die. That will be a very inconvenient death. However, the Tempest and the Blades one are available for that support while we have this Catalyst 1v1 over here. But UltraScuffed, they're very much in a position where they can get back into this game without a shadow of a doubt. Like 100 points behind with a double cap on their side. This is fantastic, particularly as Misha, actually, he can't 1v1. He actually just has to disengage. Phoenix is a complete beast throughout this entire tournament, Roy. I'm sure you've been keeping an eye on that. Absolute monstrosity of a player. And in fact, just straight up shoves Misha away, forces the plus now from Boyce, and will be very difficult to kill, I think, even in this 1v2. Already moving to the kite position and might end up wasting a lot of Boyce's valuable time in this match.
Yeah, I think, obviously, I'd like to talk about Phoenix a little bit later, because as you said, he's doing an excellent job, and I completely agree with that. But the main thing that happened there that I saw was Misha just unable to reset from that fight. We saw both Phoenix as well as Cran doing a great job of just keeping the pressure on him. Boyce obviously came in there to try and give Misha a way to get out to contest the node, but he was not able to stay on there for very long. Finally, Misha resets. Now they're able to get into this 1 versus 2. But, while that happens, what is UltraScuffed doing? We see that they unfortunately gave over the Henge node, and I think that's probably the biggest misplay I'm going to see from this blue team. We will probably see this kill come out on Frey and Zan. I don't think Frey and Zan are going to be able to keep this 3 versus 2 going for very long. Tornado coming out now as well, just keeping a little bit of pressure on him. And, I think that's where they're going to be able to come back to it. But giving up the decap in the first place, I think, is probably the biggest mistake, they had. Phoenix was holding that outnumbered fight on the other side of the map, and they needed to get some value from it. But we've now seen them in a position where none of their nodes are going to be held, and they're going to be decapped on middle as well. And again, this is just, I think UltraScuff start to sort of try and do something a little bit different. They find some really great kills on the map. They start to get map control, and 55 say, all right, we wait for respawns, and then we strike again. As soon as Misha resets, he's going to be able to go into this fight and match Phoenix. Boyce can rotate back into the map. We get the decaps out like we've been planning. We stall this fight on Henge, which is now probably going to go the way of UltraScuff with Frey dying, but it doesn't matter because the damage has been done. 55 continue to just slow UltraScuff down and keep the points ahead in their favor.
Exactly. They've now managed to slowly get back control, and you have Misha and Phoenix is on that, fighting that 1v1 over there. It is on red team's nodes, that's pretty good. We did see the Henge go the direction of UltraScuffed, and Zan is going to have to try and kite this out as Frey is dead again. Going for that coveted top death stat this game, actually. Like, the Tempest having a very difficult time surviving, actually. And again, I almost thought this is UltraScuffed kind of going, oh yeah, like Frey doesn't, is not as experienced on Tempest as he would be on Spectre. Let's actually try and punish that. Let's punish that, that perhaps slight inexperience or, not being quite warmed up for it on the day. And let's see what we can make happen with that. And certainly effective. Great res, though, off respawn, actually, from Frey. Gets there right in the nick of time to get Zan back up and running to push onto that node. And again, we're just seeing it. It's so difficult for UltraScuffed to actually convert any value. They're finding kills here and there, but 55, they're just so sticky. They won't let go of any of these nodes, Roy.
Yeah, I'd really like to see UltraScuff try to push a little bit more into Misha. I think that when they did that before, they forced Frey to try to rotate into it. They forced Boyce to try to rotate into it, and I think they found some value there. Obviously, consistently getting kills onto Frey and then into Zan, and I don't know if we're going to see a glyph. No glyph available. Used it earlier. Probably the first time Zan went down there, and we just missed that. But Zan now going to be given up, and Frey going to try to rotate out back into mid, join Draza and potentially Boyce there for the team fight. But I would like to see UltraScuff maybe potentially push a little bit more into Misha. I think he's getting way too much value right now on this node, although Phoenix almost has the decap forced here. So, maybe they're just hoping that eventually that node will go neutral and they won't get any more point gain. We do see Azerdome now making his way over there and leaving the rest of the map either in a neutral or positive state for them. So if they get this decap on a mine and they can hold this map state, it will be helpful for them. It will be good. But they're going to have to obviously continue to find these kills either onto Frey, onto Zan, onto Boyce, wherever, to keep that lead and grow that lead as well, because they are well over 100 points behind. And this node will help them. The kill on Amisha will help them, but it's not going to be enough. Zan coming in now off respawn as well.
And they heard you there. Azam comes in with a quick plus and pushes Misha, gets the kill relatively quickly. Dan arriving just a little bit too late to really do much about that. And yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate there, but we do need to see a lot of points here. It's a 100-point advantage. Of course, the recent will be coming through very, very shortly. Gornet in a lot of trouble here as well. Actually does have that Glendale. And they get Frey again! Oh, it is a tough game to be a Red Tempest currently. And Zan, I almost feel like we're seeing a bit of a... It's almost like some kind of comedy skit here, right? Like, Zan just arriving right as his team dies again and again and again, unfortunately. I do like this Open 55. They've slightly pulled a bit of a cheeky outmaneuver here. They all push over towards the henge, where they can kind of reset, get an outnumber. We do see Phoenix going for the beast. Great decision. Knows that the entire red team isn't available to contest. Grabs 25 points, and it's definitely getting... It's a pretty spicy game right now, with a double cap for Ultra Scuffed, a slight point advantage, but that gap is actually closing. Now, Zan is locking Kran down, so there needs to be a response to get Kran out of this bad spot, so that they're able to rotate. Has to go and help Fly as well, actually Fly very, very low, but Boyce is down! I almost feel like this could actually be Ultra getting into the lead in this game, actually, Roy. This is really bad.
Yeah, if they can hold this map state, which they should be able to with the kill onto Boyce, then they will be fine. Obviously, we might see Draza go for a decap either over towards the mine, and we do see him moving in that way. But Azerdome, I think, expecting this. Phoenix, obviously, keeping an eye on there. So, it's going to be very difficult for them to... And Zan dying. I feel as though, after that first, not wipe, obviously, but Boyce dying in that first team fight, and, we saw Ultra finding some more kills around. 55 were able to rotate around them, and they were able to outmaneuver them even while losing kills. And we can look at the kill counter right now. It's heavily in favor of Ultra Scuffed. Even so, 55 were doing a pretty good job of keeping ahead of it. But the last couple of moments, ever since we saw this last push over towards mine, they haven't been able to reset. Frey now dying again for what's probably the fifth time this
death, I think, yes.
I don't think we've seen a full reset or a full regroup from 55, and I'm going to be honest, this is surprising to me. This is not in form for them. We almost never see a weakness like this happening in 55. We see it time after time again in other teams, and less experienced teams, and less veteran teams. We do not see this in 55, and I think they're a little bit shook from having to change over to this Tempest, having to put a player who's less experienced on it over to Tempest. And honestly, I think that this is just a little bit more in favor of the way that Ultra Scuffed tend to like to play. They swapped over to this sort of roam meta that 55 was establishing on EU to match them, and they were weaker than 55 in it. But Kran now being back on what I would consider his best, well, being back on the team. Gornet now on Herald, which is a class he can pilot very, very effectively. Obviously playing around the double thief power that they have, both Fly and Azerdome doing a great job. And of course, Phoenix, as we've mentioned, this powerhouse catalyst here for Ultra Scuffed. Almost 1v2ing here. Draza so low.
Yeah,
has to restealth and get away there. Phoenix just obliterating them, and that's going to be game for Ultra Scuffed. They just were allowed to play their game better. And
a huge comeback.
Not performing as I would like to see them.
Boyce finds that kill, but it's way, way too late now. 4-9-3, the triple cap has been held. That's good game well played. I think you're absolutely right, Roy. I think a little bit of frustration, a little bit of stress about having to change it up this late. I think 55 thought they had the code cracked, right? They had that strategy with the double thief, with that full roam style. And I think they're actually a little uncomfortable as Ultra Scuffed actually might be almost doing the repeat, right? They managed to snipe them in of course, the regional finals of Master of the Arena 1. Could they possibly be the team to eliminate rank 55 from a tournament? Could that actually be what's happening right now? May well be.
It would be very wild if we did in fact see that. By the way, are we going to be going back to the caster screen in between games or just going into game? So I have my camera off. So I don't know what you've been doing.
Yeah, I probably will actually. We've got some, we've got a little bit of cure rare disease action going on there actually, but GG well played, of course.
Sorry, did you say cure rare disease?
I did. We're going to the cast
I was actually
going
to ask you because I've been hearing, again, like I mentioned, I've been trying to watch, the games on Friday and Saturday, and I'll be honest with you, ever since I started working for Arena, I haven't really been keeping up with the PvP scene as much as I was before. I haven't been involved in the community events like I was before. And I'm unfamiliar with all the players. So who is this curated disease? Because I've been hearing about them over and over all this weekend. They must be a spectacular player. They must be just one of the best players or team on the game. Could you tell me a little bit about them, please, Teapot?
Oh, I mean, look, they They're even better than that. They are the best player in the game. In fact, I actually, look, I know I don't normally do this sort of thing, but I'm sure you're aware there's a list of banned players who aren't allowed to play in tournaments. I had to ban Cure Disease. They're just too good. It would have been a 1v9 situation, 1v10 situation even. Wouldn't matter. Of course, they are the charity, the non-profit organization that we have partnered with to make our prize pool epic, worthy of the quality of the games that we're actually getting right now. Here in Masters of the Arena 2. Massive shout out to them for helping us out with that. And what is Cure Disease? You know what I like? I like names that tell you exactly what's going on. And you know what? Cure Rare Diseases does exactly that. Because they cure rare diseases. They are doing research work and, of course, care work as well for those who are affected by rare genetic conditions all over the world. I don't know why your camera's not working. That's okay, though. I don't know what that is, but do not worry. We don't need that. Just having your very small icon there is exactly what we need to talk about Cure Disease. If you want to learn a little bit more about Cure Disease here, you can go to !CRD in the chat to learn a little bit more about that. Cure Disease.org. And of course, go to our Tiltify page to support our campaign. And just flat out here, thanks to some epic donations from Urantian with the 20 and Fishy332 with the 80. Let's go NA. Thanks for doing the Steve. It's been a fun weekend. Hey, glad you're enjoying Fishy. We have now broken our record for fundraising with Hardsuck. We're up to $8,177.
Wow.
Wow.
That's awesome.
That is incredible.
Big shout out to everybody who's donated. Seriously, it's for a great cause. I know we're, playing into it a lot and constantly talking about it. But as Teapot said, as everyone has said, Helseth, big shout out to him for doing a great job promoting it. It is for a great cause. It is awesome to see something like that partnered with PvP. But we obviously have a lot of time to continue to talk about how great CRD is.
Oh yes.
But now I think we can maybe talk a little bit about how. Well, again, my camera's off, unfortunate, but how great these games are, and this PvP esports scene is.
Oh yeah.
You said it. If 55 falls here, I don't think
they're out.
It would be astounding, right? They're out. Yes, I don't think this would be anything that anybody expects. Coming into this tournament, I was thinking a little bit. We're going to see 55 in the finals, right? No question. Is it going to be Ultra Scuffed or is it going to be USA? Those were sort of the top two contenders for that second spot in the finals, at least in my eyes, in my opinion. But now we're in a situation where we might not even see 55 there. It's unbelievable. But I think this really just goes to show you how comp changes, meta changes can really affect teams and players. Having to play something you're not used to. Rom said it in chat earlier, and I was going to touch upon this. He was able to beat me to it with his Giga analyst brain. We see several off-meta or off-role classes here for 55. This is not, what they're used to playing. Obviously, Boyce can play basically any class to an extremely proficient level. We're not really worried about his hero gameplay, but he hasn't been practicing it as much. I don't think he was really prepared to play it here in this tournament. But either way, I don't think we're too worried about what Boyce here. But Frey, obviously on the Tempest, we saw him fall a lot, and I think this is going to be a very strong, a pretty big weakness for this team. Again, Frey, excellent player. He's just not used to Tempest. It's a very different play style to what he's used to. It's very different from Necro. It's very different from Thief. And I think that it's going to be very difficult for him to have the same presence in these team fights that we're going to see Cranbring and even Naru to some extent. Although I think Naru, at the same time, he hasn't played support in a very long time. And, when he was playing support, it was Firebrand several years ago when we saw that, still in the meta. But even so, he's been practicing it, and that's the big difference. Naru is going to feel more comfortable on this. And honestly, I think the fact that they beat 55 at, playing their game, where last time, 55 sort of beat them playing their game, they brought the Tempest meta, into the Firebrand meta, and USA was unable to match them there. I think that really just speaks volumes to the confidence of Team Zero missing. But even then, we also see Xan in a class that, while he's been piloting very well and now piloting for at least a while for this tournament, it's not Nate Hollow. It's not what he's, not that Holosmith. It's not that engineer that he's known for, that he's just so good at, that he's almost unmatched at. And, I think Misha, to some extent as well, obviously having to play Catalyst, I think he's been doing an excellent job, but it's still also a bit of a shift from that support role that he was bringing for so long. Draza, we do see the swap here. So Draza going over to Spectre from Deadeye. what do you make of that? Why the swap to Spectre?
Yeah, I think that is the smart choice. The Deadeye is good as that second pick, but do you know why you play a Deadeye? In addition to the Spectre, it's because you can't run 2 Spectres in our rule set, pretty much. I do think the Spectre is a significantly better option here. The Deadeye, you can kind of meme people and catch people off guard, but at the end of the day, I think the Spectre is just better. It has excellent matchups in the 1v1s. It can very easily rotate around them incredibly quickly and do lots of burst damage. It has that sublime elite skill, very hard to deal with the relatively low amount of stability in the metagame right now with that pulsing pull. And of course, it has godlike synergy with the Tempest, with the shallow grave revive that it can pull off, in addition to being excellent at sustaining teammates and can really come in clutch. Like, the big thing about your Spectre here is that it doesn't just +1 to kill, it can +1 to save as well. So let's imagine that we have Zan in a bad situation in a 1v2 or something like that, or Misha, right? And we have Draza come in for a +1. It's not only going to match it into a 2v2 and make it a good fight, because Spectre's fantastic in these situations because of the support component, it will also re-sustain whoever he's plussing into. So I do think Spectre is the superior choice to Deadeye. Deadeye, great as that second thief, but again, only because you can't run 2 Spectres.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely fair. Although, I will say, shout out to Azurdome, who, and I love this pickup by Ultrascuff, by the way. Azurdome, not, a typical part of their roster, but I think Azurdome, he was known for his Deadeye, right? He was the Deadeye player.
If you're going to get anyone to play Deadeye, it's Azurdome. No question about that, I think. Like, in the entire world, Azurdome is the Deadeye, like the Deadeye player.
He's definitely been feeling himself. He's definitely, been right there. I think in every single match, every single moment. The games on Friday, Coliseum, and I don't remember the other map that they played that I think he was popping off on, but he just looked so good. Just honestly, I think the best thief in this tournament. Obviously, again, it's a little bit harder to say just because we haven't seen him piloting that Spectre, and he's of course just so comfortable on this Deadeye build. But definitely big shout out to Azurdome. I think really a strong factor for this Ultrascuff team. But again, here we go. Game number 2. This is match point. This is where rank 55 are going to be feeling the most pressure they've probably felt in their tournament careers in several years. They are almost being knocked out of Moda 2 here to Ultrascuff, a team that they haven't lost to since before the qualifiers in Moda 1. Yeah,
this is certainly a position that they aren't used to. Right, this is going to feel uncomfortable, and that's relevant as well, right? Of course, these players are used to it. They've played in high-stress environments before, but this has got to be a little bit rattling, particularly when, we also see, again, you're not playing against, like, some random team. This is Ultrascuff. This is a very powerful roster that, again, beat them before. So you've got some old memories, and it was even on Kylo, Roy. Is the past going to repeat itself? Let's find out, or if 55 can turn it around. Well, they've got to do it right now. It is now or never, and already we see a lot of pressure onto Gorna, actually, on the Herald. Does get
we did see
nicely.
This last game as well, though. Cran is going to be there to continue the support for Gornet. And Boyce now, again, going to be turning the pressure back onto him. We do see Urshield coming out. A little bit of pressure put onto the node on mid now. Azurdome finding some damage on himself. Boyce still going to be the target here, though, for Ultrascuff. And he's starting to get locked down here. Has the Urshield still, so he's going to have some defensive abilities. Cran now actually taking a bit of pressure, going to be forced into Urshield of their own. We are going to see who goes down first. Boyce trying to dodge away, trying to just continue to kite, is able to get into staff, doesn't have his Glen Heal for another 15 seconds, so if they can just find more pressure onto him, then they will be able to pick up that kill soon. But Cran, again, forced to kite away, and I do like this change here from 55. They're putting pressure onto the support. They're making it much harder for them to find damage, find consistent CC, find consistent sustain for the rest of their team, and I really, really like this sort of adaptation here from 55 in these team fights. They're stalling much better than we saw them in the first game.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and now we're seeing a bit of map rotation come out there. We saw, I believe, Phoenix actually kind of disengage. No, sorry, not Phoenix. Actually, it was Azurdome and Fly who went for that decap there as well, and it was matched a little bit there by Draza and Boyce, but this is where that double thief does come in. It's pretty spooky, actually. Like, 55 are going to have to be really on their toes to keep up with that level of tempo, particularly as they didn't actually win that fight. In fact, they've lost the middle cap here as well. What am I watching here, Roy? 55 didn't make anything happen. They have essentially lost that fight, been driven away, lost their own node. They're trying to split it now with Zan pushing into Phoenix, but I think Zan's going to have a tough time decapturing this. We've seen the bit of the brick wall that is the catalyst, although Phoenix is heavily pressured, actually, so this may end up leading to a decap, but 55 on the back foot in match point.
Yeah, this is not a very good start for them, and Draza now going to be following potentially the first kill of this game. Frey is there, Port comes out, oh, great glyph, and I think that's Frey going to be making up a little bit for that first glyph he was unable to get in that last game. So nice job from Frey, good heads up play there, good communication from Draza to let him know he was going down, let him know he was in a position he can get glyphed. And this is a 55, they're going to kind of, regroup, they're going to get around the node that they own now and push back into middle. And I actually do like this setup. Zan pushing into Phoenix at far. He's able to find this decap, even though Azure Dome now rotating in is going to obviously put some pressure onto Zan. They probably will be able to get this node back, but it opens up middle node if 55 want to go there. However, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the point of focus for them, as Boyce is now going to rotate in, although that might just be to make sure Zan survives and gets out. But look at that! No, it's going to be Azure Dome going in and downstate the cleave. There's going to be immense Crane coming in, but I don't know if there's going to be enough poured up coming up from Azure Dome. Is Crane going to be there for the glyph? The hardware's coming out.
Should get it, I think.
The cleave from stop. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get it. No, they do get the kill. Excellent job there from 55. Cran, unfortunately, just a little bit too slow.
And they're going to need more than that, though. Can 55 convert something else? Now, of course, Cran was forced away. That does leave Fly and Gornet exposed. Cran now coming back in with the water overload. Fly very low, though. Might get caught. About to go down, say. Shroud is actually running out just about now. There's Fly. Let's see, and Cran does have the glyph available. Is it going to land? Yeah. It does. There we go. Of course, it's a powerful resource that has now been expended and yields control of the node to rank 55 Dragons. Draza keeping that pressure on. In fact, maybe looking to pressure Cran. In fact, yeah, looks like that may well be the play here. For the time being, Cran in a bit of a weird spot, actually getting caught between a rock and a hard place. 55 surrounding, going for the full 360 surround onto Cran, but Zan actually pushes in and gets punished, shoved away. Very aggressive there. The support is there, but no, Fly is going to get exploded in. Of course, there's no revive this time, and 55 look like they're going to be able to take this fight. Ultra need to figure out how they're going to disengage, and that's not going to be easy. Gornet and Cran both incredibly low.
Yeah, they're going to be split up as well. Cran obviously no glyph. Gornet should fall here. Cran, I don't think, can keep him alive for much longer. Gornet probably going to be taken out in just a second. There he is. Cran just going to have to give that kill up. And this is just straight up classic snowball from 55. Really, really nice job for them. Again, we saw them regroup. We saw them not really crumble or crack. We did see a downstate from Jaza, but again, a nice glyph from Frey to reset that fight. They were able to put some pressure on the map, pull some players over to one node. Great rotation into the pickup onto Azure Dome from Boyce. Ooh, and then this is just 55 classic control from them. Ooh, Azure Dome picked up again.
Yeah, that's actually bad. Yeah, that is bad, and that's a really key thing in this match. When the interaction between the Herald and the Deadeye, I think, is really important. It was the same when Boyce was playing Untamed as well, but that Deadeye needs to get shut down, and that's the Herald's job to do that. And Boyce, he is the Predator. He finds that kill again. And of course, that resets Asdome back to the other side of the map, and this leaves this outnumber a little bit spooky. Cran and Phoenix can hold quite nicely, and you have Frey rotating, realizing support, not really doing anything there in that outnumber. And in fact, we're just going to leave, looks like we're going to leave Zan to deal with Phoenix, and then try and get ahead of Cran, basically, because Gornet are moving into that bit of an over-rotation here, I think, by Gornet, kind of arriving a little bit late there. If they can kill Zan, then it will be okay. In fact, they may well be able to do that. I have to eat my words here. And yep, there you go. That's the end of that, actually. Ooh. Zan dies. Perhaps
Frey coming in, though. He has glyph. He is going to try and retarget it, and again, Frey. This is Frey might have just been, I don't know. Maybe last game he was just kind of, holding off. He was like, he was keeping his weighted armor on, weighted clothing on, and now he's taking them off. It's time to play for Frey. And another excellent glyph here, but Boyce, unfortunately, is not going to have a glyph available for him. Yeah, Cran doing an excellent job of locking Boyce down in that NATO, and that'll be a kill picked up. This is going to be 55 having to leave this node. Again, we've seen 55 disengage from lost fights many, many times in the past. This is going to be no different. But Ultrascuff do a really nice job of getting back into this map after losing those couple of fights, losing those kills. And this is just obviously just really, really good credit to Ultrascuff to be able to not go too far behind. In fact, they've found their lead back here. Regroup coming out now from 55 and around Draza in the mansion node. He's going to be very low. Frey coming in with the heals. Misa trying to keep him alive as well. Ultrascuff looking for a kill onto this thief. I don't know if they're going to be able to find it. They might not have the damage here, but Fly porting in. He's so very low. He's 1 HP. Cran on top of him with the Earth Overload. Leaps away. Again. He's still just keeping himself alive for a couple more seconds.
The healing is huge.
How low he is.
Trying to get more Shroud, has a bit, has to go in there, I think, to tank a little bit more. 1,000 health, 1,500. Is the cleave going to be enough here? Shroud is getting burned, and that is the end for Draza. And there's no glyph available from Frey. Do they have some kind of hand res potential? No, they absolutely do not. And 55 are going to lose another player, but they do manage to pick up Gornet. Zan and Boyce grabbing that. Phoenix should be able to hold firm, though. I think they should at least be able to reset the windmill a bit. Let's see if Misha and Frey will be able to hold on over here. It looks like they will be able to. All Thief moves across the map, though, and here's where things are going to get really, really spicy for Boyce and Zan. Boyce in so much trouble, actually. That Deadeye is going to be very scary for him. Has some good positioning here, though, to hold on for at least a bit, and has the Glint Heal available. Draws are now back on the map. 55 do manage to scramble their way back to a map state as Misha and Frey were able to hold this node. They didn't concede it despite the death of Draza.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I think both of these teams playing and rotating really, really well. We've seen some great stuff from both of them so far this game. Again, I'm just going to keep on harping on it. I think Frey playing so much better. I mean, it's night and day from last game, and I think that is honestly the real strength of this team right now. They're able to group up around Frey, around this rock of the team right now, and continue to find pressure on this. But they're not out of it yet. This is obviously still an extremely close game. Ultrascuffed, I think, doing a nice job of adapting to how 55 have sort of started playing a little better. Obviously, the change here from the Deadeye to the Spectre as well, coming out from Draza. But so far, I'd say 55 in control of this game, a little bit ahead again, like we kind of saw them early on Forest. And, you know, this is definitely looking better for them. Great decap onto Windmill as well. Again, big credit to Draza for that. He's doing an excellent job of controlling these outside nodes and keeping these decaps, keeping Ultrascuff down. So really, really nice job. Zan going to find himself in a little bit of trouble, though. Does need some rotations from the rest of his team to potentially keep him alive. He might be going down. Nice CC, but it's not going to be enough. And Phoenix and Azurdome, again, going to pick up a kill.
Draza grabs that node during all of that. You know, this is something that I always see in Draza's play. He loves to go for the full cap. Like, potentially he could have gone to save Zan there. Maybe that would have been a slightly better option there. But no, he loves to get those full caps. And in a way, I understand why, right? Because the way 55 have been playing throughout this tournament is that they're not going to completely tunnel on just getting kills or, you know, never ever dying, right? They're very intent on controlling the map. They're okay with trading a player as long as they manage to get nodes and they get the map from that. And that's kind of what happens here as well. Now, Boyce, Misha, and Frey are outnumbered right now, and they'd love to have their Blade Sworn over here, actually. And I don't think that's going to happen, actually, anytime soon. So I think we have to see 55 think about disengaging. There's so much damage. But this is a good hold from 55, though, I've got to say, right? Holding on this long. But now they are going to start leaving, I think.
Yeah, and it'll be a great hold as long as they don't lose any players. Obviously, Misha and Frey should be able to kite and sustain for a decent amount. Boyce actually rotating out, but then comes back in. Phoenix going to potentially get out-rotated there by Boyce a little bit, but oh, great connection there from Gornit onto Boyce. Big CC into the damage. Boyce able to stay alive, though, has the Glen Heal into the Earth Shield, and so he's going to be okay for now. They get the neutralization here, but that's not going to be enough, and I think 55 are fine with just continuing to contest this as long as the rest of the map isn't out of their favor. Draza, though, is now going to have to try and contest here. I don't like the fact that we saw these thieves sort of rotate past each other. I think Draza probably should have opted to try to keep a little bit of pressure onto the Windmill and keep that cap in their favor. But I do think he was potentially worried about this fight over a mansion, and that's why he wanted to get back into the game or into this side of the map. And we see Boyce falling here now.
That was huge.
No glyph available for Frey. Oh, wait a minute. No, actually, did he burn the glyph?
Yeah, he burned it. So what happened there? Really nice play by Gornit, actually. Saw that Frey was out of range and was going for the retarget. Immobilized with Sword 4, so he couldn't move to position to retarget that glyph, actually.
Wow.
And it was still burned because Frey still attempted the retarget but was out of range. Burned the cooldown.
Yeah, great heads-up play from Gornit. Really, really well played from him, and that's going to be a huge detractor here for 55's ability to team fight and continue to keep pressure on the map. But Gornit going to go down. Cran should have a pretty easy time glyphing this. Yeah, Cran not going to have any worries there, and actually potentially get Gornit to a bit of a better position in the first place. Nice air glyph coming out there from Cran. Cran going to be rotating their own way over towards Fly, the mansion, but that's already going to be capped up, and now it looks like we might see a grouping up around mid, a bit of a team fight potentially brewing, although 55 I don't know are going to want, how hard they're going to want to contest this. They have a little bit of pressure on Windmill, and they might want to try to play around that, although it does go the way of Ultrascuff now.
Yeah, they have a big force on mid, and actually Fly and Cran are in trouble. Yeah, Fly just gets exploded. Of course, there's no glyph for Cran, was already used on Gornit. Cran has got to get out of here. I do not want to see a death there.
Try.
Oh, Frey's down. Oh, Cleave War, actually. Who's going to get that? Oh, it is going to go for... Oh, no, Phoenix gets blown up during all of that as well. And Gornit, so low, too. This could be 3 kills, potentially. Yeah, Zan is on the hunt for that Herald. Will he be able to land it? Gornit in so much trouble. And I think that's going to be a kill. Oh, no. And I think Cran is going to go as well. A massive commitment from Ultrascuffed. And 55, they punish. Yeah, that actually may well be it. That's going to, of course, allow essentially a triple cap to come through there, yeah. And a bleed as well on Gornit and Cran as they're down next to each other. Frey just watching those two players. Zan grabbing middle, Draza getting the yeah, that might well actually just be game over, actually, as those kills are going to come through. And Azurdome gets caught as well. It's so hard to hold when there are no players left over. Misha standing firm here on the mansion, should be able to hold that 1v2 until Boyce arrives. Wow, that was an explosive game, right? It was very back and forth, but 55 get that decisive victory, and that should close it out.
That's obviously, I didn't see how Fly died. You know, it's possible he just, you know, got one shot and there was nothing he could do, but it also is possible maybe 55 just saw him a little bit out of position. They knew there was no glyph there from Cran, and you know, blood in the water. The sharks of 55 started swarming, and then just kill after kill after kill, and easily into a triple cap. at this point of the game, when it's this close, this late into the game,
GG.
a decisive wipe like that is, yeah, that's game over. There's just no way to come back from that, no matter how disciplined, no matter how good of a team you are. And, you know, I mean, well played by Ultra Scuffed. I think some great job, but really, really great adaptation from 55. Obviously, the Spectre doing a lot of work there, I think, for 55. But I gotta say, Frey just playing so much better. It could have been Ultra Scuffed not focusing him as well as they did the last game. That's definitely possible. But if that's the case, that's just a problem that Ultra Scuffed needs to fix. That's a mistake on their part, because again, if you can consistently find kills on not only the same player, but the support of the team, I think you should always be going for that, you know, unless it's causing you to fall behind and lose game players, fights, points, which wasn't really happening after that second half of the Forest game. But Kylo, completely different story. I think Frey went down maybe once that entire game, and I don't believe he actually full died at any point. So really, really well played from the Tempest there for Red Team for 55. Either just playing way better or just finding a way to keep himself alive where he was unable to in Forest. And I think bringing this team 55, that is, you know, to a point where they can rotate a lot freer. They have that support in their back pocket that they can feel comfortable about, and obviously bring themselves to a win here. And now, once again, we find ourselves in match point, but it's a little bit of a different story. 1-1 here on Capricorn, Teapot. And this is it. One of these EU teams is going home. One of these EU teams is going to try and fight USA, Zero Missing, the team that sent both of them down into this lower bracket.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, I think it is worth pointing out here that it's still 1-1. It's still match point again. And that wasn't a one-sided game. That was close. Ultra Scuffed were, you know, in some places in that match, were absolutely in the driving seat. They were in the winning position as well. This is not like, oh yeah, 55, they've warmed up now, they're going to clean sweep this. This is absolutely not a game, in my opinion, that's been determined. This is going to be one hell of a match, I think. Ultra Scuffed, they've got to be feeling they've almost got to be feeling relatively good. I think they can kind of go, oh yeah, we kind of screwed up there. We died at the last second. Who knows? Maybe they're tilted out of their minds after that. Yeah, but you know, I think they, you know, I think they had a lot of difficulty into some of these teams, like, you know, Team Zero Missing earlier on today, right? And of course, they had difficulty into 55 in the regional finals as well. But now they seem to have found the answer. They found a response, and they're able to execute extremely well with some masterful gameplay here and push it all the way to match point, the ace match in the lower bracket final elimination round. What is going on here? I mean, this is the brutality of tournament formats, I suppose. But yeah, very tough stuff. And look, the Ultra Scuffed, they're ready to go. Are we going to say a relog here? What if Misha breaks out the Chronomancer? That would be pretty fun. No, he's already here on the Catalyst, ready to go.
Yeah, I don't think we see swaps from either of these teams. I think that Ultra Scuffed played well enough that last game, other than really that last wipe, like you said, to feel confident about their game plan, about their comp. You know, maybe just try a couple different things, like, oh, you know, maybe we didn't get rotated into Phoenix enough. You know, we got to get a little bit more value onto him. Maybe we just need to do this a little bit better in team fights. Obviously, that last wipe, I don't think was because of one specific weakness of their comp. I think that was them just misplaying a bit, and then obviously feeding a little bit too much to the point where it really didn't matter. And the game was just over. And again, obviously that was a big, you know, the lead off was, you know, the pickup onto Fly. Granted, Ultra Scuffed did find the kill onto Frey at the same time. They were just unable to get the cleave in time, and they lost the rally war. So, you know, I think the start of that fight wasn't even so far out of their favor. I think it was just how fast Fly went down, and then there's just no real way for them to recover because of how low they were after the kill onto Fly. So, you know, I don't think Ultra Scuffed should be feeling bad about how they played up until that point. I don't think they should be feeling bad about their game plan. There was a lot of back and forth in that map. But, I mean, 55 just have to be feeling a lot more confident now after that. They got shut out pretty hard in the second half of the of the Forest game.
Yeah, oh yes.
And again, I think having to make this adjustment mid-tournament finals to put Frey in a class he's probably not that practiced on, in a role he's definitely not that practiced on, it's rough. But again, huge credit to Frey. He really popped off and performed last game, and I'm expecting more big things from him, at least in this game, if we don't see him in the finals.
Exactly. This is some very very tense stuff, right? Like, tensions are high between these teams here, for sure. And we're going to be getting started very shortly. And this map, I think, has a potential to be very volatile, actually. I think this is a scary map to have an elimination match on. To have that ace on is actually really scary. Because this bell mechanic is just so impactful, of course. Every time you capture this, if you capture it once, you get 25 points. Second time, you'll get 50 points. Then you'll get 75. If one team slips up and a team is able to get the advantage and grab these bells early on by getting a key kill right before it spawns, you know, at the 3-minute mark in the game, that could be devastating, right? Because it's not just about getting that first 25, it's about the investment down the line and how much pressure your opponent has to go for the objective. It's not about, you know, oh, getting 25 points. That's obviously really good, but if you get the 25 points, your opponent probably can't afford to give you 50 next time, right? That means they have to go for it. They can't afford to concede it. And that gives you a lot of play and a lot of ability to move around the map and punish your opponents for having to dedicate resources to handling the secondary objective. So this... Can't wait, Roy. I've got to say, I don't know. I wouldn't want to call it. I'm going to make the chat call it, though. Chat, let's get some spam going right now. Who's going to win? Let's get the prediction rolling. I believe the prediction has already happened, actually. Let's see. I believe the mods have actually activated, actually. They've got the job done.
Good,
they have indeed got it done.
I'm glad you brought up the cannon because I actually think it's really interesting, to be honest, how the cannon is designed. Just because I think if it was a flat 25 points every time, you might actually see some teams decide to just give it up, right? Because, you know, 25 points, obviously you don't want to just give that up for free every single time, but it's not the end of the world. If you're comfortably ahead, if you have good map control, you know, 25 points you can make up very, very easily. But the fact that it always increases in value each time you get one of those, or sorry, not cannon, bell capture, I think that forces teams to have to respect it and have to play for it and at least contest it or at least stall out how long you can get it because, you know, the longer the game goes on, you know, then that's where maybe those points aren't going to accrue up as much. So it's, if you can stall it out, excuse me. So I do think it's a really interesting mechanic. I think the fact that it's designed the way it is forces teams to play around it. And I also think that we didn't really see too many full-on team fights here from 55 and Ultra Scuffed. We saw obviously that last team wipe, which was very, very decisive, very, very strong 55. But throughout the rest of the game, and even in the first match, we really only saw one kill from every single fight. And, you know, there's a very good chance that we see much more drawn-out fights here. I think the longest team fight we've maybe ever witnessed was USA versus Dark USA on this very map around the bell, the first MODA 2 years ago. And I think we could easily see a repeat of this again, especially since now we have both these teams playing this more sort of team fight-oriented comp. So it'll be interesting to see if we get that here and which team will actually come out on top. Because normally I would say I'm going to give that win. I'm going to give the advantage in that sense to Ultra Scuffed because I think Cran just has the experience. I think Cran is just the best Tempest in the game. But again, I think what we saw from Frey last game, you know, speaks volumes to how he can perform on this class if he's allowed to. And I think Boyce just has the experience on Herald. I think Zan and Misha obviously have the experience in team fights. I think Draza has the experience in team fights. So we'll have to see how that plays out if we do end up seeing it, or if one team is going to choose to just maybe send the Catalyst there and try to contest, rotate the Tempest in, rotate the Thief in and out, you know, just continue to contest it, not really give full, you know, effect to that bell, and just try to win the map, you know, while that's going on.
Yep, and we're just seeing our players finally start to ready up. None of 55 are ready. They're not ready. All X's. Cran is the only one left over there as well. I think we're just waiting for a few players to take a bit of a break. Of course, it's been a very intense time. A lot of games have been going on here, with a lot of them going to full best of threes as well. So extra matches. And of course, after all of this, best of 5. Well, so we see more maps, more content, more games. Very exciting.
And the way that these teams have been playing, I'd be pretty surprised if we don't see at least 4 maps in the finals. I don't see a 3-0 shutout. You know, I'd be very surprised if that happens. It's certainly possible. You know, I mean, again, I unfortunately didn't get to... I haven't seen a lot of Zero missing. You know, I haven't seen them play a lot. Obviously, they did a really nice job there against Ultra Scuffed. And I believe it was 2-1 against 55, if I'm not mistaken, you know, to send 55 down here. So definitely playing really well. It's definitely possible. They absolutely could 3-0 one of these teams, but I don't see that happening. I think we're going to at least see 4 games, if not the full 5. Obviously, of course, I want to see more games as well. But yeah, just waiting for these guys to start up here. You know, obviously with mirror comps come... Well, I shouldn't say mirror comps, excuse me. We have a Spectre on one side and a Dead on the other. But mostly mirror. In terms of the classes, Spec's going to be a little bit different. Do you think there's any sort of advantage from one of these teams? I'd say 55 probably a little bit better at rotating around the map, a little bit better at finding those slight leads just from point and node control, potentially draws a little bit, you know, stronger in terms of the decap. Or do you think that, you know, maybe if Ultra Scuffed are going to be able to find some value, find some strength in team fighting, you know, with this double thief comp, you know,
I think
I do
I think I prefer the Blade Sworn here, actually. I think the value it delivers, not only in the team fights when they do happen, with loads of boons, excellent damage and control effects, and some solid support just thrown in there just for good measure, actually, with all the shout heal and so on, condition cleanse. I really like it in the side note, kind of like the skirmish fights too, in the 2v2s as well. So I think I'd give the slight edge in terms of comp to 55 here. However, I do think that, you know, as you previously mentioned, as you probably brought out, right, like the expertise in that team fight, right, that's what Ultra Scuff do. That's what they're good at, right? So I think they're more than capable of overcoming that. And it is hard to, you know, adapt on the fly and keep up with that double thief as well. Like, you know, if you make a mistake, Azadome is going to punish you, right? If you're out of position, you're going to get messed up by the massive damage of that double thief rotating around the map. So I'd say it's relatively even. Small edge, I'd say, to the Blade Sworn in this particular roster. I really like the... I'm a Blade Sworn fan.
Yeah, absolutely. Fair enough. And I think, you know, we saw Zan pushing into Phoenix a little bit more last game as well than we saw necessarily in Forest. You know, I think Zan was trying to push far a little bit more, and Phoenix was doing the same thing. But of course, you know, if he's pushing far and Zan's pushing far, then they're on the opposite side of the map. And so I think Zan matching that allowed Misha to roam a little bit more, allowed him to try to pressure some other nodes. He got a little bit more value. Maybe it was a little bit easier to plus into him for Draza, for Boyce, and I think that definitely helped them out a lot. So we'll see, you know, if Ultra Scuffed, because, you know, we've been dancing around this all cast so far now. Phoenix just really showing up in this tournament. I mean, doing some absolutely incredible things on Friday and so far as well. I think really performing at an exceptional level for someone who we haven't really seen, at least from my experience, playing at necessarily this level as well. So I think trying to get as much value onto your Catalyst of your Ultra Scuffed is going to be one of your goals if I was playing on this blue team. But we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. This is it. Game number 3 in the lower bracket finals. One of these teams is going home. One of these teams is going back up to face Zero Missing, who sent them down here in the first place. 55 and Ultra Scuffed. Maybe not the teams we expected to see here. Maybe not 55 that we expected to see here either. But either way, it's going to be game number 3 on Revenge of the Capricorn.
It is a pretty defensive posturing, actually, from Ultra Scuffed. They actually leave the Thief with Phoenix to secure the node, and we might just be going to full-on mega fight on mid, actually. Here we go. I do expect to see this fight to kind of defuse. I don't think they're going to fully commit. Oh, actually, having said that, Gordon's nearly dead, actually. Does he have the glint heal available? That's actually it. It's now been popped, so he's very vulnerable in this situation. Look at this damage going through from Zan, and Boyce, that might be a killer. Of course, Cran will be ready. Yeah, the Griffs. Oh, actually gets CC'd, though. That's a little bit... This tornado is actually really scary. If Gordon goes down right now, that actually might be difficult to activate that glyph, and Gordon is going to go down. Oh, look at that stun break into the stability of that pipeline. Oh, look at that. That was great ability usage there by Cran, understanding exactly what they needed to do. But Gordon's down again.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was just way too much pressure on him, and 55 were ready for the glyph. Even though he was able to port him out there with the air glyph, he just couldn't get room, he couldn't get distance. He used way too much to kite for as long as he did while Cran was being CC'd. And really, really nice job from 55, picking that target beautifully. Excellent decap, though, from Misha. From Phoenix. And this has put them in a pretty decent position where they're kind of split around the map, I'd say, in an okay spot. But obviously, if 55 can leverage the advantage with that kill, it'll just push them back into a position where they're in the lead.
And we have this push here from Misha and Boyce. Frey now moving for the support. And Ultra Scuffed, they're already a bit behind here. Like, Fly took a bit of a beating before the rest of the team was able to rotate in. So this is definitely a good spot for 55 to be in this particular fight. And then I'll continue to push that. Meanwhile, they are going to 2v2 on the other side of the map here with Zan and Draza. I do actually like this for 55 actually here. I think they should be able to... break through. I think Draza should be able to actually punish Azam, and that's exactly what happens there combined with Zan, and Azam has to leave that, and it's going to be Draza 1v1 actually into the Catalyst to see how that works out. But no, I think Zan is going to replace, and then Draza will now rotate away. If they try and push for the killer, I actually think that is a mistake, although Azam is returning, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much.
Look at this, though. We see the decision to leave from Fly. And I'm going to be honest, I really don't like that decision because Gordon once again falls. He finds the full cap onto mid, but now Cran is in a position where he's just going to have to burn cooldowns by running away from Boyce. Even though it might not be a lot of cooldowns, you know, it's going to put him under a little bit of pressure, make it a little bit harder to support Gordon when we see them come out. You know, maybe I'm wrong, though. Draza does fall on the other side of the map. If Ultra Scuff just make the decision to say, all right, let's get mid, and, you know, we'll get the dock as well when we find this kill onto the Thief. Bell coming up now in a couple of seconds for the first time in this game. I guess they're okay with just sacking Gornet. And Gornet's sort of the sacrificial lamb of this game so far. But here we go. First, Bell. We'll see what these teams decide to do with it.
Here we go.
who's going to emerge victorious.
Here comes the big fight. And actually, Ultrascope, they're just going to commit 4 players here. 55 need to respond to this. Like, Zan and Frey cannot hold this for very long. I think it's almost at the point where they shouldn't even commit. I'd almost be tempted to say that they should maybe disengage that, but actually Phoenix is going to do the same. That will leave it as a 3v3 over here on the Bell, while we have some fights elsewhere on the map. Now, Draza is greeting for a node here. That does leave his team outnumbered, so they've got to play defensively. They've got to hold on. Kran, though, in so much trouble here. The fight, the 3v3 here was absolutely massive. The damage from the Blades one and the Revenant from Boyce, just vast. Kran does have a few cooldowns left over, and in fact, Frey, both Tempest, very, very pressured, trying to negotiate around this node to hold on.
A little bit of a reversal of fortunes here as we see Ultrascuff now the ones outnumbered on this node. And we're going to see the precasted water glyph, but it's going to be interrupted. Oh, great job by Zan to stop that glyph from coming out. I think he might have just won his team this Bell. That was so beautiful from Zan to find Kran in that fight, and Kran now going to fall himself. Oh, excellent play from the Blade Sword on 55. Just nothing else to say about that.
That's what he does. He likes to interrupt res skills, Roy. I think we remember that from last time as well, right?
Yeah.
And Kran does get revived, though. That was a good response there by Fly to use that shallow grave interaction to get Kran back on their feet. And that means the Bell is actually not going to be yielded. But hang on a minute, though, because Kran's kind of caught here, exposed. And Boyce just brings the pain, and Kran will now finally end up falling. Still have this fight going on here, but Zan, wow, Zan is active, actually. Actually shoves away the Deadeye, sorry, and then also grabs the Bell and will be able to reinforce Draza, maybe just in time. Ooh, Draza perhaps not expecting that, actually. Gets caught off guard a bit and has to, gets resustained by the Tempest, so good hold there by 55. And with the Bell, that's definitely a good spot here as well. And Fly and Azam need to be very careful. They do not want to be dying right now.
It's so unfortunate they couldn't find that kill into draws. I think it's going to get rezzed either way, even if they do find it, but potentially they force Frey to burn the glyph if they're able to just cleave a little bit onto Draza and pressure him out there. And that would have been a huge, huge value for them, just getting that glyph for essentially what I would consider free. But a couple of strange rotations, again, from Azurdome and Fly around that Bell fight. You know, Azurdome, he decided to try to match Draza and go for the side node decap. I'm going to hold that thought for a second as Boyce is going to go to downstate. Frey, unable to find the glyph, doesn't burn it this time, so he's going to be able to hold on to it. But nice cleave pressure there from Ultrascuffed. And even losing the first Bell, they're really not that far behind because of that slight lead they had found themselves in the early. But this next Bell is going to be extremely important. They cannot lose it. 50 points would propel 55 up to a point that not unreachable, of course, but certainly much farther ahead than Ultrascuffed is going to want them to be, especially considering they're facing a double cap right now. And we'll have to see what they can find with this kill onto Boyce here. Boyce already on respawn. Azurdome with a, again, slightly late rotation over here. He's going to just choose to not even go to it. He might actually just be going to the Bell or trying to reinforce his team over at the Bazaar node.
Might be looking to pick off Misha, actually. Misha's in trouble. Boyce didn't see the Deadeye in stealth, actually. Misha in a lot of trouble here. Does have the Earth Shield and has the block available. But seeing as Boyce is committed to the Bell, this is a bit spooky, of course. That does drive Misha away. But yeah, Azam, as you mentioned, right, Azam had to respond. Couldn't finish that kill on Misha. Must respond to this Bell. And that actually might be a little bit tricky for this Deadeye to actually hold on there. Ha, that was very nice. Ported away with the Sword 3 to lure Boyce away from the node there. And that now allows Fly to get in play. And all of a sudden, this Bell is looking pretty juicy for Ultrascuffed. However, Boyce ports back in, waiting for the reinforcement from the team. Looks like the fight is going to be rotating over with Frey, Draza, and Zan in hot pursuit towards this Bell. This could be another absolute massive clown fiesta of an engagement here on the Bell, and it could honestly almost be game deciding. Actually, this is a huge deal.
Yeah, I think that Ultrascuffed have to find a kill very quickly, though. There's no glyph available for Kran, and they are down a player right now. As we see Gornet coming in off respawn, he was picked up at Bazaar. And the worst part about this is stalling isn't good enough because it's a double cap right now for 55. And we see Azurdome choosing to leave. It's a 3 versus 5 almost right now. The Zam is going to decide to match that rotation and come over towards that mid to go for the decap. Azurdome has returned. Gornet has returned off of respawn, though, and this is a chance now for Ultrascuffed to find a kill and swing things back their way. If they can quickly get a kill and potentially snowball, then that is going to be excellent for them, and so far, it looks like that could be the case. Frey goes into downstate. Is there going to be a
shallow grave?
I don't think so.
No, we don't.
There's no shallow grave available for him, unfortunately, and Frey going to be taken out here. This is where Ultrascuffed are going to be able to find a lot of pressure. It's only going to be 25 points for them, but taking away that 50-point Bell from 55 is going to be massive. Boyce now going to be under pressure. No glyph available for him, obviously, as Frey is going to be down. Draza actually might be the first player to go down, though. Misha also going to be pressured. All of these 55 players going to be very, very low, but Draza is going to be the first one to fall. He ports onto the node, so that's going to force Phoenix to come back over there and contest it and stop the chase onto Boyce, but this should be the Bell confirmed here for Ultrascuffed, unless Misha comes in and decides to continue to contest it and just continue to stall this out. So much damage onto Misha, though. Phoenix with a great burst.
Yeah, and I think 55 did a really good job of actually stalling this. Frey comes off point and immediately captures Archway as well. They do end up conceding that bell, but that was a lot of time investment there. The bell's up again in another minute too, and that's something that certainly I think 55 can be able to... But actually, oh yeah, Misha used a lot of cooldowns and ate a lot of damage to get into the mix there. Will end up being punished actually, and Phoenix gets this pick-off kill. Could Draza maybe recover this? Is that a possibility? No. I don't think so actually. Then the cleave from the Catalyst is going to be far too much, and this game is really heating up now. Another kill is secured there. No nodes on the board right now. Boyce desperately trying to hold on. Does have the support of the Bladesworn here for this 2v2, but there's nothing on the board for either team, and another bell is coming up. 50 points apiece, right? If Boyce dies now, this is very scary actually. He really does not want to die.
Frey needs to leave mid. He cannot continue to contest this, and yeah, he realizes this. He was keeping Cran there, but I think he just goes too late, and Boyce is dead, and there's no way for him to get there in time.
Now has to go back as well.
It's so unfortunate.
And Draza's dead! Phoenix killed Draza! Oh no.
Oh no.
Are we actually...
This is starting to fall apart for 55, Teapot. Next bell coming up as well. And this is 50 points on the board for whoever captures this. And a huge advantage in terms of map state right now for Ultrascuff. They have at least 1 node. It should be 2 nodes, maybe even 3 nodes in the second if they can find a way to push these 55 players off of middle node. Either way, though, Cran more than happy to just continue contesting this against 2 elementals.
Bell is free! The bell isn't contested! Well, can Boyce make it?
Astrodome's on it alone. He ports down again. Boyce not going to fall for it the second time, though. And he is going to continue to try to contest Boyce here, but Boyce will be able to find his way onto the node. But again, the players on the map state is very much an advantage for Ultrascuff.
Yeah, I think this is really annoying for 55 because they've got to commit to the bell, but they also don't really want to leave the map like this whatsoever. If 55 can win this fight decisively, that's going to be really good for them. Gauntlet very, very low here as well. Does have some blocks, and look at that heal there. Brilliant healing from Fly and Cran, getting Gauntlet back to a good amount of help, but this fight is really, really heating up now. Gauntlet's still under a massive amount of pressure. Can he hold on? The evasion has now been used here. Misha converging on the Boyce, but the glint heal comes through, and the full reset actually denies the commit from rank 55, and the score is very heavily in favor. Even the bell won't really put 55 back into the lead. They need a big decisive fight here. Can they make it happen? Boyce now gets turned on there as Ultrascuff trying to invert the fight here. The damage is absolutely massive. Gauntlet is still going to be the target here. Can they find that kill? Cran with the support, and actually Boyce maybe a little bit out of position here. Gets pulled back in there. So much damage coming onto the Heralds here on both sides. Bell actually nearly cut. Oh, it's 1 tick away. Roy. Oh, actually no, it's not. It's like 3 ticks away. Never mind. I can't see. I'm blind. But either way, Scuff, they're still getting even further ahead. They're nearly 100 points up now. The bell is not even going to be enough for 55.
No, they have to be able to win this fight fast. Cran almost in a downstate, though. Misha trying to find the pressure. Boyce points in. He's going to be able to put some more pressure onto him. Misha going to be in a little bit of pressure himself. Needs to be careful. Phoenix also taking a little bit of pressure. Cran forced to rotate away, but he still has the glyph. As long as he's able to stay alive, then if any of his teammates go down, he's going to be able to res them, where Frey certainly won't have the glyph for at least a little bit longer. Fly going to be a little bit under pressure. Both these teams fighting so hard, but there's now a 100-point gap between these two teams with only 4 minutes left in the game. Draza and Azurdome locked into an eternal 1v1 over on the middle node. Misha now going to be put into a little bit of pressure himself. Boyce trying to rotate around, and if this fight doesn't end,
yeah,
that's fine.
Not good enough.
They do not care about
it. It almost isn't good no matter what, to be honest, because this hold is just continuing. The battle is just raging on. 55, they need this fight over yesterday. They need to neutralize the map, but they just can't do it while this objective is up here. They're trying. Maybe Draza can force Azurdome to move, but he's going to be so annoying and immediately decap. I'm not actually seeing much of a way out for 55. They've got maybe 10 seconds to win this fight, or this game ends.
Yeah, they need to find kills here. Gauntlet very, very low, but again, Cran still has the glyph available. He's probably going to precast it. He is going to precast it. That should be the first. The interrupt again from Zan is going to be huge. Is he going to be able to get back into it? Cran still very low. He has the glyph again. Is he going to be able to start casting it? He does get the other, but again, Zan interrupts him. And I think that might be the cleave confirmed onto Gauntlet. Phoenix going to be very low. We do see Frey falling himself, but I don't know. That's going to be 50 points on the board plus a kill or two here.
How do they decap this?
All they have to do is hold this.
Yeah,
Cran still has glyph as well.
Yeah, I don't see a way for 55 to get out of this. Because again, Cran and Fly are here, Draza and Misha are here. I like that Frey is going for the decap, that kind of rotates damage. But look, Phoenix is still alive. This node, no, Frey can't do anything. It's game. It's game.
No, I don't believe it. And Meta gets decapped as well.
I don't believe this.
I think that's going to be GG.
They found it. They've made it work. Ultrascuff, they're actually going to get the 2-1. They're going to actually, for the first time in pretty much tournament history, we're going to see a finals, Roy, without rank 55. That's it. GG, 395503. It's over. Rank 55 Dragons are out of the tournament. The finals are Team 0 missing versus Ultrascuffed.
Wow, wow, wow. The dream for 55 Dargans is over, unfortunately. Very, very well played to them. Taking us to a game number 3 and performing very well after some last-minute swaps, some last-minute adjustments. But ultra scuffed after, I'd say, a little bit of a rockier performance earlier on today, really finding their own. I mean, is anyone really surprised? Come on, it's Cran. Put Cran on Tempest to win the game. It's that simple.
That's such a carry and such a presence. Cran is such a presence in those fights, right?
Yeah.
With that support, with that revival, the key control abilities like the Gale, the Earth Shield usage, and so on. What an incredible match. And what a winner. What can I say? Old Scuff deserved that. There's no question there in my mind. They 100% deserve that. To rally and to, again, adjust their comp, again, mid-tournament, we see Gornet coming out there with the Herald, right? And a bit of a switch of bringing in Cran there, adjusting the strategy. I mean, what a series.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is extremely impressive. Again, I just want to congratulate 55, for playing as well as they did. GG's to them, bringing us to a game number 3. And I think it was, both their sets, where they lost first against Zero Missing and now against Ultra Scuffed were 3-game sets, so 2-1. But, unfortunately, the Kings do not reign forever, and 55 are out of this tournament. It is now time for Ultra Scuffed to try and make a name for themselves here. Well, continue their name, I should say. They've, of course, made a name for themselves before, but continue their name and go up against Zero Missing, USA, here in the Grand Finals of this tournament. I mean, it's going to be very spicy because we didn't see Ultra Scuffed fight against Zero Missing before with this Tempest, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it's going.
They were continuing to play that.
Yeah,
Rome
they were
comp.
Playing that Rome comp. Yes, so we are going to see a very different version of Ultra Scuffed. Like before, it very much was very strongly favored towards Team Zero Missing, right, obviously. But again, that was with this Tempest setup, right? Without the Tempest, with that Rome comp that was kind of mirroring in a way what 55 were playing with the Necromancer, right? So there's definitely a very big switch up in that regard. And I think again, I think that Ultra Scuffed, they're kind of in their element, and in a way, they're on a roll right now. Like that, obviously they did go to the lower bracket, but they just beat rank 55. That's got to be some big positive energy. They've got the momentum right now. They're going into the finals. I'd be afraid if I was Team Zero Missing right now. I'd be a little concerned going into that. They've got to match that energy.
What's going on with my camera, T? But I put my suit on, and you're just like, "No, we're not going to even put him on the stream."
It's not working. Okay, now it's working. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
all I had to do was ask.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't working.
Very good.
You had to turn it on, mate. Okay, that's why.
It is on. It's been on this whole time. Anyways, no. I'm excited to see this, and I think it's really interesting that we see. I mentioned this a little bit before, but we see Naru making this swap because I believe he was still playing the support, if I'm not wrong, right? And Grim was on the Catalyst?
That is correct. Yeah, that's Grimjack on the Catalyst, and then Naru on Tempest. That's correct.
Right. Naru on this support role, which again, we saw him play support for a pretty long time when Firebrand was meta. I don't believe we ever really saw him playing the core guard support. That was typically going to be always Zeromus. But, obviously with Zeromus not able to attend it, someone had to step up, and Naru was the one who did so, stepping up to fulfill that role. Again, I think there's going to be a slight gap there. I think Cran is going to have the edge on him, but it's not going to be, the same as Frey. And again, big shout out to Frey. I think Frey played really, really well on Kylo. I think he played pretty well on Capricorn. Obviously struggled a little bit on Forest, but it happens. First time. I mean, that might have been the first time we saw him playing Tempest for a really long time, maybe ever, at least at that level. But I think Naru has the experience of playing support. And also, I think what's even more important is the synergy that USA's Zero Missing have. Again, they lost Zeromus, but picking up Grimjack is not really
not a big stretch, right?
It's not. Yeah. It's not really a loss for them because they've played with Grimjack before. This Team USA roster has had several different members, several different fillers throughout the years, right? And I think that the synergy that those 5 players have is a lot stronger than any other team in this tournament. Even the Ultra Scuff that we just saw beat 55, because Xeon and Azurdome are not regular players with Gornet and Fly and Cran. They were not part of the Ultra Scuff roster for a really long time. We saw Floody and we saw Capablanca being the other 2 members of that team a couple of years ago. And while I do think Ultra Scuff obviously performed very well, I think that we saw they just beat 55. I mean, that's that speaks volumes for itself. But there's definitely some lapses where I feel like they're not all on the same page, especially those thieves. The rotations that some of those thieves were making sometimes didn't seem as strong to me as the rotations that even Draza was making, in that last map and throughout the rest of the series. I think, Draws are really, really performing well on that Deadeye, and really having some great rotations in those games. So I think that's a weakness that USA can exploit. I think that, Ultra Scuffed are going to be looking to maybe put some more pressure on Naru. Maybe he's not going to be as used to it, they're thinking. Maybe they're going to just say, okay, our support's better than yours. We can exploit that. We'll have to see what these teams decide to do, but I do think that there are weaknesses in both of these teams. I do think there's ways for both of these teams to exploit it, but at the end of the day, in a team fight meta, I feel like the team with the better synergy, the team with the better sort of understanding of how each player on their team works should win, should come out, and that's USA. They know each other a lot better.
Yeah, I would actually very much be inclined to agree with that prediction. Actually, I've been in contact with the teams. They've been practicing, right, a lot, right. So Naru, as you mentioned, right, like, is new on the Tempest, relatively speaking, but he hasn't been taking that lying down at all. There's been a lot of grinding, a lot of training to get to this point. I think they're very well prepared here to face any challenger, particularly if we're going to be seeing a slightly mirrored comp. It's not going to be quite the same. Again, we're going to see.
Well, okay, hold on, I got to interrupt you, T-Bot.
Yeah,
we got a $3,000 donation.
That's correct.
Was that just now or was that previous?
That was previous. That was a few.
Oh, okay. I'm
ago,
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was just now. My apologies.
Yeah.
Big shout out to whoever that was, though. That's awesome.
Honestly, that Roy is a fantastic segue, because of course it would be remiss of us to not bring up the absolutely fantastic support that we've seen for Cure Rare Disease from the Guild Wars 2 community throughout the entire tournament, over the entire weekend here as well. It's been incredible. We have smashed our previous record, which was around $8,100 US. We're now up to 8,477. I mean, I'd love to see 10,000, right? We've never got a 5-figure fundraiser here before at Hardsec. I want to see that. I need all of you to go all out to get to that 10,000. Can we do it? 8.5K is just around the corner there as well. But thank you so much to everyone involved. Meti Boom Boom, Zenix, Anonymous, Vagabond with a 55. Oh, who's this, right? Do you know this person? You might know the same. Grouch with $100? Who is
Grouch?
That name is familiar. That rings a bell, doesn't it? Yeah. But big shout out there, of course. Thank you so much. And Psychorama.
I'm not going to be too hard
as well. Yeah.
He's,
you gotta keep it chill. Yeah. You're gonna get in trouble otherwise. Yeah. But anyway, thank you so much to everyone, and of course, thank you to Cure Rare Disease for helping us make this possible by partnering with us for this tournament. An amazing organization, right, and an incredible cause there as well. Again, rare genetic conditions. They aren't good, right? They're very difficult to deal with because of their very nature, right? That genetic component is difficult to treat with conventional medicine, and that is why we need a lot of research into that. Research, new technologies, new therapies, new medicines. That's exactly what Cure Rare Disease is all about, right? And you can learn more with !CRD in the chat, and you can go ahead and donate with !donate or !CRD. It's in there as well. You can go and see it, right? It's the links are all there. There's a link below the stream as well. Go click on that, and you feel like supporting that? You're an awesome person. I'd love to see that. And do not worry if you can't contribute money. That is awesome. That's fine. I mean, you can go ahead. Spread the word. Tell everyone. Get everyone hyped up for the grand finals of Mercy of the Arena and our partner, the charity Cure Rare Disease. So thank you so much to Cure Rare Disease. !CRD. Read all the information. Click on the links. Get in there. Have some fun. Support charity. We're having a great time. But we're actually just about ready, I think, to kick it off, right? Did
we do map picks and bans already?
I believe. Hang on, let me go to thing. I think we're actually just about to start doing that. In fact. Let's go ahead and go over to that interface. So obviously it works a bit different because we need 5 maps. So basically we're going to do ban, pick, and then we get default map at the end. So basically we have another round of picks that are going to slightly adjust the way how this works, but it's basically the same. I think we're about to go ahead and start that any second now. Just waiting on the teams. I'm actually going to very quickly go and be right back as well because...
All right.
I am melting, Roy. Okay, we're in sync here, right? We're both in small rooms. The heat is definitely on right now. So I'm gonna quickly go grab some more water, actually, because I've already drunk all of it again, which is impressive, actually. But I'll be right back, and we'll get started on our picks and bans in just a few moments. And actually, before I dash off, I just want to actually call out a few of those donations because we're actually up to $8,625. A great surge there with Neslin with the 5. Hey, wait, what is this? My UI thing is please unban. Sorry, Phoenix, you demand. Wait, what? What did you do? Okay. Ijamon with the 100. Legendary Lynn with the 221. Dawncaster with the 20. Erlian with the 20. Thank you all so very, very much. Okay, let's push for that 9,000. Let's make it over 9,000. I'm going to be right back in just a moment. I leave you in the capable hands of Roy.
Yes, indeed. I will do my best to keep you entertained, chat, while Teapot is away. I don't know, obviously, because there's a delay, if we have the pick and ban maps up on the screen now. I believe that's probably Teapot who has to do that. So I'll just let you guys know, because I'm in the map. They're doing it in the map. First ban of the next series is going to be Coliseum, banned away by Team Zero Missing. We're just waiting on Ultra Scuffed, I think, to find their first ban. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. It's awesome to be back here casting for you guys and casting with Teapot as a guest of this tournament. I miss it a lot. I'm glad I could be here. I hope you're all enjoying so far. I hope my rusty casting voice and ability is not alarming you all too much. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Hope you all have been enjoying the show so far this weekend. And yeah, entertain me. All right, yeah, absolutely. But yes, I appreciate everyone coming out and supporting the stream, supporting the tournament, and of course supporting CRD, which I won't go into too much because Teapot just did, and Helseth has been doing an excellent, fabulous job, something that I could never match, promoting that wonderful, wonderful drive there. But yes, make sure you !CRD in chat and check it out. But yeah, it's very fun. It's very good to be back. We are. Oh, wait a minute. Did we get the first ban? Temple is going to be the first ban by Ultra Scuff. So we've got Coliseum and then Temple banned. Unfortunately, I don't have a wonderful little graphic to show you all. I can't draw. I don't have anything to draw with either, so we'll have to wait for Teapot to get back to switch that screen over. But yeah, Teapot comes back in a suit and tie. That would be nice, wouldn't it? He'd feel the pain. Although to be fair, I've only been casting for an hour or whatever. Teapot's been here the whole time, right? So I think it's okay. We can let Teapot get away with looking a little more comfy, I would say, than I am maybe. But here we go. It looks like the first pick is going to be Capricorn, and the second pick is going to be Forest. Oh no, I think we missed some here. Oh, Kylo was the first band, so it was Coliseum, Kylo band. Legacy was the first pick. Temple was the second pick. Capricorn was the third pick. Forest was the last pick, which I believe leaves us with Skyhammer being the fifth and final map if we reach that. What am I wearing below the suit? Gym shorts. I did not feel that I should put on my suit pants because I think I would definitely die. I've heard my dad works today in it. That is not true. Ugh. But yeah. Oh, is that Teapot back? There he is.
I have quite an hilarious, humorous fashion. I will actually just tell you exactly what happened there. This is ridiculous. Okay, I am a ridiculous human being. I was walking, okay, to collect my water. I take the last swig, the last drink of my water, and I smash myself in the face with my own bottle. I am bleeding now, actually, but do not worry.
Oh my God.
Yes, that is actually true. That it was quite not good actually. There's a good amount of blood, but you know what? That's the blood in the water from Ultra Scuffed tearing apart 55 in the lower bracket files. All right, I'm just role playing. That's all I'm doing is I'm role playing. Okay.
Are you okay, man? Should
I
call a doctor?
No, I'm good.
Should I call Cran?
Yeah, I think I might need some. I need some. I
Yeah.
got some bleeding. Need some Condi cleanse right now.
Oh no. Fair enough. Well,
Yeah.
Teapot, as soon as you left, the chat freaked out. They said, "Why are you leaving us with this guy?
Wait, really?
Please come back." Yeah. They said, "Who is this man?" They don't know who I am anymore. Yeah. I'm a stranger in these
Oh
lands.
yeah, that's these things do happen. Okay, that's what happens. Okay, when you abandon us. Okay, how can you do this, Roy? But it's all good. I think we actually have our map sorted. So let's go ahead and go over those.
Yes. Yes, I did mention
So-
them. I believe it is Legacy Capricorn? Legacy Temple. I think it's Legacy Temple. Yeah, not Capricorn. Legacy Temple, Capricorn, Forest, Skyhammer.
Okay.
So no
Indeed.
Kylo and no Coliseum.
Legacy. Temple, that's a fun one. That's going to be an exciting matchup here for sure, actually. Capricorn. Skyhammer, and then after that it will be a wait, oh, hang on a minute. No, sorry, it's Forest next, then Skyhammer is last. Interesting, actually, that we see... I think it's no surprise that we see Colosseum actually banned here by Zero Missing. They want to get that map where that double thief could really be super annoying, right?
Yeah,
you know, where you know, that's a very, very sensible ban there. I'm almost a little bit surprised to see Ultrascuff get rid of Kylo. Perhaps they are... maybe they do actually want to play a little bit less committed to the team fight, perhaps, because they have that double thief.
They lost to 55 on it.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, they're maybe a little bit concerned about, again, like they do still have the double thief. They want to be very mobile. They don't want to have to get locked down on such a small map, I guess, in a linear way where they're just going to get controlled there. So I think that does make some sense. Legacy then for Zero Missing. Again, it looks like that seems to be the plan for Zero Missing, right? They want a team fight. They just want to fight. Get that value. They have that Blade Sword. They've got the Tempest. They've got the Rev. They're feeling good right now in those 3v3s and 4v4s potentially. Although we have seen them very much play a split map as well. So it's difficult to predict how these games are really going to go, to be honest. It is very, very difficult to do.
Yeah. You know, and I think that the first game is going to be pretty important for both of these teams because again, like we mentioned, we haven't seen them fight up against each other with, obviously, on a mirror match because, again, you know, there's the Blade Sworn on one side and there's the double thief there for Ultrascuffed. Now, Ultrascuffed, they just beat this exact comp, you know, when 55 was playing it. And I think they looked far, far better than when we saw them playing that roam comp, you know, the non-support before. Obviously, Cran coming in off the bench, going to be very, very impactful for them. And so I think it'll be really, really interesting and important for this first game. Obviously, it's on an A, so maybe a slight disadvantage for Ultrascuffed. But again, you'll love to see it. They've got that hybrid region team roster going with Phoenix from an A.
Yeah,
so
that helps.
You'll love to see it. Yeah,
that is an advantage to have here, right? And of course, it's the same with Draw on Zero Missing, right? They're going to have a Draw on EU instead of Mark, I believe.
Mark is not. Oh, that's not Mark.
No, this is Mark. But I mean, on EU, Draw's going to
Oh, yes. Right,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Right, yeah. And of course, yeah, that's going to be very, very impactful. But yeah, I think it's gonna. We just have to see how Ultrascuff match up against Zero Missing now with this Tempest because we didn't see them play against them before, and I would say that they got not like 100% 500 0'd, but it was pretty dominant for USA or for Zero Missing. Maybe they are just the better team. That remains to be seen. But this game is going to be really important to see it, and it's also going to be really important because we haven't seen either of these teams have to make any sort of adaptation after Ultrascuff went to the Tempest. Maybe they feel like they need to. Maybe Ultrascuffed after this, if they lose or lose the next game, will feel like they have to. But either way, here we go. Game number 1. This is it. This is the grand finals between Ultrascuffed and Team Zero Missing. Take it away.
And here we go. We already see the opening rotations here. It's going to be the push here onto Grim. And honestly, it's always interesting to see this actually because this hasn't actually worked historically. Grimjack has been very good at not being dead in the 1v2 scenario. He is having trouble into the double thief though, actually, with Asdome and Fly definitely shoving away. Let's see if the cap is going to come through. Meanwhile, the fight on mid does actually end up resulting in the capture going towards Zero Missing here. And Cran gets caught here a little bit, taking a massive amount of pressure. I think Mark and Helio might be able to get this kill. Obsidian Flash is chained beautifully there. Can Cran manage to sustain it? Needs a little bit more health there. Doesn't really have anything though. Ooh, so that was a big jump dodge actually to get there. Could this possibly be a hold?
He's going to self-glyph. He's going to self-glyph. That's unfortunate for him. Obviously going to keep himself alive, but we're going to see Gornet go down right after. Cran will self-res with that fire glyph. That passive ability, but is he going to be able to res it? And I don't know if Zero Missing realized it, but it doesn't matter because as soon as Cran gets back up, they're going to be able to realize it. And yeah, Cran's going to be taken out and Gornet going to be not far after. So really nice job from Zero Missing. Great heads-up play. Even though they didn't realize the fire glyph had been casted by Cran, they're able to just come right back into that, cleave it out, stop Cran from being able to res Gornet, and now they've got huge map control. Fly very, very low. Grim is going to go down here, but I think Helia will be there in time to help it. Fly way too low to pressure this, so it's going to be up to Azurdome. Yeah, to try and stop that. No, there's just no shot.
Yeah, that Spectre synergy there with the Catalyst, like having the double Ellie there, right? Like the Spectre has so much value. You can res the side node here with the Catalyst and also the key support in the team fight too. This is a fantastic start for Team Zero Missing. Obviously, they're not super far ahead just yet, but honestly, a nearly flawless opener from them.
Yeah, no, this is really, really well played for them. And I think it's a lot in part what you mentioned, trying to put so much damage, trying to put so much pressure into Grimjack And we saw it take 2 minutes for them to get him to kill him. 2 thieves couldn't kill Grimjack for 2 minutes. And he survived that long. And I think really, really great decision from Helio to be the one to rotate over instead of Naru, where you might think, oh, Naru's going to rotate over, he's going to support him, he's going to get that glyph. But no, it's Helio because he knows he has that synergy with the tether where he can res Grimjack up. And he's obviously a lot faster to rotate as well than Naru. So, great decision making for them. Cran now going to find themselves taken out there over at mid against Helio and Grimjack. And we do see Fly coming in. Is he going to be able to get the tether himself? I don't know. It does. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't happen. I'm not sure if it was just there a little bit too late or what happened there. But either way, that's going to be the kill confirmed onto the Tempest. And so far, Ultrascuffed finding nothing up against the wall of Zero missing.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking very similar to what we actually saw in the early stages of the tournament here, actually. Ultrascuffed having a lot of problems. Yeah, it's over. Like, we already have Gordon in the outset. Again, another kill locked in. Cran now back. There's no revival there, so no kind of cheeky out of base. A revive, I think, is possible. Fly kind of going for it. I mean, Shocking Aura might help it, but no, there's way too much damage there from Mark. And CJ Nara still lurking around for support, too. I mean, there's not looking like a way in, really, for Ultrascuffed here. They are in trouble. They're in some serious trouble. I think what they need to do here is almost start thinking about this game now. I mean, they shouldn't give up, obviously, but they really need to be very analytical, I think, and think about what's going wrong right now and how they're going to fix it down the line, like in the remainder of this game and certainly in the next matches.
They have to regroup, and this is probably the worst map for this to happen on. Legacy, the easiest map to snowball, the easiest map to just shut one team out when you're ahead. And so it's really unfortunate that we see Ultrascuffed in this position, but Azadome doing a nice job of just putting a little bit of pressure, just trolling around here over at the quarry and bringing some pressure over there. And this allows the rest of Ultrascuffed to get back into this game, hopefully regroup and find a way to come back into this game. But so far, every single time we've seen them go up against USA, whether it's, going into Grim, whether it's, Cran getting picked, whether it's trying to fight over at Waterfall, it hasn't worked. However, Helio going to be very low. He is potentially a kill, going to be able to be picked up here. Naru has the glyph, though, precasted. The CC is going to be good, though, and that's going to be the interrupt. So far, Ultrascuffed looking for the first kill of this game. However, the hard res is going to be better, and Helio's going to be back up on his feet. Now, Gornet going to be the one in trouble. He's very low. Naru takes a little bit of pressure, but it's not going to matter as Fly going to fall himself, and I don't think Cran can res both of those players. He does go for an Earthcast glyph, and he gets both of them! Unbelievable! Cran is out of his mind, but unfortunately, Gornet might be out of his life as well. The Glint Heal going to keep him alive for a couple more seconds. But Naru's going to be the one who's taken out. Cran goes down as well, so it's going to be both of these Tempests going to be in down state. Mist forms from both of them. CC coming out. That's going to be the knock. Cran's going to be very far away. Is the cleave going to be good, or is the hard res going to be better? Naru still alive. His team keeping him up there, and Cran going to be stomped out by Helio, but the round doesn't come out anyways. Mark going to be very, very low. We do see some pressure still. Naru's still going to be in downstate. They might be able to get this kill, but I think the damage has been done. They're not going to be able to do it. Fly can't cleave this anymore. Gornet can't cleave this anymore. That's going to be the kill confirmed onto Gornet now, and all the Thieves can do is try and run away. I'm not sure that's going to happen either, as Fly gets picked up, and an excellent team fight here picked up for Team USA. Zero missing.
So very close there. Very intense fight. For Ultrascuffed, they almost had that. They could have somehow managed to rally Cran back up or even kind of trade and continue to extend the fight out, but they couldn't. The revive discipline, and that's what you were talking about before the game, right? The synergy, that experience, like the understanding of your team and working as a unit. I think that's really coming into play here. Just very well disciplined play, I think, from Zero Missing. And as a result of that, combined with excellent strategy and execution and familiarity with this composition, they're running away with this.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of, I think, the teetering point there for Ultrascuffed. They're going to have another chance, to do it again, but they needed to win that fight to be able to start coming back, and they lost it. And that's where USA continue to just hold their ground and say, nope, we're not giving you a way back in. We're not giving you any sort of chance to come back into it. They do hold on to Waterfall for a while, and that's going to obviously be credit to Phoenix there, but that's not going to be for very long. Cran not going to be able to stand on top of that, and they're going to have to rotate off of that. Gornet now going to be probably taken out. No glyph there from Cran. Obviously, again, like you said, you don't want to give up, and obviously points are going to be relevant, right? You want to be able to get as many points as you can, even if you're going to lose. But this is looking like a hard shutout victory here for Zero Missing.
Yeah, it really is. They've neutralized the map. And, as you say, that will allow them to probably accrue a few more points to, of course, as the series progresses, they're going to be looking at the point count to make sure that, they're trying to get the final map, if it does come to that, on the region that they're looking for. Of course, so getting points is definitely relevant. You certainly do not want to be losing with 56 points, right? That's not what you want to do. Ooh, Grimjack actually in a lot of trouble, down to 1,000 health. Fly moving in here as well with Asdom. Can they find the kill here? 3,000 health, but the barrier is pretty good, actually. Helio with some very nice support. Mark now coming in should be able to peel out Grimwell. Some good kiting waiting here. However, oh, and actually a very big shoutful. They might be able to turn that. Oh, no. Yeah, they do turn that. That was very nice there from Helio. Like, excellent timing on that elite skill. That pull just pretty devastating, Roy. It is a terrifying ability. And a big overcommit there from Flying Asm, and both of them go down there as well. One revive does come through. Cran able to get one of those players back up. Can they maybe get the second? No, I think that's too much damage actually with Grimjack now coming on the Catalyst.
Yeah, now, you know, the question here that Ultra Scuffed are going to have to be asking themselves, and I'm gonna say this game is over. We've seen some comebacks, and again, it's not completely out of imagination that we can see Ultra Scuffed win this, but they would have to completely shift how they're playing and how this game is going to be able to do that. So, you know, for the time being, I'm going to consider this game essentially over 1-0 there for Zero Missing. So is Ultra Scuffed, you know, what they have to say here is, okay, obviously there is a comp difference. Is that why we're losing? Is it the double thief? Or is it that we're not playing into it well enough? You know, can we leverage our double thief to be able to take a win here, take a map off of Zero Missing, or do we have to try and match them? And if that's the case, who goes Bladesworn? You know, or is it just our rotations are lacking? Is it just that we're not team fighting as effectively? We're not team fighting as well as they are? Is it the synergy that's missing? Is it the fact, you know, that we're just not picking targets as well? You have to figure out why you're losing. That is the most important step here. Why are you losing this game, and what can you do to fix it? I would be very, very surprised if we see them swap to Bladesworn, because I don't know who could play it. I don't think Azurdome is going to play Spectre. I mean, I'm sure he possesses the ability to do it. I'm sure he's played the class, but, you know, he's here because he's a Deadeye main. So does that mean that you stick with Deadeye and just completely drop Spectre? I don't think so either. And again, I don't know who on this team is going to be able to pilot Bladesworn as effectively as, you know, we saw CJ doing so. You know, maybe you bring Xeon back in and maybe he has a Bladesworn that we just don't know about. But regardless, it puts them in a very tough spot. Do you double down on your comp and just say, we need to play it better, we need to pick these targets better in these team fights, we need to rotate better, you know, leverage our double thief advantage, and risk going down 2-0 as you're, you know, going into the third map? Or do you say, okay, this isn't working, we have to try something different for game number 2 in terms of comp?
It's a tough decision. I think your assessment is bang on there. Did you see Grimjack taken out? That's nice. That's nice. It's going to get decent points. That was a big explosion, a massive burst there, and that's good. Mark is holding on, though, because, of course, it's very much in Zero Missing's interest to also deny points to their opponent as well, of course. And that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to stall out as much as they can. Mark in a bit of trouble there, actually. But I think your assessment is spot on. It's going to be difficult for them to actually change things, right? I think that, yeah, sure, could Fly potentially play Bladesworn? I think that's probably true. I think Azum would be fine on Spectre, 100%. But I think it's a little bit late in the day to really be changing things up that much. I mean, they might have to as like a bit of a desperation play, I suppose, because if they feel like this really isn't going to work. But I think they are going to be forced to commit to this and try to really make this double thief work somehow.
You know what else they might
some
do?
value out of it.
They might put Gornet back on the Necro. I don't think they should necessarily, because I don't think Necro is better, but I feel like they just might be more comfortable, and Gornet is just, he's been able to be taken out time after time again, and I'm not saying that's necessarily because he's a bad player or his Herald is even bad, but he's a Necro player. Everyone knows him as a Necro man. He's played Herald a lot. He's definitely piloted this spec before, but it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be his comfort pick, and I would be interested to see if they might just say, listen, Core Necro might not be as good, but if you can stay alive on it and get pressure out, you know, maybe we can burst people down with the Lich. You know, maybe there just isn't enough projectile denial from this red team to stop the Liches, to stop the Core Necro. Maybe that's a choice they'd make. Again, I'm not saying that's the right choice. I'm not even saying that I think they should do that, but that is certainly something that I could see them doing, because we've seen Gordon already piloting that Necro so far in this tournament. Either way, though, that's game number 1, a very decisive, very convincing victory here for Team Zero Missing on Legacy of the Faux Fire. Game number 2 will be coming up, still on an A. Ultra Scuffed, though, they have to do something different here if they want to extend this tournament playtime. Not looking good for them.
No, absolutely not, right? Like, Zero Missing really putting in the work there and showing that they're prepared. They've got their strategy. It's a good strategy. It's Temple coming up next, and I do think that is actually going to be, okay, Double Thief can definitely work here. I've got to say, Roy, if Ultra Scuffed struggle here, then I think they're going to have to change something. Right? They may try and repeat this. If there's a place to play Double Thief, it's definitely here. But if they can't win on this map, then I think
this is where I believe we saw 55 beat USA on this map. I'm pretty confident, right? In their first set.
Correct, yes.
You know, I mean, it's possible we see Ultra Scuffed go back to what they were playing originally. Maybe they throw Xeon back in and they go back to the 10 because I think that is what 55 was still playing when they beat them here. It's a tried and tested strategy, right? You know that you can win with that strategy. And it's possible they go for it, but I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's the right call. I think obviously with the double thief, that might be enough, you know, on this map alone without trying to take Cran out, without trying to pull Xeon back in. So that might not be the call they go for either way. Look at this, the Necro.
It is the
Gordon,
Necromancer.
He's bringing it in. But I just don't know
Is
if
this
that's...
the map for that, though? Do we want to do that here on Temple?
Yeah, I think Herald is... I think you just get more value from Herald on this map. I don't know. They have to be confident in it, or they just have to be so sure that Gornit can stay alive longer and provide more value than he can on Herald to do this. It's a huge gamble. It's a huge risk because, again, you come into this map thinking you have an advantage because of the map. Oh, and there it is. There's Xeon. Yeah.
Okay.
They're going for the Roma.
They're going to play that Roma style, so we do not have Cran in the mix anymore.
I'm gonna flex a little bit. My brain is giga huge. Just saying.
Roy with the massive intellect there. Okay, he's leaking the script ahead of time there, actually. Like, we knew we had the scripted relog in there. So there it is. But yeah, we're going to see the Untamed. And, you know, we have seen some success with this, right? Like, the Untamed can absolutely punish. And to be honest, the Untamed can do pretty well into the Catalyst, actually. The Catalyst, yeah. This is something that we saw Boyce do really well, actually. He was able to hunt down these Elementalists and punish them pretty aggressively with these greatsword, big greatsword mauls, all that kind of stuff. So we'll have to see if that's going to work here. But I'm very much, again, inclined to agree with you, Roy. This feels very risky to me, right? Like this... Yeah. I think this Necromancer, it's standing out to me a little bit here. A bit of a sore thumb, Roy. I think that Zeromising are going to be able to punish this.
I like... Obviously, I always like it when teams try something different. I'm always a fan of teams saying, game one didn't work. What can we change up? What can we do differently? And I respect the decisions here because, again, Gornit is extremely good at Necro, potentially one of the best, if not the best Necro players that we've seen in recent years in PvP. But again, I think this map is so difficult to find value on a class like Core Necro. It's going to be interesting to see how this works. And Xeon, I think, we saw him, being able to bring some value to the team, on Friday, right? And obviously, the first couple matches here today, but is he going to be able to match Grimjack? Is he going to be able to match CJ, on this Untamed? Because it's not a mirror, right? It's not as though he's playing Catalyst. It's not as though he's playing Bladesworn. And they might just choose to send Phoenix into Grim. And if they do that, fair enough. But then, he's forced to fight the Bladesworn. So it's going to be really interesting to see where Ultrascuffs decides to put these players. I think their comp has an advantage on this map because, Tempest is not going to get as much value here. I shouldn't say no value because it's still going to absolutely get value, but it's not going to get quite as much. You're not going to get snowballed out here like you did on Legacy, but you have to be able to get value from the individual players around the map, and you don't have any sort of safety net. Cran providing so much value every single game, even when they were behind 500 to 100 points. Cran's throwing out double res Earthglyphs. That value cannot be understated, and you don't have that anymore. Regardless of the map you're on, he's still going to be, they're still going to be really, really valuable in this map. So it's a huge risk.
It is. And well, let's see if it's going to pay off, right? I think it's also entirely possible that, it sounds a little bit weird, but they almost might be being a little bit experimental here to an extent. Like, okay, let's try a few things out here, right? We're still on NA, so, on paper, we aren't exactly favored here, of course, because of the ping advantage. It is their map pick, though, so they do have that on their side. Let's see if it's going to work, right? Try the old style. Because, again, as you previously brought up, right, this did actually work, for 55, right? If they're able to somehow replicate this, then it could work out very much in their favor. The big difference is that, of course, there was no Necromancer for 55, right? There was a different setup there as well. It's not quite the same, but similar for sure.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest, I think the Bladesworn is gonna do more than the Necro would here.
Yeah, for sure.
I think. But we'll see what happens. Gornit, extremely capable Necro player. We'll see how that works out. And it's not as though this is the first time, for him to be playing in here. But either way, it's going to be Temple, a very important game here for Ultrascuffed. 1-0 lead, though, as Zero Missing going to be feeling themselves pretty well. Gornit now going to be trying to contest middle node, and the rest of the nodes going to be contested. Grim over here at the Temple, into Phoenix as well as Azadome, plussing that. On the other side of the map, though, we're now going to see CJ up against Fly.
Yeah, I really have to question this decision to focus Grim so hard. I think this just doesn't work. In general, I think over-committing to the Catalyst is maybe not the play. I kind of like forcing the node, and if Azdom's able to do that, which he is, but now I want to see him leave. Okay, never mind, okay? Yeah. Now I like it. Wait, but he's going to go back. I'm not a fan of this, Roy, actually.
Well, I think it's because they're seeding middle. I think we see the rotation here from Xeon, right? They're going to force the decap onto Alter, and Mark going to be able to, follow Xeon in there, but it's a little bit late. They do get the decap, but this is where not having that Tempest is rough, because if Xeon dies here, what do? You have to just give up the kill. Fly maybe not going to be able to res that on his own. You need another player to come in here. And while I do understand why Azurdom didn't immediately leave that temple node, he rotated back in, it is potentially a mistake here, a bit of a misplay. Middle node, though, now going to be a little bit more under pressure as Azurdom does rotate in there. They do force Helli away from the node, so this could be good for them, but with the rotation there from Naru onto Temple, they get the decap there, they found the kill onto Xeon, and again, this is where your comp works against you if you're not able to survive, if you're dropping players, losing players around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. The 1v1 is raging on here between these Catalysts, and with Xeon down, you have to wait. I mean, the comp that Ultrascoffed have here, I think it's very momentum reliant. Like, if they have a player down and they don't have a kill themselves, they can't really do that much until that player is back, and that's exactly what's happened, right? Like, they had to kind of back off a little bit and play a bit more defensively until that respawn has come through. It has now actually happened, but they're still looking for that opening. They've got to find this opening. They've got to get a kill. Like, Ultrascoffed need a kill. If they can't do that, then this game's a bit of a non-starter. And it looks like CJ might be the victim here. Almost goes downstate, but has managed to get the heal off. A few shouts all there. And yeah, look at Naru. He's in the mix here, ready to go. Really nice rotations from him, being in the right place at the right time. Azurdom down on mid. We're back to square one for Ultrascuffed. Right, this is working.
Self-res? Is the self-res king back? No. This is respawn. My apologies.
Yeah, it's respawn, yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I looked away for a moment, and I thought he had come back, but no, it is going to be the respawn. That being said, coming in to rotate and try and save Fly, and so far going to be okay.
And Grim wins the 1v1. Yeah.
Phoenix dying to Grimjack. The king of Catalyst, the king of Elementalists is still here. It is going to be Grimjack. And
yeah,
Ultrascuffed, again, they're trying something different. It's not as hard of a shutout as before, but they are consistently the ones losing players. This, I believe, is the third kill of this map now. And this is where the snowball is going to start a little bit. And Stillness coming up in 20 seconds. Ultrascuffed cannot give that away for free.
Look at the score. I mean, look at the score here. We've got another kill there. Of course, Phoenix is now back in the mix too. Fly is trying to contest over here with Azurdom to get something. I mean, Mark is in a little bit of trouble here. Not super happy. Does get caught in the elite skill. Is he in the wall, actually?
Could be a kill.
Yeah, that could be a kill. But, I mean, my problem with this is that, okay, they get Mark. What are they going to do now? The Blade Sworn is there. The Tempest is there. They won't actually be able to cap this. They'll be able to hold it contested. What are they doing on the map right now? There's just nothing. And Azdom's about to die here too. Very, very low. Very pressured. Can't really get crazy amount of value. They do get Mark down. Let's see, is there any res from Naru?
I think the glyph's going to be there.
No, it's not. Okay.
Should. Oh, we get the interrupt.
Yeah, I think it was interrupted, yeah. That's something.
Actually, I think that might have been a
oh, no.
From Xeon.
They had to give Stillness for that, Roy. Stillness is now in the possession of Red Team. That's very bad.
Yeah, it's just not enough. This is the first kill they get, so we'll see what they can do with it, but they're going to have to find some decaps very, very quickly. I don't know. I mean, it's just not enough. Finding one kill, committing so many resources to it, and not being able to really do much other than just get one decap out. Fly is not going to be able to contest CJ for that much longer, probably. He's already very low. Phoenix not going to be really, really pressured around mid. And again, you just lack this comeback. You lack this support that Cran was bringing before, and bringing in such a strong and powerful way. I don't know if this was the call. Especially, again, I think the Necro just not helping them. They're having a lot of trouble finishing off these players, and I think that Herald would have done a much better job for it, right? Being able to rotate around a lot more freely, being able to just jump into these fights and burst a target down, just seems like it would be providing more value than this slow, tanky core Necro. I don't think the Untamed is necessarily a mistake here to replace Cran, but I'm not sure that the core Necro was the play. And Ultrascuffed, honestly, it's starting to look like they're actually going to be struggling even harder than they did on Legacy, which really should not be the case.
Yeah, I mean, we said this as we got into this game, right? If there's a map where you're going to make this work, it's this one, and it ain't working. It's been utterly shut down by Team Zeromising here. This is just... There's no opening here. They've handled it well. They've understood what the opponent is going to try and do, and they've countered it. And just, it's more than that as well. It's not just the strategic stuff. I just think that at the end of the day, Team Zero Missing is playing better right now. I think every player is performing better currently. Again, we see Grimjack winning that 1v1 convincingly, right? We see Grimjack not die in that +1, right? When we have that, we see Naru being on point, being in the right place at the right time, rotating quickly on that support. Yeah, this is just, it's very, very well played. You know, I don't have much else to say. It's very well played here. Helio dead, feeding to Azdome here, actually. As I say, well played. And Mark comes in to maybe salvage that. Ooh, can Naru make it? Actually, that's not inconceivable, in fact. But I think the cleave should be good enough to get rid of him here. But still,
recasting.
Oh, yeah.
He almost canceled last second. You're 300, you know, you're 260 points behind. What do you do with that kill? You have a node, that's great. Stillness coming up in 10 seconds, Tranquility coming up in 10 seconds. You have to be able to put some players in position to get these buffs. CJ goes down and Mark goes down as well. This is where a real comeback can actually happen. And I know this point gain, or this point difference looks insurmountable, but if you get buffs, it's not. We will see Phoenix going down there, but Naru has already positioned himself in a place to be down here. Xeon already down there as well, so it's going to be a 1 versus 2 for Naru for a little bit. I love this rotation from Naru, though. He realizes he can't help his team around the map, and he just puts himself already down here so he doesn't have to rotate in a little bit late. But, again, another kill picked up on the map. Helio goes down up top. We see Ultra Scuff continue to just push this advantage that they had with the players. Fly and Azurdom continue to cleave this out, but we're going to see more players from USA, from Zero Missing going down. Naru, very low. If they can find this kill, that's huge, but they have to do it in Phoenix. He goes over to the cap. I don't like this. If he had just continued to pressure Naru, I think they might have been able to find that kill before the rotation comes out from ZJ, and they've just given up so much pressure they had onto the Tempest.
Yeah, I almost want to see... I think Xeon has to leave this, and maybe leave Phoenix just a troll here and just try and take this 1v2 for a good amount of time. I'm not sure if they're going to have the DPS to punch through, because the Blades one's going to bring so much support and counter pressure. I don't think it's really going to work, particularly now with Market as well. Yeah, they can't give this away. Obviously, Fly has no arrived, and that should keep things relatively stable. We already see Helio starting to move around and decapture the map here as well.
Look at the damage! They just did 2 kills. It's going to be about 3.
Oh yeah, Mark and CJ on a... Yeah, that's going to end it, I think. With those 3 kills, can Fly actually deny this buff? He's actually out of range, so can't use that. Oh, that's horrible, actually. Well, might be able to port at the last second, but I think Naru's going to get that. And with that, I think the game really will be at its end. Gornet also dies on top, and that should be... yeah. Oh, Stillness was taken as well there. Oh, it's brutal, Roy. You hate to see that. We are looking at a 6 cap right now. The game is going to end so very fast right now. We've got 30 seconds left in this game, more or less. I mean, this is a massacre. NA are coming back for revenge here. Like they paid Ultra Scuff to snipe rank 55 in the lower bracket, and they're here to clean up and get a reverse of what we saw in Master of the Arena 1. They don't want to drop anything. They want to get their own 3-0 potentially here in the grand finals of Master of the Arena 2. This is monstrous gameplay here. This is GG. 2-0 towards Zero Missing will be coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, now, first 2 games here in the set looked very, very good for Zero Missing, right? I mean, Legacy, they got shut out very hard. There was not a lot to really talk about positively for Ultra Scuffed. I actually think this game might have even been worse considering the map and the comp they were playing with. But, you know, again, I'm going to give them some credit. They're trying something different. They're not just putting their heads down and saying, we've lost, let's just run it back. They're trying something different, which I think is good. But you now can't make any mistakes, and you are going to be going to EU, so you are going to have at least a little bit of a boon there. So, you know, most of your players, 4 out of 5 of your players are going to be on standard ping, as opposed to the 1 out of 5 players that Zero Missing are going to have. But I don't know if it's enough, because I think the biggest difference here, if we look at rank 55, who played a very similar comp to Ultra Scuffed, right? They were playing obviously the Blade Sworn instead of the Necro, but it was a pretty similar comp. The idea was really similar. The rotations from 55 are just a lot better and a lot tighter than Ultra Scuffed. And I think this is why we saw 55 able to bring it to 3 games against Ultra Scuffed in the previous set. Ultra Scuffed obviously coming out, you know, in the end, I think, I'm going to keep saying it, huge credit to Cran. I think just kind of, you know, being that sort of rock solid foundation for the team to play against and play around, and just being a little bit better there, you know, and the team also may be able to just play around it a little bit better. But overall, I think the rotations from 55 were consistently a bit stronger, and that was why they were able to beat USA in their first set on Temple, because they out-rotated them, because there's this powerhouse. Every single one of those 5 individual players is just so good at rotating and rotating around each other. You don't have that with Ultra Scuffed. They need to be able to fix that. They need to be able to say, listen, you went, you know, this way, when you went to this node when you needed to plus this other fight, or you went down to the bottom buff when you needed to plus top buff, whatever. You have to recognize those mistakes. You have to be able to fix that for this next game. You can't lose any more games. This is it. 2-0, you're on match point. You're on the brink of defeat. You do not want to go out this way. You do not want to go out the way Team USA did 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. No. You don't want to see that. And, I think, in a way, right, like, Team USA, Team Zero Missing, they're here. They don't want that to happen again. That's why I think they've gone hard, right? They've wanted to make sure that they are in position to, in fact, perhaps be the one that is getting the 3-0 rather than the one that gets 0-3 here. But yeah, absolutely. Like, that's not what Ultrasoft want to see whatsoever. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them just say, okay, we're not going to do the roaming comp. We're going to just try and out team fight them. We're going to bring Cran back into them. I think that may well be the play here because that did not work.
Are we on Skyhammer?
I don't know.
The third map?
The third map should be Capricorn, I believe.
Okay. We've seen Ultranum. They beat 55 on this map. They should be comfortable on it. I think bringing Cran back in for Xeon is the play. Mm-hmm. I don't hate keeping Gornit on Necro. I think if you keep Gornit on Necro, that's fine because Herald didn't work up on Legacy. You need to change something there. And if it's not going to be comp, then it has to be rotations. It could be both. That works as well. But I think keeping Gornit on Necro there is fine. I think it was a mistake for Temple. We all agree on this, but I think for this game, it's fine. But yeah, I want to see Cran back. Nothing against Xeon. Excellent player. I don't think Untamed is necessarily a bad spec, but it's not bringing the same thing that Cran is going to bring on Tempest. Not only for the class, but for the team. You need that Tempest there. And USA know this. Zero Missing know this. That they're rotating around Gnar really well. Gnar is rotating around them really well. So, I'd be pretty surprised to see Cran not playing this one. We'll see if they double down on it. I think it would be a mistake, but if they make that mistake, that's it. This is the final mistake they can make, right? This
is the last life. They must make this work. This must work. Whatever they've got, whatever energy they have left over, they need to unleash it now. It's going to come down to Capricorn, an explosive map, that's for sure, as we, again, saw them able to defeat rank 55 Dragons here, but the thing that I'm kind of struggling here a little bit, Roy, because that was a really close game. 55, they were absolutely, making it difficult for Ultrascuff to win. And of course, that was when 55 had essentially adapted to a different composition mid-game. This is what Team Zero Missing has been doing all tournament, and they've been practicing it as well, right? They're super comfortable with this composition, with this strategy. I think they've got to be feeling good going into this, right? They're doing fantastically in these fights right now. Everything's been on point so far. They've just got to win this map. It's on EU, so they are going to have ping disadvantage. However, they do have draw. They're going to sub in draw for marks. They've got the Revenant at least with really good ping. But I mean, it's looking very scary. I think. And we are seeing, I believe, the adaptation going back to what it was. I think we're going to see a Cran addition.
Cran will be back, but Gornit on Herald again. I mean, all right, maybe they don't feel that Gornit was the problem, and that's absolutely fair. I don't think that Gornit was necessarily a huge detractor for them. I just feel like, maybe he's more comfortable on core Necro. It's so weird, though, that they chose to put him in on Necro for Temple, but they're not doing it for this game. That does not make any sense to me. It's possible, you know what, maybe they just got nervous. Maybe they were just like, all right, look, Gornit, you're dying a lot. Let's put you on Necro. Doesn't matter if it's Temple. And now that they felt that didn't work, they're bringing him back in on Herald. Decision-making, maybe not necessarily, the strongest suit here. But regardless, that's what they're going with. I think it can absolutely work. We saw them win with this comp. We saw them beat 55, what most people would have considered the strongest team in the game before now, on this map. They're on EU. They're back home. They're comfortable with this ping. Cran is back. It's definitely possible we can see this, but they have to play extremely well. And I think that the rotations we saw from the Thieves on this map here before when they were fighting 55, I think that can be exploited by Zero Missing if they make similar sort of mistakes. So, but we'll have to see what happens. Either way, this is match point with your global finals. Zero Missing on the red side. They're up 2-0. To Ultrascuff, to have fought so hard to be here, coming back up against 55 through the lower bracket. Let's see if they can make it work here. This is their final chance to do so. Game number 3 on Capricorn.
Yeah, here it is. Let's see what the opener is going to look like. I think we're going to see a similar thing. Again, we're just going to position this. I mean, they've done this every time, right? They're just going to put Grim on this node and see what happens pretty much. And it's been working out pretty well. Asdome is here to try and defend this push, but actually it's going to be the Revenant with Dra coming in as well. There needs to be a response here. Fly is going to be exactly that. And already, I think the opener, just good. Like, from Team Zero Missing, they've been super aggressive here. They've completely put their opponents on the back foot. They're going to get nearly 2 nodes off the back of this and really put pressure on. However, Dra is extended here. The focus does go onto that Herald there, but actually Phoenix in a little bit of trouble. Needs some support from Cran. Cran trying to negotiate their way over towards this node, is able to make it and actually peel out that Catalyst fairly effectively, and the fight rages on. But again, there's already that 1 node ticking away. Asdome will have to 1v1 Helio, and actually Helio gets a big catch there. Asdome in a lot of trouble. If a few more attacks land here, that Deadeye is going to be in a lot of trouble. However, Fly into the Bladesworn middle, I think that's actually pretty good. Like, the Spectre can actually kill the Bladesworn, so assuming these fights don't resolve elsewhere, and that allows Zero Missing to push in and then help the Bladesworn, that will work out well for Ultrascuff. But actually, that's not going to happen, Royce. Gornet is already down Sate in this fight, and Cran CC'd with no glyph available.
Yeah, Glyph comes up now. Phoenix is trying to hold the hard res. Is he going to be able to retarget it? I don't know, because of the wall in the way,
line
he doesn't
of sight. That was a huge knock from Mark there.
Gets cleaved out, and Cran is unable to find that Glyph.
It burns
so
too.
hard, but yeah, they just couldn't get it there. The wall was blocking them from being able to find that Glyph onto Gornet, and you hate to see it. Either way, though, it's going to be the first real fight of the game, going the way of Zero Missing. Helio getting pressured out here, though, by Azurdome, who's found a bit of a recovery on this side. He's actually going to go for the kill over the decap, which I like to see, if he can find it here. See if it's going to happen. Helio trying to kite it out, and it looks like Azurdome just going to opt to go back for the decap. Give up the chase.
I mean, this is, again, like, everything's been answered right now. Like, Helio is in a bit of trouble there as I'm chasing him down. I think Helio should be okay here, actually. Has a few wells and a bit of Shroud to try and hold on there. Definitely a scary moment. I don't think Naru will be able to rotate. And yeah, when you do see Helio go down, that's definitely something right now for Ultra Scuffed. But again, this fight on middle, this is the problem that we were kind of alluding to, Roy. Red team, Team Zero Missing, they're just better at playing this comp, it appears. They're just doing it better. They're winning the fights. They're getting it done. And here we go. We're going to see Gornet go down. Say, does get actually saved by the shallow grave. Yeah, that was shallow grave. But it's not enough. Gornet's still so low. There's no glyph for Cran available. So if there is a downside, it can't be recovered. Teams that are missing, they're just playing better, flat out.
Draw goes down, but Naru does have the glyph available. Let's see if they can pressure it. The knock is good. That might actually have stopped it. The cleave is going to be good as well. Gornet finds that glint heal. They're going to be able to find a kill here. This is where they can break back in. This lead, 70 points, that's nothing. They can easily do this. They have a node already. Bell coming up. It's the perfect time to find a kill, and they find another kill on Naru. That is massive, and Helio not in a position to find shallow grave. There's no tether for him to rally from.
Very good.
They need to get this bell, and they need to get it fast. They do not want to get locked in here. Cran going to find their way over to the bell, so they will be able to start capping that up. And we do see Helio bringing some Azurdome over to the dock. This is good for Ultrascuff, but they need to rotate into Azurdome if they want to hold on to this node. It looks like they're going to choose instead to rotate into Grim, which time after time again we've seen not really work for them.
Yeah.
But I think they forced the decap.
They
do value. They now have to get to bell, though.
Grim a little bit more pressured than he usually is here because, of course, they were disengaging that mid-fight, so they got a bit more luck with that, but I don't think we see a kill here. I'd be surprised. I do like forcing the cap there. I think that's going to prompt Grim to actually push in, and that actually might make him vulnerable as Fly is lying in wait to potentially get a quick kill here. Gornet following up here on the Revenant. We're going to go for that right now. There's the port in. Will a kill be done? But no, actually, Gornet just gets obliterated, actually. A great target switch there from Team Zero Missing there. Gornet so very low. Has a block available. It's the glint heal available too, so there's the reason. And here it is. This is a big moment here. We've got a full all-out 4v4 Thief 1v1 off to the side. Let's see what team is going to make this. And I think this is where that Bladesworn is going to pay off, Roy, because that extra support, that massive area damage from CJ is going to be so valuable in this team fight, I think.
Yeah, Gornet's still taking a lot of pressure. Cran does have their glyph back up, so if Gornet goes down, Cran will hopefully be able to try and get it a second time here, or rather the first time, the second kill now. Azurdome having a lot of trouble in this 1v1 against Helio. Grim rotates in, but Fly rotates in as well. Both thieves now, Helio and Azurdome, going to leave. Back to the team fight we go. At the moment, it's a bit of a stalemate. You know, this isn't the worst place for Ultrascuff to be in, but they do need to obviously find a victory here. It's not enough to stalemate it, as they still are going to be about 60 points behind her. So Naru going to be locked in very hard. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. Great Great tornado from Cran, and again, they find the kill onto the Tempest. This is starting to look a little bit like how they were playing up against for rank 55, consistently finding that kill onto Frey, onto the Tempest, the support for rank 55, and they're doing it here now against USA. If they can continue to find pressure, continue to find kills, that might be a bell cap for them. Draw still around, he could port up into Phoenix. We do see CJ in a position to contest as well. They might just be trying to sort of reset a little bit, contest, and wait for Naru to come back in, and they do get a decap onto Bizarre, but it's going to be answered by a cap onto Fly on the other side of the map. And again, Ultrascuffed finding some life in this game. They're really coming back into it. I think there should be a cap onto Bell. Yes.
They should get it, yeah. But I think it is really worth noting and crediting Zero Missing for not really losing that much. They recognize, okay, yeah, we're going to stall it a bit. We're going to have CJ be super annoying. And then we're going to leave, and we only lose one player. Now, Helio is a bit pressured there as he's disengaging, but Naru's available right now with the water overload. That will re-heal that more or less instantaneously. And again, 25-point Bell is good, but it's certainly not over yet. In fact, node possession is still in favor of Team Zero Missing, and we do see this pretty hard commit into Grimjack. I think the Herald is actually a good plus, and yeah, Grim can't hold that. Yeah, that rev is massive. Oh, is there going to be a res?
The
precast! Oh my, that was disgusting. Like, that was absolutely repulsive from the Red Tempest there, getting that revival and resets all of that excellent progress made by our Revenant here by Gauntlet. They're going to try and push that 3v2, but yeah, that's not going to work. And all of a sudden, he's got another map state that looks pretty darn red for Team Zero Missing. And next Bell is up, and of course, that's 50 points for Ultras. They're really going to want to try and push that, but...
Yeah, but they came into the first Bell with such a huge advantage, finding not one but 2 kills from that mid-fight, staggering Zero Missing so hard coming into it. And Zero Missing are now coming in here with a triple cap. Now, there's no glyph available onto this immense kill on a draw. That was a huge amount of damage.
Triple cap, though, during this.
Yeah, triple cap. There's so many points being gained here by by Zero Missing. We do see both the Thieves trying to come out into the map, trying to get some decaps going out here, but they're already going to be almost 100 points behind where they were closing the distance before. Now, we should see them able to hold on to this. Fly going to go for the... No, he's not going to go for the full cap. They're going to actually send all 5 players back in. Draw going to be coming in off respawn, but if they can find a kill or 2 here, that will be huge. And Naru still will not have the glyph, so they don't have to specifically go for the Tempest if they are worried about the glyph. They might still go for it just to get the support out and the CC out, stop that potential support coming through. Azure Dome a little bit low here, but this is going to be a massive fight for Ultrascuff. They need to win this, and they need to do it decisively. Fly, though, in a lot of trouble. Cran going to be pushing their way through this fight in a tornado. They might still have the glyph up available as well, as Fly is going to go into down. He gets it up. Great water glyph coming out there from Cran, but is it going to be enough? Draw is back in, and now the full 5v5 is going to be going as the node for Bizarre still ticking away from Zero Missing. Ultrascuff, they cannot continue to stall this. They have to do it fast.
This is the problem. I don't like the 5v5 for Ultrascuffed here. Again, that Blades one is just going to be ticking and ticking and ticking. It's not going to stop. The value's going to keep going through, so this fight has to end pretty quickly. Cran and a lot of trouble does have the invulnerability, and Grimjack is very, very low there on the red team. Both Elementalists here, very pressured. But the re-heal is huge, and this is what I'm talking about. That sustain is just fast. And Gauntlet getting blasted. He's in the downside. There's no glyph available, and I think that might be this fight. And the Bell, because it Fly is going to go down too. No glyph available. Cran and Phoenix and Azam, they've got to run out of here. They've got to get out. And not only are they not going to get the Bell, they're also going to lose it. And they're going to be down 150 points moving into this. Cran going to try and hold on to this node. But I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, that's not the play. That has to back off.
Yeah, they're going to rotate into mid, which is definitely the better call. You know, dying here from Cran would be pretty terrible. They might be able to go and rotate in and support Phoenix, who was in a lot of trouble as well. They do get the middle node capped, which is nice. And it's only 25 points from this first Bell there for Team Zero Missing. So it's not completely over. Next Bell will be coming up in 20 seconds, though. And if Phoenix dies here, no glyph available from Cran. That's going to be pretty bad. There might be a shallow grave available, but Azure Dome, or excuse me, Fly, not going to be in a position to do that. The Harvest, though, is coming out. Are they going to be able to get a huge knockback from Gornet? But I don't know if Cran's going to be able to hold on to this. No, Cran going to have to see that. They're so very, very low. They don't have a lot of cooldowns left to get out. And Cran might be the next one. He is. They're going to be going into downstate here. Azure Dome, Gornet not able to support them. Bell coming up. That'll be 50 points on the board for Zero Missing. This might be the end, Teapot.
Yeah, this is not looking good whatsoever. 50 points are more or less guaranteed here. Fly may be thinking about contesting, but no, has to concede it. 366 to 208. And I'm starting to smell a bit of a 3-0 for NA, Roy.
It definitely looks that way. This game is obviously a lot closer than the first two were, but you know, we've seen a huge team fight loss here from Ultrascuff, so you know they might not be feeling they can match it. They've got players around, you know, the map near the nodes they own, but not in really good positions. Cran going to be coming in. Is there a glyph available? There is. Precast. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Huge rotation there from Cran coming in off of respawn. They did such a good job coming in there just in time to save Gordon, and that's going to be massive. Middle node actually not going to be able to be contested or capped there by Zero missing either, and if they can continue to contest this other node, this Doc node, that might be enough. Bizarre, though, does get decapped. However, we do see Fly in a position to contest it. Cran, though, so very low. They cannot go down. Azurdone very low as well. Phoenix now going to be trying to rotate in, but is it going to be in time? They have to get these nodes and hold on to them. A minute and a half till the next bell. They cannot give that up to Team Zero missing. Neither of these players really want to stand on this node. Both of them very low. No glyph available. Gordon going to be so very pressured. He's going to go down, and Cran can do nothing but watch. No glyph there. I think the overcommit to this node was a mistake. They really needed to give that up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, in some ways, I kind of like that they were really trying to squeeze every drop of value, but they definitely pushed it too far. You're absolutely right. And there's the punish, right? Like you kind of can't get away with that against a team like Zero missing here. I do like this that Fly's been actually stalling the Catalyst here, denying that value. Double Thief is now in the mix, but the Tempest is here now, and that's going to completely stabilize Grimjack. There's no way he's going to ever die in that +1. And look, that Dock is such a big problem right now. Map gets neutralized there, of course, after the collapse of Gauntlet. Without Gauntlet, they just don't have that playmaking potential, that damage, that hunt, that predatory nature of the Herald there. They just can't really find anything. And with the amount of sustain and stability that's brought to the table by the composition of Team Zero missing, it's not going to matter. Yeah, Fly 2% as well, goes downstate. And I mean,
some
even
of these choice from Ultra Scuff just not. I mean, they're just overcommitting. I think they're panicking now because they feel like they have to contest these nodes so hard. They really cannot do that. 30 seconds until the bell comes up. Fly will be back in off respawn. They've equalized side nodes. They're 100 points behind. If they can find a kill here coming into this bell, his draw is pretty low, burns the Glint Heal. Naru will have Glyph available, but they might be able to find some follow-up pressure onto him. They have an advantage coming into this bell. If they can get the bell and decap quickly enough, I think they can come back, but they have to do it now. 10 seconds now into the bell. There's really not a lot of pressure now into Zero missing. Great regroup, great resustain there from them. And they're now moving on to the bell. There's a disadvantage here for them, although Cran will have Glyph back up in 10 seconds, but the pressure is on because all Zero missing have to do is hold on to one node. They honestly could just give this bell for free if they want, but of course they won't. They're going to stall it out.
Anything works for them right now.
Moves now.
If they want to push it, that's absolutely fine because it instantly wins them the game, right? And they're good in the 5v5. They're good in the 4v4s. They're happy with that, right? If they don't want to give it up, awesome. They can get themselves probably at least a double cap, maybe even a triple cap off the back of that. There aren't that many paths that lead to losing the game right now for our red team, I think, Roy. And I do actually like what Helio's doing here. Like, of course, during this, the Thief, Fly very wisely trying to fish for the decaps around the map to give Ultra more time to actually fight this bell. But Helio was absolutely on that, denying that. And it's 40 points to go. This ain't looking hot. It's looking very, very good for Zero missing.
They win off of Bell as well. Draw going to be pretty low over at mid, but he's about to find the kill into Azurdome. Nar going to be pretty low, pressured out there over to Bizarre. That's probably going to be a downstate, but I don't know if they have enough time to really make anything work with this. 20 seconds. They have to break through not only Naru. Well, now he's going to be.
I think it's look at the rev. Look at draw. He's AFK. Well. Got Azurdome. This node. It's GG. Game's over.
You're right. That's right. I hate to say it, Teapot, but that is going to be GG and Team USA Zero missing. A slightly different name, a slightly different roster, but mostly going to be the same.
And that's
Bring their way back from 2 years ago, going down 9-0 to rank 55.
There it is.
Finding 3-0 in the finals. Well played to them. GG's to Ultra Scuff, bringing us to these 3 games. Hard fought victory here on Capricorn for Zero missing, but very well played to them. 3-0.
Yep.
And they are your masters of the arena.
A long road there as well. There's been this dynamic. NA have always been perceived as that underdog, right? The team that gets to finals but then rank 55, send them back. But no, not this time. No. Team USA, Zero missing, whatever you want to call it, however you want to slice it. They get back into this. They come into this tournament with a steely determination, and they absolutely dominate it with an absolutely incredible, commanding 3-0 grand finale into Ultra Scuff. There's no question about it, Roy. It is undisputed. They are your masters of the arena, and they are the strongest team for 5v5 PvP in Guild Wars 2. There's no ifs, no buts. They prove it here and now where it counts there with an incredible performance there. Congratulations. Awesome gameplay there. from Team Zero Missing. And you know what? I also want to say massive shout out there to Ultra Scuff, because that upset, I love a good upset, Roy. And when we see Ultra Scuff take down 55, that's exciting. History repeats itself in one way with that, with of course Ultra Scuffed, or rather Ultra Numb, taking out 55, and then history inverts itself, of course, with rank 55 Dragons. Well, not rank 55. Team Zero Missing, getting the 3-0 and getting it done.
Yeah, I mean, it's really incredible that we see another 3-0 finals. Obviously, I think most people would like to see closer matches, or a closer set, I should say, all 5 games. But it really speaks volumes, I think, to how dominant one team ends up, and how, when they find a meta that works for them, they run away with it. It was the same thing with 55 2 years ago, last Moda. Same thing here now with Zero Missing. And, both 55 and Ultrascuffed, great teams. Great teams. They just were unable to match them. And, again, yeah, like you said, huge shout out to Ultra Scuffed having that upset against 55. I love the upset as well. I think they played their hearts out. They really pushed 55 to their limit and surpassed it. So, congratulations, Ultra Scuffed, for that. But, they just were unable to do the same there with Team Zero Missing. Credit where credit is due. Well played to Team Zero Missing. I think it's awesome to see how, you can come from a couple years ago where everyone sort of said they were behind the meta. Now they are the meta. It's great to see it. GG's all around. Well played to all teams in the tournament. And
in a lot of respects, I'm reminded of the first Master of the Arena, because then, obviously going into this, like, teams were always very confident that they have the correct strategy, right? But we almost saw the reverse, right? Like, in the first Master of the Arena, NA was very confident in their Firebrand strategy, right? But then, it turns out the EU was a little bit ahead, like, with that Tempest. This time around, I think I think it's pretty clear, right? EU were very confident in this roaming style, no support, like, supportless meta, essentially, playing with that Catalyst, right? And just roaming around that with lots of damage output. Yeah, turns out that wasn't really the way to go there. And Team Zero Missing, Team USA, NA, ahead of the game here a little bit, and lock it out in, with a perfect strategy and execution of that strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little hot in here, so I'm and the tournament's over, so I'm going to be
tripping down a little bit.
I can breathe again.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Keeping this PG. Just taking the jacket and tie off. Oh my god, that feels so much better. Yeah. Anyways, yes. I also just want to say thank you, obviously, for having me on as a guest there at the end. It was very fun, very enjoyable to come back and cast the UT-Pod. I missed it. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. But shout out, of course, to Helseth, to Rom for coming in and casting. I was honestly blown away by Helseth's casting on Friday. I thought it was excellent. It was very, very entertaining, really enjoyable to listen to. And of course, Rom bringing the energy. So shout out to them. Not that I was involved, but considering how flawlessly and how smoothly this tournament ran, I would presume your admin team was working away very hard in the background. So shout out to them as well. Shout out to all the players, all the teams to come through. 10 years later after Guild Wars 2, we still can get a great turnout for an awesome PvP tournament. You love to see it. So big shout out to all of them. And of course, all the people that came out and watched and donated. Extra shout out there to CRD, !CRD in the chat, guys. Make sure you support the cause. It's a wonderful cause. Lovely to be partnered with them for this. But yeah, I had an excellent time casting. Thank you very much for having me. It was wonderful. Happy to be here. And yeah.
Yeah, it is always a pleasure. It's good to keep in touch, right? Good to have you back on the show as well. So thank you very much for Roy. I know that obviously you're a very busy man these days, and it's fantastic to have you back. And absolutely, I would love to get that organized in the future for future events and so on and so on and so on. Yes, I really want to echo that as well. We've got to the end here, and yeah, thank you so much to everyone who was involved here. Like, our admin team is they're stellar. They are unbelievable. Like, Lynn, Plenix, Jester, and Magitech have been working day and night behind the scenes to make this as smooth and effective as it was. I'm sure you remember Master of the Arena 1, Roy, when it was just kind of you and me running that. Went around to like 9 hours, I think. And thankfully this time,
I guess I was the problem then.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. That's what we've got. That's the conclusion we can draw from that. But yeah, this time
I was holding everyone back the whole time.
Yeah, super smooth, right? This time they did a fantastic job, and so thank you so much to all of them. And yeah, again with the casting, there's to Nos, Rom, and Helseth. So much insights there, and so much entertaining, like, fun stuff right? Like a great variety of opinions and banter, and just incredibly intelligent and insightful analytics on what's going on there as well. Of course, I really also need to extend another massive thank you to the developers that helped out. You know, a lot of the time I've been slaving away trying to make these tournaments work, but this time I had some help from some of those brilliant programmers and designers I have ever encountered, which, you know, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with them. The design team with Chocolapic and Noz. I mean, look, you guys saw the overlay. They utterly knocked it out of the park, in my opinion. I really hope that it made it an enjoyable, engaging, and immersive experience. A little bit more. We've got a few more things planned here. Me and Choc are already cooking up the next one. So stay tuned for some more advanced overlays down the line. But yeah, I mean, simple as that. Like, absolutely incredible. From that stuff as well. Of course, the development as well. Plenix was also a big assistance there. And indeed, Mythos as well, who's truly someone who is plugged into the Matrix and knows exactly how everything works. Without some really, really clever programmers, that overlay simply would not have been a feasibility. I've got to give myself a bit of a pat on the back, right? And
I would.
It's not bad. You know, for those who are interested, actually, I did actually do a quick count. The code that powered this is around, I think it's 15,000 to 18,000 lines at this point. So it's a pretty big project, okay? There's a lot going on to make this work. So pretty smart stuff, sophisticated stuff going on there in the background to make Master of the Arena 2 a possibility. So yeah, once again, thank you to everyone who really helped out with that. It was pretty darn epic. It really was. And I'll say this here as well. You know, I've been talking a little bit on stream recently in my, my regular streams, about how I often don't feel very satisfied. I go, oh man, that was rubbish, right? There were so many things wrong with it. Yeah, this was good. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this was
I don't
good.
believe it. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Yeah, it was good.
To my ears,
Master of the Arena 2 was good. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm glad you think so, because I agree wholeheartedly. I think it was great. Very well run.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, and again, everyone involved, absolutely incredible stuff. And of course, to the teams too, right? For giving us some incredible games, right? We had some awesome performances from all the teams, some crazy comebacks, of course, the bit of a cheeky upset there in the lower bracket, and just pure dominance from our eventual victor as well with Team Zero missing. And a very deserved win, right? Indisputable, right? Absolutely no questions about it. And a little bit similar to the original Motor, right? There's no questioning that. There was no kind of luck or anything like that. Nothing weird going on. It was clean. It was dominant. Simple as that. And yeah, that's incredible stuff. And then finally, then we've got to talk a little bit about Cure Rare Disease because, as much as we want to make it exciting to the viewers, we also want to get some hype there for the players. And thanks to Cure Rare Disease, we've been able to get a $3,000 prize pool set up there with a little bit more on the side from our community contributions as well. And yeah, a massive thank you to them for partnering with us to make Master of the Arena as possible and as great as it truly, truly was. So thank you so much to them. It's an unbelievable cause. It's one that I personally love, right? It's battling the unfairness in the world, the unfortunate nature of genetic diseases that currently are not really treatable with any current cures that exist in modern medicine. So please go ahead and learn more about that with cureredisease.org, !CRD, to get the links for that on how you can donate and support this charity event. I probably will do a little bit more after this. Maybe like another few days to keep the campaign going. I kind of want to push it. I want to see if we can get above 9,000, right? Like, we're so close to 9,000. We really are. And that is what we love to see. So get over there right now. Hit some big donos there. And of course, thank you everyone so much for being involved. This is actually a record, by the way. We've done a few events with CRD before, and our record was around $8,100 between me, Mela, and Sneb, who were all going for like an epic, crazy charity marathon thing there as well. And we've completely followed that through. Right, we followed through here, and we've got that full extra bonus goal there as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and read off the final ones here as well. We have NXY Games with the 20, Krabnarok with a 420, Anonymous with 25, Make Sneb Partner with the 50. Thank you all so very much. I will be leaving this campaign up for a few days. Right, after this, so you can absolutely still go for the push if you want to kind of throw in a bit of cash. There's all to get us to that 9,000 to maybe even push for the 10,000. So, you know, hey, we appreciate that if you possibly can. But yes, of course, simply spreading the word, raising awareness is also a very important thing. And I'm very proud and very honored to be able to actually do that on a platform here in the Guild Wars 2 community to raise awareness of a very, very important issue in our world right now, and try to make the game a better place, and also try and make the world a better place. It's been my pleasure to do that, and it's been awesome to see the response from the Guild Wars 2 community. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, we're going to be, rounding out the tournament. I actually, look, okay, I'm going to ask you for a favor, right? I'm going to ask you for a favor here a little. I want to actually let the admins, I'm going to go join the admins in a call and actually let them have a few words here as well in just a moment, just to kind of round it out. But also, don't go anywhere. Do not leave, because I would really appreciate it. This is my personal favorite from you to me. Please watch the credits video. There's going to be a brief video after this, really detailing, detailing everything that was involved here, and actually even a special dedication at the end as well. So there won't be a dry eye in the room, believe me, after all that. So seriously, please stick around and take a look at the credits, because I think it's really important to recognize that, you see me flailing around on the camera here, but it's not just me. There is so much work that went into it over the time, in the back end as well. Pretty incredible stuff. Winner interview. I mean, we could do a winner interview. Bring them in. That's certainly possible. If that's something that if people are interested in, we'll see if they're interested in a winner's interview. But yeah, wait. Oh, hang on. Whoa. Roy, we just got an anonymous $1,000 donation.
Whoa.
We are actually at 9,000. This is 9.7K.
Come on, guys.
This is
We can get to 10,000.
This is this is now 275 away from 10K. I think we could maybe see a 10K here. Gamers, can we do it? Okay, let's see.
You can absolutely do it.
Yeah, I think we can do this. Okay, look, get in there right now. !CRD in the chat. Let's get some information out there. Click that link. Pound the button below the stream. Let's push to that 10,000. Can we do it? Just another 200 more. Go. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, we're checking in for the interview right now with the teams. So bear with us just a moment, and we'll get that sorted out real quick. Oh, I think we've got another 20 moving in here as well. Eagle Dawn with the 20. Chocolafit with a 20. Oh, it's not enough to carry the overlay. He's also here to carry the donation bar at the same time. That is what we like to see. It really is indeed. Okay. Anyway, I'm just getting this information on interview, and I'll just add whoever wants to. Of course, if the teams don't want to. That wasn't actually part of our schedule, but they're more than welcome to. They would like it.
Sure, they'd like to send someone. Also, we didn't mention this, but shout out to Draw, who's back-to-back Moto winner.
That's true. Yeah. Wait, that is actually Is he the only player who's done that? I think that's correct, right? Yes, because of course he was on 55 and now on Team 0 missing that. So that is actually the only player back-to-back.
Draw is the key, apparently.
Yeah.
You can't win Moto without him. So teams, if there's ever a Moto 3, go get Draw. And I think
exactly. That's the lucky charm. No draw, no win. That's the true one.
Yeah.
People have said no Boyce, no win, no Sid, no win, no Abindo, no win, and so on and so on and so on. But actually, it was draw the entire time. Yeah, it was draw the entire time right there. And that's happened.
Donation.
Yeah, we're in. We've got Anonymous with the 50, Arantix with the 50, Anonymous with the 10, Butter Peanut with the 50, Anonymous with 100. I can't believe it. Right, that's it. 10K? That is $10,024.
We'll play it, everybody. Awesome to see the Guild Wars 2 community come out. Not surprising, but awesome to see the Guild Wars 2 community coming out in favor of an
10,000.
You should all be very proud of yourselves. This is all going to a wonderful, wonderful place. So really nice to see. And thank you all for supporting the cause. Thank you to Curator Disease for partnering with Teapot.
That is just remarkable. It really is. That is remarkable. I think it's honestly worth noting that we started today at around 4,500. So we've actually done 6,000 in one.
That's incredible.
Day. Anars with a 20, Anars with a 10, Kegs Prime with 25, Anonymous with a 50 as well. Wow. apparently I am going to be called. The admins are setting up some interviews. Probably add you as well, Roy, as well. I think Lynn's going to set everything up. But of course, you know.
If you want me to be there, I'd be happy to. But it's not necessary for me to be there. I'm not officially part of the tournament. But up to you. Up to you.
Oh, nice. Here we go. I can hear the Discord. The Discord sound is here. Right, okay, I'm joining the call. I'm not sure if you're being added, actually. Oh.
I'm in God's got it covered.
Yo! What have we got here? Is this Masters of the Arena winners?
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, where's Roy?
Yours truly.
Yeah.
Wait, are we on stream?
Now, you know, I've got to open this. I've got to open this with a little bit of banter, to be honest. Oh, no. Oh, we're not going to play. Zeromus isn't here. Oh, move the tournament 2 months. Yeah, what about now?
We got, no.
Do you still want me to move it? You want me to move the tournament again? Yeah?
You need to get the timeline right. You need to get the timeline right. There was a balance match that, to be honest, was very in our favor after Zeromus could not make it, because the issue was we just did not have the players. But Catalyst becoming good obviously made it very easy, because we could get Grim, and he's really, really good at the Catalyst. So, and I just subbed Zeromus's role, had to practice on it a little bit, and then we pull.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any kind of overall thoughts after that match? You know, I imagine coming into this tournament, there's definitely a lot on the line here. Obviously, in the first Masters of the Arena, it was difficult, right? Ranked V5 were incredibly powerful and were able to win fairly decisively. Were you worried about that potentially happening again? Or were you going in super confident, like very confident in the strategy, again, feeling that the meta was on your side with this Catalyst pick coming into play there? Like, what were your thoughts kind of moving into the tournament in terms of mentality?
I was a little nervous because when I saw the EU qualifier, I saw that they opted to not play support at all. And I was like, oh no, I'm on the role that is contested. And, you know, if their comp is more superior, that's going to be just, you know, really meme for me twice. But obviously it worked out. We knew that if we forced them to play Tempest, we would beat everyone. That's what we knew. It definitely worked out.
Do you think
we
it was
had to adjust to rotations?
Do you think it was a mistake for 55 and ultimately Ultrascuff to try to match you? Or do you feel that your composition with what you have there, the tools at your disposal, is able to handle that roaming style effectively and it essentially shuts it down?
No, I think they should have matched, because I think especially 55 after Capricorn, they realized that we had the rotations figured out when it came to the roam comp, and there's just too many maps where you could just force a team fight and get kills, and when you kill anyone on their team, there's no reset. I'm just running around, just resetting people constantly. And as long as I'm doing that, they just run out of gas, they run out of cooldowns, and they just eventually die. And they understood that, and that's why they swapped, which was the right choice. But then obviously played better.
So now that I actually want to talk about something that also happened. It wasn't a game that you were involved in, but the Ultrascuffed versus Rank 55. So Ultrascuffed managed to actually upset, right? Were you happy about that? Were you potentially worried about the 55?
We were cheering.
We were happy. We were cheering them on.
Yeah. So, under the assumption that 55 had made it to the finals, would you have still felt confident? It was a 2-1, of course, in the upper bracket final in your favor. Did you feel that you'd actually adapted even further? Would you have been able to replicate that 3-0 in the finals, even if it had been 55? Or do you think it would have been a potentially closer series if Ultrascuff did not manage to snipe them for you?
I think it would have been the same result, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because 55 is not practiced at all on that comp at all.
Yeah.
We were very practiced.
Just like this week, Frey has like almost no practice on Tempest, and like I'm pretty sure Draza hasn't played that new Thief build either. Yeah. And Misha's new on Kata. So yeah, the odds were in our favor.
As Grims, we were very practiced in that particular composition. We were not very nervous. We were confident. We knew what we were doing. Kylo, especially when we played that map on NA, we did make a lot of adjustments mid-match, realizing the rotations we needed to make and where we needed our players to go. So we felt very confident. We had all of our best players on their best specs. So we were very, very confident about what we were doing, and we knew how the fights would go, and what we needed to do to win them.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the results really speak for themselves. Just incredible gameplay there. I mean, clearly a lot of thought that went into the rotational stuff there, the strategy, and in general, individual players absolutely popping off there. I think Catalyst being incredibly impactful. A lot of teams just continuously trying to kill Grimjack, and failing again and again and again, even in that 1v2 situation. Yeah, I mean, everything just seemed to come together very well. I mean, I have to say, just congratulations. Do you have any final thoughts, anything you'd like to bring up, actually, regarding the matches, the tournament as a whole, the metagame, just anything, really? Do you have anything that you'd like to say?
I think no cap. I think Worms could have got second or first this tournament if they qualified, but they didn't.
Really? So you were a bit worried about Worms akimbo mode?
Performed really well in scrims. Very well.
Why do you think that was? What were they doing that was problematic to your composition?
They just had obviously they scrim more than us, right? Because I've been busy with school recently, so I haven't been able to scrim as much. So they've been like spamming scrims with like almost every single team, and they were the first ones to play Warrior. Actually, they played Warrior, and they basically like played our comp. The comp we're playing right now, they played it first, and we just like adapted it from them. Yeah.
So again, that mirror was potentially more of the threat, then, right? Like the composition is necessary, to be effective in the meta, then, right? And because the Frenchies, because akimbo mode had access to that was the concern. And you felt that with the roaming style, that you had the ability to shut that down. So that makes a lot of sense.
They actually had some like adaptations to the comp too. Like they played Scourge, not Scourge, whatever the new Necro spec is. Like and it actually did pretty well versus us. Yeah. I think they played it in the qualifier, but they got farmed by Deadeye. So
I think Worms sold. Yeah. They definitely sold by playing, Mirage, Scrapper.
Yeah, the Power Mirage, interesting pick. That was
they were trolled.
Yeah, that was.
They were just as good as us in the comp that we won with, and they had more flexibility. Their only issue was that they could not adapt to roam comp. That was kind of their. Yeah, so they didn't have that rotationally figured out, and so they weren't able to handle it with that composition then. So they were only in tune with the mirror, essentially. They weren't ready for the roaming style. Yeah. Correct, yeah.
Because that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
I think some of the players are newer as well. So they I think one of them told me we have newer players, so they couldn't adapt as fast.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, in that case, I think that will kind of just about wrap it up. I think I'll let all of you go and enjoy your victory. Congratulations. That is truly incredible stuff. Very, very well played. GG's to all round.
GG's to everyone, all the teams, 55, Nom, Worms, everyone that played, admins. We appreciate it. That was a really good event.
Yeah, GG's. I mean, I'm very fine with the result of this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine.
With pretty happy with it. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine with it. Yeah,
I'm fine.
All I gotta say is Draw is the back to back.
Yeah.
Shout out Draw for winning.
100%
of the modas that have happened.
Only person.
Yeah, only player in the game to have accomplished that feat. Truly remarkable stuff. And of course, I imagine, we won't have heard the last from you, as I'm sure a lot of people are aware, this was definitely a little bit of a last tournament for a while. And that is indeed going to be the case. But as you'll see at the end of the credits video, Masters of the Arena is going to be coming back. Can we expect this team to essentially stay together in a similar form to this? Or was this kind of like the zero missing team? Are we going to see any future members, or is this the new backbone roster for the best of NA? I mean, are we going to see more from this team in future events down the line?
You'll see the same people for sure. Maybe one or two variations, but they'll be probably the same core. Yeah, the same core. Sure.
I love to see it. Yeah, definitely. Certainly looking forward to all of that then. And indeed, that will go ahead and round things out. I'm going to go talk to the admins because they want to say something, right? They want to, I don't know, they want to make fun of me for being useless or something. I don't know. But anyway, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Congratulations once again. GG well played to all of you. Enjoy the victory. It is certainly very well deserved. Take it easy, my friends. I'll see you later.
You too.
Right. Now it's admin time. Wait, how can I do this without leaking the Discord? I just need to make the Discord go away. Hang on. Otherwise, I'm going to leak, and that wouldn't be good. Right. Admins, where are you? Admins.
Mighty Teapot. What a evening, what a weekend, what a bunch of gamers.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah.
What do you have to say?
What do I have to say? Well, first of all, big thank you to all the teams participating because, we can organize a tournament, but without teams, we're kind of nowhere, right? And we've unfortunately before, we've had some unfortunate situations in the PvP community before. But for this entire tournament, I'll have to admit, You guys, PvP gamers, if you're listening, you've been an absolute blessing to work with. You guys show up on time. We try to run like a little bit of a tight ship here. But yeah, you guys, you show up, you respond. There's no, incredibly long waiting times for anything. That's, how we've been able to kind of keep it, shorter than, like the 9 hours that you got like last or 2 years ago, actually, funnily enough. Yeah, it was a long time ago already, 2020. So yeah, like big shout out to the teams, right? And there's actually one other person we have to thank, right? And I don't think anyone has thanked him yet, or maybe Roy has done it already. But the man, the myth, the legend. Heartstick might be organizing this, but there's one guy behind the wheel, and that's Mr. Mighty Teapot, right?
Ha! Yes, that's me.
He's the man. 3 a.m. in the morning, he'll send me a message, Lynn, we need to take care of this, and then I just wake up at like a casual 10 a.m. and I'll make my breakfast and I'll read my messages, and it's like, oh, I've responded to Teapot 7 hours too late. Teapot's hard at work. Yeah.
Still be awake sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah, so Teapot, thank you very much for helping out with all this. It's been a blessing to work with you as well, and the teams. Masters of the Arena, it will go down in history as a good tournament. You said you were happy with it. I think that's actually a first, right? Is this the first tournament you're actually happy with? That's
the first tour. I would actually say yes. I liked it. I liked how it looked. I liked the overlay. I liked the execution. I liked the production. Yes, we have made it. Masters of the Arena 2 is actually good.
On par, yeah.
Yes. Got some more work to do and certainly things to improve, of course. But yes, Masters of the Arena, pretty damn good, right? For sure. And, I think, do you have any kind of closing words here before we go ahead and wrap up here with some final thanks before we move on? And if the other admins want to say anything? Jess, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. I just want to thank the chat as well. Obviously, it was very clean. We didn't have to ban anyone, really. And we got over $10,000, and that's going to make a real difference.
It absolutely is. And I'll just read off the final ones here as well. Chowdrister with the $5. Discius Bilover with the 150, Anonymous with 20, and another Anonymous with 10. So thank you so much, everyone there. We're up to, a pretty ridiculous number here. $10,234.20, ending on a 420. That's very fun, actually. I like that. Very enjoyable. But yeah, 10,000 for Cure Disease. Absolutely incredible. You should all be very proud of yourselves. I'm very proud of the community right now. Truly remarkable event. We broke 5 figures, brand new record for Hardstuck here in terms of charity fundraising. And that brings our total to, I think, just over 20,000, actually. Really, really cool. I'd love to see that, actually, in total of all our events that we've done. So very, very happy with that indeed. So thank you, everyone. And, of course, a final thank you to the viewers. It's awesome that we can get so many people watching. We had 2,000 people, here in 2022 in Guild Wars 2 PvP, still watching, still alive, yeah? Not too bad whatsoever. Not too bad. I'll take it. And hopefully we can continue to build this up over time and continue to provide really top quality events. We've got a lot more in store. We are going to be moving away from really big events for a while. We're going to be really focusing on grassroots stuff and building resources for players to learn the game and giving them the resources they need to actually get into these games like PvP, like raids, like strike missions, like world. That's what we're going to be in there. But do not worry, my friends. Master of the Arena 3 is already coming. It's already on its way. Do not worry. Stay tuned for a lot more and a lot of other epic events down the line again. And of course, thank you so much there as well. Thank you so much as well to Cure Disease again for helping us out and make this happen with their assistance in building up this epic prize pool. And of course, for all of their support historically and their partnerships in our other previous events. They're an awesome cause. I would highly recommend getting in there and checking it out. It's okay if you don't, if you can't donate, that is absolutely fine. But just learn a little bit, spread the word a little bit, and raise some awareness about an incredibly important issue, which is, of course, the battle against rare and currently uncurable genetic conditions worldwide. Thank you so much indeed to Cure Disease and everyone involved. And that's, about round things out here again. Just huge thank you to everyone involved, the casters, the admins, the players, the viewers. Okay, Cure Disease, right? ArenaNet for sponsoring this event as well. We've got gems from them. Don't forget about that, of course. And, of course, the Community Conqueror title for our glorious victors going first there as well. But, again, there's one more thing that I ask of you. I really hope that you all enjoyed the show today. We're going to be wrapping up just about now. Hope you enjoyed it, enjoyed the overlay, enjoyed the everything about it. Okay, of course, thank you to the designers for that one. I forgot those guys. Don't worry, the credits video, though, does not forget. Before I forget, I actually need to press a button here to make sure that the credits video generates correctly and looks proper. Go and see if I can make that actually work. All right, I pressed the button. There it is. Yeah, that is going to just about round things out. And again, my thing that I ask of you, please watch the credits video, guys, right? It's only a few minutes long, right? And again, there's a special dedication at the end. I'll leave that as a bit of a surprise, of course. But yeah, please take a look because there are so many people that made this happen, so many people that made this work. And I really want to make sure that their names are absolutely known in the community for the absolute legends and pillars of Guild Wars 2 that they are. So thank you so much to everyone. We're going to go to the credits video right now. And then, of course, we're going to be rounding things out. I'll be back later on this week for more action. And stay tuned on listening to what's up next with Hardstuck, tournament series, our website, and all that kind of stuff. Definitely join our Discord, discord.gg/Hardstuck and hardstuck.gg. Hit that website. Best website in the entire universe. Go check it out right now. Go, 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 indeed. It was a beautiful weekend. An awesome series of PvP there. Couldn't have done it better myself because it was me who did it. So that doesn't make any sense. But anyway, go have a look at the credits right now. Thank you so much to everyone who has participated. And of course, hit that exclamation mark CRD as well. But anyway, that is going to round things out. Have a wonderful evening, my friends. I really hope you enjoyed the show. Okay, please feel free to share this and let everyone know. Give us your feedback, right? Send me an email. Tell me what you thought of it. Let me know. But anyway, hop on board. Follow all my social media. Follow the stream. Subscribe to the stream. Follow me on Twitter. Go watch the VODs on YouTube. Post it all over the place. Get it on Reddit. Let's go, 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 go. You know, be all over the place. And let's have some fun PvP and competitive action down the line. For everyone here at Hardstuck, I thank you all very much for watching. Enjoy your evening, and please stay a while and listen for the credits. Thank you so much. Take it easy, my friends. Enjoy the rest of your evening. That is it from us.